They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believe.
Okay. Is my mic check? Is my mic check? Is my mic check? You know what I mean? Hold on, I don't think it is. I know everybody creeping in. Everybody is creeping into the building. You know how it goes, man. It's that time of the day, man. Salute to everybody that turned up yesterday, man. Yesterday was a decent little show. Good turnout. I appreciate all the support. Super chats we got, and I think the conversation was a good conversation yesterday, and today we plan on having more conversations on what's going on in the space. News still developing out here. We have an announcement, of course. Jamal Charlo and Caleb Plant, announcement made officially by the Premier Boxing Champions. PBC announces this May 31st card now official as far as Jamal Charlo's status on fighting Thomas Cornflake Lamana, and of course Caleb Plant fighting Resendez Armanda. I don't know, I'm not too familiar with the fighter like that, but clearly taking tune-up fights. I think the Charlo fight is a little bit more competitive than what people are giving respect for, but still, we'll talk about that as well now that it's official. Edgar Berlanga taking shots at Caleb Plant's choice in opponent, which is hilarious, coming off the backhand of co-headlining a free card against a fighter who did like 9 to 10 years in prison, and had the muffin top physique, and just
he looked like goodness. I'm telling you.
Yeah, got rid of him inside like the first round, but Edgar Berlanga has opinions on it. We'll talk about that as well. As Edgar Berlanga is, we'll always acknowledge him and give him the respect that he wants, which is, we're living in that kind of society where, we gotta, we have to acknowledge people's pronouns, and we'll acknowledge Edgar Berlanga's pronoun, which is, he's a superstar, the face of boxing. That's how he feels. You know what I mean? Hey, man, we can respect it. So him operating on an A-side privilege type of status, looking at Caleb Plant as the B-side. So it is what it is. We also got to talk about what's in the thumbnail, right? Which is obviously the 147-pound division. We'll be tapping into that conversation today as well. Brian Norman Jr. and his status and how he sees the division now, and he's a future legend, and calling out all the champions as he should. But we're going to talk about how genuine is Brian Norman's request. How serious is he about it? What kind of sacrifices is he willing to make? And what's the price going to be? Because last time it seemed like the price was in question. There was an issue with the numbers that were on the table, and we got to talk about not only the price as far as money, but as far as the privilege. Is he the A side or the B side now? Is he suffering from similar issues that Edgar Berlanga may be suffering on? Does he have new pronouns that we need to be aware of? All right. And of course, we'll talk about Jaron Boots Ennis and his status at 147. What is he really, what's the long game for Jaron Boots Ennis? Pause, possibly, right? For the people who need that. What's the long game for Jaron Boots Ennis? And we have news. We have some tweets that we need to go through. We'll go through 2 tweets, specific tweets. One of them being from Edgar Berlanga, but another one from Jalil Hackett that might be communicating to the space. Some changes might be coming into his status at 147 pounds. Right. So we'll talk about that as well. Then, of course, at some point during the show, we'll probably open the panel up and, entertain your guys' perspective on the topics we're talking today, or whatever topics you feel like talking about. That being said, Ray Davis, good morning to you, good brother. How you doing this morning, family?
Good, Clay. Good, Clay. I want my superhero shirt for you today, bro.
What you got? What's the shirt? What's the superhero shirt?
Listen, man.
What is
Captain Thor. Captain Thor, bro.
Oh, okay. But I mean, it's kind of gray on gray. It's kind of weird.
Nah, it's just it's something I got for my kids, bro. We was in Disney.
God bless you.
Love. Yeah. Actually, I think it was Universal. I'm not sure. One of them shows. One of them. But it's dope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It brings out the ripples. The Hulkamaniacs be out there. Oh, let me chill out. All right. Anyway, man.
Shout out to Fight Word with Bangs, right? We love the love, right? So if the kids
I'm ready to talk about this boxing, Clay. I'm happy and excited about today. It's raining over here.
What are you excited about today, Ray? What exactly are you excited about?
Man, just generally talking about a sport that nobody else talks about. Everybody talks about a fighter or a couple of fighters. I'm ready to talk about the sport and what it's bringing.
Right.
You know what I mean? I ain't trying to bash programs and promotional companies, this and that. I'm ready to speak on it.
Right.
You just bring the truth to the people. And I think I'm excited about that every single day. And when I hear other channels or I'll go down this line sometimes.
Right.
And Sundays, it's really like the weakest day of the week for boxing talk.
Right.
Certain channels I rock with, but I'm starting to move away from them, man. They turn into the same soldiers, man. I'm like, yo, what's going on? Like, you're on this bandwagon of boxer bashing. I guess that's the way to say it.
I like that. I like that, the boxing bashing, because it does seem like that's what it comes down to is basically the scrutiny, the consistent scrutiny of something, right? Instead of, I don't know, the celebration of it does seem to kind of go to the wayside at times when it becomes just focused on laughing at other fighters' downfalls and celebrating other fighters achievements, or success or whatever have you. And also what they're celebrating for, right? Not necessarily for what they're doing in the ring as much as the business outside the ring, right? Like celebrating their success in business and everything like that, which look, to each their own. I think those spaces are niche spaces, right? Niche spaces. Is that the correct way?
Yeah, correct.
There are people who are obviously a lot of people who are interested in that sector and that conversation, and in those spaces we can respect it. But I guess to a certain point, maybe we're doing it as well on our own a little bit right now, like kind of like looking down at the niche spaces, same way they probably looking down at us, right? Because we're a niche space as well, as far as just being generally interested in involved in the overall broad spectrum of the sport, not really focusing in on one niche. But I'll tell you, the formula is tried true, right? As far as success, as far as monetization success, the niche spaces do better as far as pulling in viewers, pulling in money, being a successful YouTube channel. At least presently, at the moment, they're more successful in the niche space. And the broad spectrum spaces, maybe we're competing with something where the casual fan's attention is not able to focus on the broad spectrum. Maybe just too many things to focus on at one time, and it's easier to kind of go on a platform and continue the conversation we had yesterday today, right? Stay consistent so that at some point we all become educated and familiar with the topic to the point to now we can start participating as a group in a conversation where it's a little bit more difficult on a broad spectrum. Eventually, I believe the broad spectrum, you can become educated and you can become interested in different weight classes and different fighters and different stylistic matchups and international boxing. Is definitely a lot more to digest over here, you know what I'm saying, than over there. And over there, I think it's just a simpler approach. So for the business of YouTube, it's a tried true strategy and technique at approaching being a successful YouTube channel. You know what I mean? So I understand. I definitely understand.
Yeah.
I just think the hate shouldn't be there, right? I just think don't hate on us for doing it our way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shout out to my brother, Doug Right Side, who emphasizes respectfully every time he says something that can be criticized or critical or disrespectful to somebody.
Right.
He's respectfully telling people. And when they get ignorant, shout out to my boy Doug Right Side for saying they out of order. Try to control the room. So I respect that. You know what I mean? But just in general, man, like I said, I listen to up and down the dial, bro, of YouTube. And some people I just don't even, you know what I mean? They're so far out. They like on Pluto, you know what I mean? Like the outer part of the galaxy. I leave them there. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I'm there. But yeah, I'm just excited, man, because I think we're bringing the livest, most gangster people to our chat. Even the mayor comes around, you know what I mean? He got the key to YouTube, you know, he go anywhere you want, any platform, you get a voice, bro. You know what I mean? So even the mayor come around, you know what I mean? But I think the respect is there. I think us doing the space justice,
right,
and a way of just being neutral and trying true every output is enough said for me. You know what I mean? That's all. I'm excited.
Yeah, man, I like to think that, you know, I'm doing this in a way that where I can still enjoy it, right? And that's what it's about. I bring up the comparison of cooking. You know, I happen to be I like to cook. I cooked yesterday. His wife was out of town. I'm a little spoiled. My wife cooks every day for me, you know what I'm saying? But when she went out of town, so I had to cook for myself yesterday. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed cooking, you know what I'm saying? And even me, I've been complimented to the point of like, yo, why don't you open up a food spot? Or, you know what I mean? I always say, like, you know, cooking is for me, right? And right now, the channel is still for me. You know what I'm saying? The way it's being moved is for me. As far as, you know, I appreciate everybody who appreciates what we do, but I'm not so caught up in, you know, appeasing a large mass amount of people. I'm more interested in pulling in like-minded individuals. So I'm enjoying this where it's at. Whereas, you know, going back to the cooking, if I was going to a restaurant, now I got, you know, what do they like? What don't they like? Make the menu in a way where I'm thinking about money and them buying and keeping my business, you know, a profitable business. It might take away the passion that I have for cooking. So, you know, I'm not going to choose to do that for a business to pay my bills. If I were to do that, I try my best to do it in a space where I go to some restaurants where they only got like 8 things on the menu, right? And then you go to some restaurants that got 30 things on the menu. In the smaller restaurants that have like 7, 8 things in the menu, it's more like, you know what I mean? Here's the soup I cooked today. Here are the plates I'm cooking today. The things that I like. If you like my food, you can eat here, but you can also go somewhere else and go get the commercial, you know, 100 things on the menu, and, you know, what we're thinking about you. You know what I mean? It is, but what it is. Genuine,
right? Made with real ingredients. No MSD, no bleach, no putting put the soap in the chicken. None of that. No, we don't wash. We wash the chicken correctly around here. Just some hot water and defrost. We don't do all that soap and yeah. I feel you, Clay. That's right. And we just add a little, and always a little touch of parsley to every meal. Got you.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Salute. Let's talk to everybody in the building real quick and get on these topics, man. You know, wanted to, you know, build a little bit, allow everybody to kind of slide through and kind of get into the building. But let's see here. We got Eastside Easy in the building. Salute, King. Hope everything is good and official with you. Always good to see you in the morning, man. Hope you're in great health and you know, having a great morning, man, going into it the right way, right? SOB TV, salute to you, King. CB Sports TV says salute, Claymore, salute back at you, family. Ray in the building. AK Crowder, blessings, brothers Claymore and Ray. Blessings to you, AK Crowder. Thank you for being with us today. Shout out to my guy Bradley 68. What up, players in the building? Chris Brooks in the building says salute. Claymore, Rain, and Ray. Salute to you, Chris Brooks. Going down. Oh, Rachel Donaire in the building. Good morning, Queen. Hope everything is good with you, man. Great to see you here in the morning, man. Hope to be able to keep your attention for the next hour and a half to 2 hours with the topics we're covering today. Let's see here. Mr. Big Play Bray says, good morning, boxing family. Good morning back at you, man. Devontre Bone in the building. Salute to you, Devontre Bone. Hey, man. What up, Robert Chandler? Back at it again. I got to give Robert Chandler his damn wrench, right? Haven't done that yet. Don't know why I haven't. The reality is I'm an oblivious person. I find myself being oblivious, and I know something. You know, the other day I was looking on Twitter and I saw D-Block sent me a message and he said, Clay, I got a question for you. How am I following you and you not following me back? And it's like I could imagine like he might feel like being somebody who's engulfed in there and present in the Twitter space. You're definitely muted, by the way, unless you're on purpose. Okay, cool. Being somebody who's probably engulfed in that social media space, he's always, he has his alerts on, he's catching messages. Like, I'm not a good person to get in contact with through Twitter because I go to my Twitter and check my messages probably like once or twice a week. So I miss out on a lot of stuff, and sometimes I'm just oblivious, and it's not personal. It's just who I am. I'm oblivious of a lot of these things. So shout out to Robert Chandler. I just hooked you up and put you on point, man. I appreciate you. You always contribute to the channel in a great way when you hop on the panel or even when you're engaging in the chat space. So I appreciate you, brother. Salute to you, King. Let's see, going down the list here. We got some love here. Super chat from Mr. Big Play Bray, who says super chat match Thursday. Yeah, Mr. Bray. Yeah, man. Super chat match Thursday, man. You guys don't be scared, man. Put something in the some color in the chat. Support the channel. It helps, man. It helps, man. The end goal is at some point for this channel to be up, over 100,000 subscribers, and of course, pull me out that damn 9 to 5 that I'm in, so I could do this full time. I know if I could do this full time, man, the interesting turn would be interesting to watch. You know what I mean? Because for me to be able to engulf myself in this multiple 5 days a week, whatever have you, and be able to do a consistent morning show, probably even give me an opportunity to double up and do 2 shows a day. That would be interesting to see, and I'd love to see that. So definitely support the channel. Put $1 in the super chat, refresh the super chat, and support the movement. I appreciate you. And of course, don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. Let me see here. Rachel says, LOL, I'm only up because I have to do a keynote speech at the WBC. Oh, for sure, Rachel. Shout out to you. Yeah, I saw that posting on Instagram that you were actually going to be speaking on that. We spoke about that the other day too. And you said you was getting ready to do that as well. So, hey, man, I take what I can get, man. I'm just happy to have you here, Rachel, for sure. Salute to Detroit, BC in the building, man. Salute to you, family. Hope everything is going great with you. Mike to Shady, in the building says, what it do, Clay? Your boy going live, losing his marbles again. The dude need help. Hey, man, it is what it is, man. It's on stage and it's on display for everybody to see, right? So, listen, he's capitalizing off of his gift, right, and his curse. He's making the best of it. He's monetizing it, right? Can't knock the man. Always wishing him the best in health and however, whatever approach he's using to deal with the issues. I hope it's working out for him, right? Salute. Let's see here, Robert Chandler and the Libra in the building. Salute to you, family. Hope everything is doing good with you. And Sonny Augustine in the building. So far, that's it. 19 people in the building. Hit the like button. We're going to jump into it, right? We're going to jump into it and talk about it. Some things that caught my interest. It's Thursday. We're getting ready to go into a weekend right now of a couple of fights. I think we got some great fights. We got some heavyweight action going into this weekend with Joe Joyce and Philip Ergovich. We've also got the return of Tim Tszyu and Joey Spence this weekend. Let's see if Tim Tszyu has been able to get over this hurdle, dealing with the actual adversity of what it seems to be like PTSD and kind of like regressed on maybe his aggression a little bit, or regressed on the approach in the space, and it seems to have been failing him. Let's see if he's able to overcome that and get back into the 154-pound conversation. This guy was at the top of at 100. Yo, Tim Tszyu was at the top of the conversation at 154 pounds a year ago, right? How quickly things change and can change with 2 defeats, but 2 real traumatic, drama-driven defeats, right? One where he just was a gory fight where he's bleeding in the ring, and another one where he gets, dominated and stopped and beat Delirious. And now he's just not even in the conversation, right? You got a whole new set of 154-pound contenders in the space, champions, and Jamel Charlo's not there right now. Tim Tszyu's not there right there. That was who we were looking at first, and now we're looking at Sebastian Fundora. We're looking at Bakram. We're looking at Virgil. Terrence is in there holding a belt. We're looking at the Madramovs. We're looking at the Charles Conwells, the Xander Zayas. This is a whole nother conversation. Tim Tszyu somehow got left out the conversation this weekend. I guess he's going to try to make a run at it, try to get back in that conversation. The writing on the wall is if he's able to do well in this fight, that he's going to move forward and potentially fight a Keith Thurman, somebody like that, and gradually work his way back into the space. And hopefully we'll see some of those guys that we thought we'd see and we haven't seen, like Errol Spence, Jamel Charlo. Some of these guys who've been sitting on the sideline might jump into the game and just bring more frenzy into that hornet's nest of 154 pounds. It is what it is, man. Let's see here. Did I miss something here? Ill Will in the building. Salute to you, Ill Will. I see you, King. Good to see you. Good to see you in the building. Let's see here. Sonny Augustine says Tim wasn't the guy. He was a hype job. I think Boots is the next one to fall. Oh man, Sonny. Well, we're gonna talk about Boots today. We're definitely gonna talk about Boots today, man. Damn, man. Man, Boots is my guy, man. It's one of my, Boots was another person who was just like the next pound for pound phenom in boxing coming up. And now fans are actually doubting Boots, right? Based off of 2, regular performances. Keep in mind, he didn't lose, right? But just based off of 2 regular performances, one against David Avenige and the other one, obviously, his most recent against Karen, we're questioning Boots. But we're going to talk about Boots today, man. We gotta keep some respect on Boots' name. Shout out to Jaron Boots and that whole entire Philly gym over there. Let's see here. He was about to KO Fundora. That fight should OD. Ill Will said, okay, no doubt, for sure. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it, and let's tap into Let's tap into Brian Norman right now, man. Let's tap into the 147-pound division. Let's talk about it. Get a little bit deeper into the conversation, because we were celebrating Brian Norman for having a dominating performance against Derek Cuevas over the past weekend. Me personally, I love what he did. Brian Norman Jr. did what he was supposed to do against a fighter who just looks like his head wasn't in the game. He just wasn't what I thought he would be. I never thought Derek Cuevas was going to beat Brian Norman Jr., but I thought he was going to make it a very competitive fight. Me personally, looking at Brian Norman Jr. coming off of such a great, dominant, or, just a fight of the year candidate with Giovanni Santillan, right? And but not forgetting, keeping in the back of my head, in the back of my memory, the performance he had in the 3 fights prior to that fight with Santillan, right? And saying, all right, well, he's resurrected his career multiple ways. Number 1, he's back on knocking people out. And number 2, he became a WBO interim title holder at that time. So this fight against Derek Cuevas was going to be his actual first title defense. And in my opinion, not only his first title defense, but him being, I don't want to say email champion. That would be, I don't want to go there, right? I'm just going to say that he was upgraded to being a champion and never beat the man to be the man, right? He never fought Terrence Crawford, the guy who was actually holding the titles. He was upgraded, but still a good dominant performance. This performance right here was going to make an argument as to whether or not Brian Norman Jr. was one of the top champions in the division, as far as the way you rank them between Mario Barrios, Jaron Boots Ennis, and Stanionis. Did he belong, right? Because it was an upset victory that he had over Santillan. He wasn't favored to win that fight, but has since then changed his tax bracket and changed his status in the division as a champion. And this fight against Derek Cuevas was going to kind of be the acid test for me personally. I don't know if it checked those boxes, right? I don't know if it checked the boxes for me personally as far as where Brian Norman's at. I still think he's a big threat in the division, probably a dark horse possibly, but still the resume, he hasn't been properly tested all the way yet. Just about there, not all the way yet, but regardless, on paper, he has checked the boxes. A, he's a champion. B, he's stopping people. And C, he's been in this whole entire messy public negotiation and might be Jaron Boots Ennis's, who I think is the top guy at 147 pounds. He might be Jaron Boots Ennis's biggest nemesis in that division. So that's earned him a certain status in the division as well. But now coming off a victory with Derek Cuevas, I have to ask myself, as I'm watching Brian Norman Sr. and Jr. carry it, now they're kind of in a position where they feel like they're calling the shots a little bit more, right? We're tried true. We're the champions. We have just as much right. We are A-side fighters in the division, just like Boots, just like Mario Barrios, just like Stanionis. And, these negotiations are going to look a lot more different now that he's had this newfound confidence in himself, or understood confidence in the space about himself. I can't be mad at that. Right, guys? We can't be mad at somebody celebrating themselves and being confident in themselves, especially in the boxing game, right? Unless you're in that ring accomplishing what they're accomplishing, who are we to be like humbling a fighter and telling him, man, humble yourself, you're not that guy? Who are we to say that? But still, more importantly, it puts a whole new color on the way 147 pounds looks now, the way these unifications are going to look now, and the price. Right? Shout out to Fat Joe. Today's price is not yesterday's price anymore when it comes to Brian Norman Jr. And now that Brian Norman Jr. is legitimately calling out for the opposition and calling out for the unifications, we saw how that last negotiation went with Jaron Boots Ennis. A lot of people felt like Brian Norman Jr. and Sr. priced themselves out of that opportunity, and some people felt like they were well within their rights to move the way they were moving. But ultimately, the way it ended was we didn't get the fight. Well, now Brian Norman Jr.'s and Sr.'s stance was always at that point, listen, my fighter, Brian Norman Jr., is a young guy. He's coming up in the sport, just became champion. There's no pressure on him to make these fights happen. He can take his time. He's not leaving 147 pounds anytime soon. And, I'm doing you a favor in real time because you're the one with the pressure on you. And we're talking about right now, Brian Norman Jr. and Jaron Boots Ennis. You're the one with the pressure on you to do something about it, to become a champion. You're the one who's upwards towards 30 years old, who's just now accomplishing what my son at 23 years old is accomplishing right now.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, right now, off the back end of a victory with Derek Cuevas, he seems to have he's the one pushing for the unification. So is Brian Norman Jr. in that same position? Is he still operating from the position of Top Rank has a plan for us, we don't need to unify right now, we have time? Or now that he's put his foot on the gas and saying he looking for all the champions now, he's calling out Mario Barrios, he's calling out the winner between Jaron Boots Ennis and Stanionis. He wants those fights before everything else. Does it change the environment as far as how the negotiations are going to look like right now in the space? Another rumor being that he's pushing for his next fight to be a unification fight in Atlanta. That's kind of dictating the terms, A-side privilege status. Are we looking at Brian Norman Jr. potentially getting ready to price himself out of a unification again? And is it on purpose or by act, or is it just a side effect of just where he truly believes he is right now?
Yep. That's exactly what it is. He believes that he's a star attraction. He's the growing star. If it's needed. But he believes that he's the guy that's going to be the next welterweight champion, reigning welterweight champion of the division. He's going to control all the possibilities and where everybody comes in. He's that port where everybody has to dock their boats, pause again, and land so they can get the fights. He can direct the fights. He wants to be the guy that gives the opportunities to the fighters. It's something about the way they've been moving and how they handle handle things is they're money hungry, right? So let's talk about how he wasn't money hungry, how it wasn't about the money, right? I get it, rightfully so. But Brian Norman hasn't done enough to earn that spot besides become champion. Respectfully, every champion should have their moments, right? But we also understand what the star is in the sport. And the star is usually the person that dictates the broadcasting, the A-side privileges and all that nature. Brian Norman is not at that level yet. His dad is more of a star, believe it or not, than he is.
Right.
So his dad can has been putting him out there, and much respect to them. But Brian needs to show me something. You know what I mean? Like beating Santinian, that could have been a fluke. He never rematched that dude. He never showed me that he really beat him. He was in a box. He was everybody thought he was losing that fight pretty much until a certain point where he got the win, right? Then he takes on this guy that's been out the ring for forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The guy quit because he ain't been in the ring forever. Like, he ain't fight nobody that was active, bro. Like, come on. And we don't even know what kind of skills you got towards a boxer. Like, we seen you box, get in a fight with boxers, but you got into a fight. They were boxing you. You just happened to get sit on your pocket. It was a no contest. So let's keep it a buck when we say that this gentleman, this young man, Brian Norman Jr., is biting off more than he can chew at the moment. But I like the energy. Why? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Right. At the end of the day, I'm not mad at it, Clay. Wear that cape. You know what I mean? Be Superman for a day. It's cool. I'm all for that. But at the same time, remember when you come back down to earth, there's other people that know where you belong and where you know what I mean, where other people belong. And you know what I mean? You can't walk into the bank with that check and cash it if other people ain't willing to accept it. So
yeah, I like where you're going with it, man, because the reality is at the end of the day, something needs to manifest from this, right? To speak in front of a microphone, to hop up on a platform, to speak confidently and be that is great. You know, visually, we see that and we like the way that looks. But in the reality of the whole situation is, does that, like you said, is that check cash when you take it to the bank? You know, to sit there and write a check for $1 million, I could pull out my checkbook right now and write a check for $1 million, put it up on camera and you know, look a certain way. But in the reality is, if I hand that check over to any of you guys, or if I take that check myself into the bank, is the bank going to look at me like I'm coming to rob the place? Like, is this a request for $1 million against our will, or do you have this in your account? Are you really built like this?
There you go.
And I think it's fair. I think it's I think it's fair to look at it both ways and what it looks like. But here's another angle, right? Shout out to the Libra with the $2. Thank you for the support, family. Man, thank you for the support, brother. You know, that's my Haitian brother too, my Zoe right there. The Libra 926 says, I'm proud of you, great brother. You speaking facts. Oh man, thank you, man. Thank you for the support, brother. But moving on and keeping and staying right here inside of 147 and what Brian Norman is looking at, he still has those intangibles, right? He still has the age. He still has the fact that he's comfortable at 147. I'm sure they're aware of the pressure that's on these other champions, the amount of options that they have to make money. He understands, right? I'm the next guy. I'm the young and up-and-comer guy. More than likely, when Mario Barrios is done, when Boots is done, even when Stanionis may be done if he loses this fight, I'm still here to reign supreme over this next generation. I'm involved in the potential conversations of the Ryan Garcias and the Devin Haney's and the Teofimo Lopez's. I'm here for those guys who are coming into the division. I'm the guy here to receive that. Is Jaron Boots Ennis in the same conversation as Brian Norman? In other words, are these intangibles affecting the pressure on Jaron Boots Ennis? Is the clock on him? Is he still eyeing undisputed at 147 pounds? Because if he is eyeing undisputed at 147 pounds, he has to also eye time that he needs to invest in 147 pounds in order to make it happen. Where are you right now on the Jaron Boots Ennis's ability to maintain and sit at 147 pounds? How much longer do you think he can hold this out before he needs to start considering going up to 154? And when you answer that question, follow that up with, if wherever you're at on that, follow that up with, how much is it worth his while then to move a certain way? Is he only here for a good time and not here for a long time? How you feel about Jaron Ennis?
I think Jaron's trying to set a precedent, right? We all know once you collect more than one belt, you become something more than a division. I think he's looking to grab 2 of the 3 belts. He doesn't, force the hand of the 4th champion if they want to fight or not. I think he's happy where he's at because he's got guys that moved up into the division that are bigger names, even to him, that can bring paydays to him and bring opportunity. Devin Haney's now WBC #1 ranked, right? So he can go in there and fight Barrios if he decides to, if they allow it, and maybe he wins that strap. Now, what does that do? They got the opportunity after the Ryan and Devin fight. They can match up, right? You put 3 fights in there. Now you got Devin in the picture with Boots. Big fight, big name. You have Tiafimo, who's looking to come up. He's a WBO champion. He can go in there and fight Brian Norman whenever he wants. And let's say he does beat Brian Norman, or even AB. AB can go in there, and I mean Barbosa, guys, Arnold Barbosa. He can go in there and fight Brian Norman if he wins. So it's so many parallels to what's going on that Boots has options. He can actually go in there and beat them up. He ain't got to go fight. You know what I mean? So he can move and fight those guys, and then don't get it wrong. Any of them can beat each other. I'm not going to sit there and say that none of these guys can beat Boots.
But you're basically saying the options are greater, and options
there to get 2 belts or another belt, 2 belts, and move on. Lead a division in good hands to whoever's up and coming. Be like, yo, y'all the stars, man. Y'all take this, deal with that guy over there because he just full of this, and I ain't got time for it because he really just want money. He don't want the belt. Right. So, I mean, that's what it comes down to, and that's the world we live in, man. That's the world we live in. We need to see fighters make great fights. Are you here for the legacy or are you here for the bag? We ask this question all the time, and it seems that the people that are here for the bag create more roadblocks than necessary than the people that are here for the legacy. And that's where we're starting to see the trends and separation in the boxing game, bro. And like I said, I think Boots is on his way. He's in that understanding that 1 or 2 belts, he don't need more than that, like extra. You know what I mean? He already has a title. So 1 or more, 2 more titles, he's good. He don't need to stay. He ain't worry about the clock because he always can go to 147, and he can even skip 154. I'm sorry, he can only go 154. He can skip 154 and go 160. You know what I mean? He's really that good. He got a whole different playground with like champions and then mediocre boxers with a few good boxers in there. Don't get them twisted. They all good boxers, but you know what I'm saying, like B-level boxers. You know what I mean? So, and he'll go up there. He'll be an A level boxer in that division, if not an S level. So, respectfully, he got more options than anybody in that division besides the champions moving up.
Yeah, I think and I agree with you. I think he has way more options in boxing in general, but I don't know if he has as many options inside of 147 as somebody else because I don't know about this. You know, yesterday we were talking about it, and shout out to Tim Bradley, you know, who he was engaging a lot in this conversation yesterday on the show with Blue. Basically stating that the reality is that people outside of Boots who've watched what's going on in Boots have spoken on it already, that Boots is struggling to stay at this 147. This is something that's a mission for him. He has to eat right, he has to move right, he has to live a certain way in order to fight in his division in a way that he may not have to live if he fought at 154, right? There's a formula to what's keeping this man at 147. And we know as we go up in age, the metabolism changes, things just change. You grow, and it's not as easy to make these weights the way that you used to. So Boots' opportunities at 147 have grown as far as the division's finally picking up, but the time factor, what they say, father time waits for no man, right? So the time factor is burning on the other side of that candle, and the window is starting to close as to what makes more sense for Boots. Boots in the past has shown us how committed he is and how much he wants to be a legacy-driven fighter. But at the same exact time, he is a prize fighter. And whether it's now or later, at some point, he's going to have to embrace the idea of of that status. And right now he has a lot of people who are interested in his career in comparison to like a year and a half ago when he was dealing with, Cameron Duncan, rest in peace, who passed away, and the way all these fighters were ducking and, not ducking, but just not interested in fighting him because he was such a high risk, low reward fighter. Me and you were always talking about him going up to 154, just based off the fact that it seemed like the division was freezing him out, right? Was just not going to allow him to get to the big fights. And we knew that Turkey was also, once he got with Eddie Hearn was able to help him out. Eddie Hearn delivered, right? Gave him two big fights in the two fights at the Wells Fargo Arena that he headlined, help him really grab Philly together and show his selling power and his star power in his city. And now walking him into the third fight on the deal, into a unification title fight, right? Also bringing 154, bringing Turkey to the table, bringing that Virgil Ortiz fight to the table, even though he didn't take it. It's safe to say that Eddie Hearn's been working for Boots, right? He's been working and showing, improving for Boots, but at the same time, no secret that Eddie Hearn has a plan that he'd rather go through rather than what they're going through now, right? I think in Eddie Hearn's world, ideally, he'd like Boots to kind of like just let go of 147 and go to 154. There's a lot of opportunities up there. B, you kind of make it easier for me, right? Because now I don't got to spend the money out of my pocket. I don't got to, make everything. I don't got to make a profit by investing. I got somebody who's willing to alleviate that off of me. Turkey Al-Sheikh, who wants to put you in these fights with Virgil or with, Terrence, if he could have lined it up, or whatever else is going on at 154.
Right. And not to mention, Clay, the money, like you said, Eddie don't have to come out of his pockets, right? So he could pay somebody less to fight Boots at 154 than him fighting somebody at
Charles Conwell's,
so that's more money in the pocket for Boots, and it helps his career. So it's a win-win in that on the other side of the street. Of 154 as opposed to 147. So yeah, absolutely.
Right. So the clock does seem to be on Boots to a degree. The clock is on him to make a decision now, and he has to kind of balance it out, right? Boots has to balance out the money and the legacy. That's where you're at in your career. You're 30 years old. You're not struggling for money, but you came into the boxing space for the legacy, but you came in for the money as well. Burning bridges with let's say a Turkey Al-Sheikh, which I don't know if that's on the table to burn a bridge with him, but when you got Turkey announcing Teofimo and you know what I'm saying, in a fight, before you even win your fight against Stanionis, or before Teo even wins his fight against Arnold Barbosa, on the back end of you already kind of disappointing Turkey on not doing the Virgil Ortiz, taking the Virgil Ortiz route, is he potentially risking burning a bridge with a big investor who's going to help his legacy, but his money as well, in comparison to what he came from? Is he battling with this at this point in his career at 30 years old, in your opinion?
No, I don't think he really burned bridges, because I think he's still living out his options, and as long as he has options, he has that arena to play with. It helps, but at the same time, age, like you said, age don't wait, bro. Time don't wait. We have opportunities. Take advantage of your opportunities, but if your opportunity is going to force you to do A and miss A and then go to B and then come back to A, that might hurt you, right? That means going from 147 to 154 to come back to 147, that could be detrimental, right? So it's either I think in his mindset is, I'm either going to make that move altogether, or I'm going to stay here. And I think with the two fights he had, looking human as opposed to looking like a superhero or a mutant, whatever you want to call it, he has embraced the fact that, okay, now people want to fight me due to that. And I'm glad Antonio MMA mentioned Conor Ben, which is a great move. I seen the play in this, and I don't know if you've seen it, Clay. He was trying to get that fight with Barrios. Why? Because he got that fight with Conor Ben and Barrios. What does that do? That lines up two of his fighters for a big payday. That lines him up for the opportunity for Boots to get an easy transition to Unify, and it gives Conor Ben a name, giving Boots a name in Conor Ben to fight at a high level, making it a big pay-per-view fight. especially with two countries going at it. So we have to look at the bigger picture. That was great. Now, whether it was for the side of Conor Ben or the side of Boots, that's up to be determined by, you know what I mean, how we see the representation of the fighters. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. But as long as I got two fighters on the same card with belts and they about to fight each other, bro, I hit the lotto. You know what I mean? So we also have to look at those things. And I hope one of these things happen one day. But right now, he's going to where he gotta go. I think he's gonna move to 54 after he wins against Danny Onis. Unless the opportunity for another title presents itself, and I don't think he's willing to pay Brian Norman more than what he's worth. When they broke down that payday thing, I forgot where I was. I was like, wow, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it was really crazy. Like, literally getting almost more than double.
More than double. It was like 5 times the amount of money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like 100 to 150,000
right.
Of fight Santillion. They're offering you 1.7 million.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like 10 times the amount for what? You know what I mean? Yeah. Because you want more money, you want more than that? Like, bro, come on, man.
Yeah, like, I don't think and that's a great point, Ray, because I question how realistic he's ever going to get close to any of those numbers to fight Mario Barrios or to fight, like any of the fights that are there at 147 outside of maybe a Ryan Garcia, and a Devin Haney, right? And those guys who are tied up, obviously, in 3-fight deals. I don't see Brian Norman ever getting in that conversation anytime soon. I think it's going to be a solid year and a half before he's entertaining that. Boots is your biggest payday and your biggest opportunity, hands down. You priced yourself out. And listen, I think factually, you priced yourself out of that last fight, right? Let's not play with that word and say it looks like you didn't price yourself out. Just by definition, the amount of money you wanted got in the way of the fight happening. I know people like to push the blame on Eddie Hearn and Boots and saying they didn't want the fight because they didn't pay. No, the reality is that there was an lucrative offer on the table, an opportunity for you to unify. The amount of money you wanted is the reason why the fight didn't happen. You priced yourself out. Now, the question as to whether or not you did it on purpose, did you do it with the intentions on the fight not happening? Listen, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that's not why you did it. You just valued yourself higher than what the people who are paying out the money valued you at, and therefore the fight didn't happen. Here we go again in the next chapter of in the next chapter of your career, where you get another opportunity to maybe make a fight and unify. Are you going to humble down the price? Are you willing to take back and concede a lot more this time around in the spirit of making the fight? Or are you going to continue to hold yourself at the highest level, knowing that the cost may be you being able to unify and you having to take obviously way less money than what you're asking for to fight fighters and to continue to take chances and counting and betting on the fact that you will continue to stay in your winning ways, right? Because keep in mind, once a loss or something like that comes across the table, this changes the whole entire landscape of things for you. The whole visual changes. You lose that WBO title, you officially go right back into mediocrity. You become a fighter who's high risk, low reward, and you become a fighter who's struggling to make the biggest fights, right? This is what's going to ultimately end up happening. So they got to weigh these things out. And Boots, on the other hand, also has to weigh out how important is fighting Brian Norman Jr. at this point. You know, it was messy. There was a reason that you wanted to fight Brian Norman Jr. last time, and it wasn't because you had smoke with Brian Norman. It's because you wanted to unify and you wanted to fight and get a belt. I'm still in the dark or in the air about what was more important to Boots. Is it still becoming undisputed, or is it just unifying and fighting for a championship belt? That will be good enough for him. Will that satiate him at 147 and be enough for him to be like, I'm good, I'm ready to go to 154 now? The boxing space may look at it like, oh, Boots, you just, like, right now Brian Norman Sr. is painting a picture that Boots would be ducking Brian Norman Jr. if he were to leave the 154. I question as to whether or not it's going to look like that, because at the end of the day, I wasn't really looking to fight you as bad as you think I was looking to fight you. I was looking to get the belt. I wanted to unify. I'm about to do it with Stanionis, and not only am I about to do it with Stanionis, but I'm going to do it with arguably the number 2 best welterweight in the division besides myself at number 1. I don't need to fight you. Do you think Boots feels that way?
Yeah, and I don't even think he the number 2. I think he think one of these other guys that came up got higher rankings than all them. And not to mention, Clay, do you even know what Brian Norman
Are you saying Boots doesn't think Stanios is number 2?
No, probably not. I mean, I think as a champion.
You already said it. He
said it. I'm saying as a champion, he is. But I think in regards of him being the name and the recognition, no. That's why I want to be clear on what I'm saying. Also, I hate to turn the table on this. What do you think Brian Norman made his last fight with Cuevas?
I think he did what he was supposed to do, but I said it earlier. It wasn't nothing impressive that happened in that fight to make me, I don't think his on paper.
I don't check people's pockets, but he made $250K, bro.
Oh, you talking about how much money he made?
Yeah, $250K.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know how much money. I thought you were talking about
$250K to fight Cuevas. So instead of he had a 1.7, so right there it tells you something, right? So that's crazy. But back to what your question was. Do I think Stanionis is a number 2? Yes, ranked on paper because of the fact that he is the second longest. No, he's the longest reigning interim in the division, if I'm not mistaken. So absolutely, he's and Boots is right there as well, because Boots is the third reigning interim at one point before the belts got dropped and they became full-fledged champions. So yeah, I could see Stanionis being that guy. As number 2, but I think Barrios is ahead of him on paper, in my opinion. I think Barrios is the bigger name, and I think he has more wealth when you bring them two to the ring. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, like you were saying, and what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. All these numbers and who's this. I think they understand what I said, but it's cool. But that's exactly what you said. I think Stanionis is a good second or third in the division, not necessarily, the top.
Are you talking about draws or are you talking about talent?
Talent? No, I'm talking about draws.
You're talking about draws. Yeah, I'm talking about, I'm saying that Boots is fighting the number 2, arguably the number 2 best welterweight in the division. In other words, once he beats Stanionis, it's hard to make an argument that if he doesn't fight Brian Norman Jr., that he's ducking Brian Norman Jr., right? Like he beat the guy that people may argue would beat Brian Norman, right? People would argue that Stanionis could beat Brian Norman.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to. The fight with Brian Norman wasn't about the best fighting the best, I guess is what I'm saying. It was about the WBO title and about the unification.
Yeah.
He's checking the box. He's checking 2 boxes with Stanionis by the best fighting the best, and he's checking the box on his need to unify and fight for a belt and win a belt with Stanionis. He arguably could be satiated, could be satisfied with that accomplishment enough to be done with 147, make his life a lot easier, not cut the weight to stay there at 147 and finally go to 154 and compete in a way more competitive, way more lucrative, way more opportunistic division at 154. Right.
I got you. Okay, so that's basically what I was alluding to earlier when we were discussing, when I said that Boots only needs 1 or 2 belts. He don't need to go after all 4 belts. He can just grab 1, unify. Stanionis being a tough opponent, and he's probably gonna move up as well after this fight, regardless of who wins, and go from there. To your point, yes, but I still think that Barrios is the higher ranked opponent.
He's a higher ranked opponent, but
skill set and
thing on the eye test of watching boxing. Does Barrios beat Stanionis or the Stanionis beat Barrios? Boots is number 1 right now. We believe he's the best at 147.
Right. Who beats who, right? So I think, I think Barrios beats Stanionis.
Okay.
And I say that to the fact of seeing them both fight in competition wise. Barrios, even though he gets swolled up with the eyes and the cheekbones getting beat up, by fighters, he still uses his range to stay out of line and be able to land his punches on people. With Stanionis is really an inside fighter, a slip inside fighter that kind of uses counters, right? So if Barrios stays outside, he wins that fight easily. Not to mention he's about 3 feet taller than Stanionis, so it makes the fight a lot easier for Barrios. But yeah, I mean it's a good fight either way, but I think Barrios is a better fighter in that case. Yeah.
Okay. So at the end of the day, we got to see what happens next week with Boots and Stanionis. Once he gets that unification, does he stay at 147? If he does stay at 147, then what is he staying for as well? Being that Teofimo is an opportunity for him to make a lot of money with Turkey Al-Sheikh at 147, but of course the unification is there for him with Brian Norman. But if Brian Norman is pricing himself out, I think it's two separate conversations, right? The need of him fighting Brian Norman versus the need for him to make money, right? Teofimo, I think, clearly is the money option.
Right.
Is the Turkey. Brian Norman is the unification. Being a 3-belt unified champion or being a 2-belt unified champion doesn't make a difference for him if he believes ultimately the Mario Barrios fight will always be out of his reach. If the PBC is never really going to allow that to happen, then he can't become undisputed at 147. Then I think the Brian Norman Jr. fight loses a lot of value to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like if the next step isn't assured after you, I don't need to fight you. I'd rather hold out, being that I know I'm on a time clock, that I'm not going to be here long. I'd rather hold out and fight Teofimo and make the money, and then leave the division with a great bag, with a great fighter on my resume, and go to 154, leveraging all of that value that I pumped into myself, strategically moving the way I did at 147. Right? Yeah. It is what it is.
100%.
So we'll be patient as we always are. We'll watch it develop. Well, let's see what happens. It all starts off the back end of a victory next week against Stanionis, because on the back of a loss, this whole conversation, we will revisit it, and we'll have to include that intangible in there, and it might change the whole landscape of how things look like for Boots now, as far as like what he needs to do right now to maybe for redemption if he loses. You know what I'm saying? Right. He might be forced into the negotiation process as a B-side all of a sudden to Brian Norman Jr. possibly, and he might have to concede just off the status of what he wants to, fighting in Atlanta and fighting on the terms and conditions that the Norman team dictates. Let's move forward and let's go ahead and stay in 147. I want to talk about Mario Barrios for a quick hot second in the quote unquote PBC protective custody program. We don't hear anything from Mario, Ray. We don't hear anything. Last time we saw Mario Barrios, he was in the ring on the undercard of Jake Paul and fought to a draw against Abel Ramos, Jesus Ramos's older brother. And ultimately looking pedestrian. And let's be honest, not the first time, one of many times he's looked pedestrian and holding on to a WBC title. Where are we on Mario Barrios now? You kind of spoke on him a little earlier and put him above Stanionis, thought he would win that fight. I don't agree with it. I mean, I don't think I would pick Stanionis. But regardless, his willingness to fight a Stanionis or fight a Boots or fight a Brian Norman, where is Mario Barrios right now in your eyes at 147 as a WBC champion? Is he going to unify?
No, he's not looking to unify. I actually going to give you some good insight on this, right? First of all, let me say the PBC protection boxing custody program, because PBC got to stand for something, right? So we definitely got to protect our boxers. At the end of the day, that's just me having fun with them. At the end of the day, Clay, I think Barrios is about to make that jump to the 154. I think his time there is done. I think he's 6'1", fighting in the division. He seems like the weight cuts is slowing him down. It's showing his last fight. He fought to a draw. The fight before that, he got, pretty much beat up. I think the certain style of make fights, and I think with the certain type of fighter that he's in the ring with, he's able to unify and do certain things. He's able to make certain fights look good and spark himself up. He might be an opportunist like Teofimo. Big fight, big moment. Little fight to your competition. That's what it seems to be with Barrios, because, when he fought Keith Thurman, he fought a great fight, right? And everybody thought he was the next golden ticket. So at the end of the day,
did they think he was the next golden ticket off the back end of that victory, or was that just a lot
of people thought he was the next golden ticket? Listen, a lot of people get for that fight, right? So
I saw that being an inactive Keith Thurman, who he fought. I didn't see him as no golden ticket though.
I'm just saying what people get. He got a title fight right after that, right?
You're right.
So people seen that. I think him moving to 54 would be a better move for him. Less weight to cut. I think he's moving up in age as well, and he's about ready to get on the surface of 154. And I think he'll make his debut after his next fight or two, and we'll see that. I think we're waiting for an interim at the division. I think that's what they're waiting for. And I think PBC is going to move them accordingly because I think they're moving out the welterweight division. If you see their fighters, their fighters are moving up. So I think that's what we're going to see. As far as him continuing to be the fighter he is at the division, I mean, only time will tell. I can't speak for that. But I do think he's definitely he's done there. He's definitely done at the
no doubt. Let me take a moment to holler at some people who stepped in the building while we were building. Shout out to Blue Blood Sports TV. Salute, bro. What's good, family in the building?
Who wants a payday?
Shout out to Hood Rich in the building. Antonio MMA in the building. Lobby CDQ in the building saying Boots was too loyal to Showtime. Yeah, man, he was real loyal, wasn't he? Or Bozy, or maybe as a group. Shout out to Ross Clott in the building. Mr. Big Play Bray was here already, but shout out to you. Let me see here, going down the line. Okay, people. And Flyer Frequency in the building. Salute to Flyer Frequency, and Jarrell Freeman in the building. Jarrell Freeman said, it sounds like Normans are trying to play the long game. Bottom line is, if Boots wins next week and can get a fight with Barrios next, he's in the command of negotiations. Norman playing around. Yeah, listen, man. And I see Antonio MMA seems to believe Brian Norman in the pocket is a problem for Boots. Boots playing around. Tiger Johnson on his ass now too. He's nice in the pocket. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday about Boots Ennis, and Boots Ennis is a fighter who has a lot of wrinkles to his game, and he hasn't shown it. What we've seen in Boots Ennis, and shout out to Gary Antoine Russell, who I always give props to the people with the lines that I use, and I love Gary Antoine's comment that he made in the pre-fight the media workout when he talked about I brought a hammer to the job because that's all that was needed. But at the same time, don't get it twisted. An Allen wrench was in the bag, a screwdriver was in the bag. A wrench was in the bag. It just wasn't needed. There's some people who only have a hammer in the bag, and so far, Brian Norman's biggest value or intangible that he brings to the table is is his hammer. Right? Pause. The hammer is a threat, right? The hammer is a threat. His ability to punch, work on the inside, hurt you is there. We see a lot of power there, but has he shown us all these different wrinkles to his game to say that he'd be able to compete with a Boots who's like, I'm not bringing the hammer to this one. I got a hammer, but what I'm going to start off with is my Allen wrench. I'm actually going to start off with, with my measuring tape to cut something custom fit to fit in this space right now. Boots has the ability to do that. He hasn't shown it. So that's why, I got to be honest with you to say that Brian Norman Jr. is a dangerous fighter for anybody. But the question is, can he adjust and deal with a fighter who's not fighting him where he's comfortable? Can he be uncomfortable, adjust, and still be better than a Jaron Boots Ennis? When they're in the ring, we'll get that question answered better. I was hoping Cuevas would get us closer to that answer and compete with him in a way that would force Brian Norman to adjust so we could see these different wrinkles to his game. But he pretty much served himself on a silver platter to Brian Norman, and we didn't see him tested that way. We just didn't see him tested that way. Let's see here. As far as Mario Barrios is concerned, I'm be honest with you, Ray. I think he's lining himself up to get in a conversation with the Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Tiafimo conversation. He's trying to get a payday. A lot of these PBC fighters to me, seem to, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more as we go into other conversations today too, and other topics that I want to cover. But a lot of these PBC fighters seem to be prize fighters immediately as soon as they go to the PBC, and they lose their the legacy element, right? The legacy variable that makes these fighters pursue greatness. A lot of them are just pursuing the paydays, and it seems like Mario Barrios has bought into the idea of the paydays being important to him. So he's sitting back, and right now he doesn't see the reason, unless it's an extreme payday, to unify. He'd rather, it looks like, just go ahead and fight these other fights that are going to get him paid and maybe less risky. You can literally see it in his movement. You know what I mean? Rather than choosing to go ahead and meet Boots halfway and choose to unify and do something legacy driven, or fight a Brian Norman, or make or Stanionis, or any of those fights, he sits quietly, no activity, and waits for an opportunity to fight on a Jake Paul undercard to whoever they put in front of him for him to get his payday and hold on to that WBC title and leverage it into every negotiation that he comes to the table with. I agree with you also that 147, how long can he stay there? Is that his weight? Is 147 where he just is comfortable? He doesn't have a hard time making that weight and he's just comfortable being there? Or is there a time clock on him as well to go ahead and make the most money he can in that division? Because inevitably the next step is 154 for him. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about his weight cuts being hard on him, or him dealing with those with that as an adversity being in the weight. I haven't heard anything, not to say that it's not there. I'm sure he's not communicating to the space like, 147 is killing me, but it's going to be based on that, right? It's going to be based on how comfortable he is at 147. But I think his mentality makes it, for me, a far-fetched idea of 147 being unified in an undisputed way. As long as he's there, he seems to be the guy less concerned with unifying. You hear Brian Norman talk about unifying. You're watching Stanionis and Jaron Boots Ennis unify. But Mario Barrios is quiet as a church mouse and not saying anything. And I'm even hearing rumors of him potentially rematching Abel Ramos on a Jake Paul undercard again. So he's just not part of this conversation as far as undisputed goes at 147. And if he's not part of the conversation, then, as we stated earlier, I don't see any reason for Jaron Boots Ennis to A, fight Brian Norman Jr., to pay him that high price, or B, even stay at 147 longer than he needs to stay there. I think his trajectory is to go to 154 after this fight, unless Mario Barrios starts to talk better, right?
Right.
Let's move on to the next topic here. Let's go ahead and cover Caleb Plant and Jermall Charlo. Announcement's been made, Ray, officially by PBC. This fight is happening May 31st. We're going to see Caleb Plant fighting some sort of a journeyman, not highly ranked 168 pounder, but there's a bigger picture, it seems like, on the wall for him, as he's also looking to go ahead and make the big fight, which is Jermall Charlo, who's also going to be on that card fighting against Thomas Lamata, which I think is going to be a more competitive fight than what people might want to think it's going to be. I still pick Jermall to win, but I think it's going to be a competitive fight. But he returns May 31st. Caleb Plant seems to be gambling on the idea that after this fight, him and Jermall Charlo can go ahead and move on the momentum they built for their fight based on what Caleb Plant slapping Jermall Charlo a year, 2 years ago, right, at the Errol Spence Terrence Crawford media during that weekend of the fight. Smacked Jermall Charlo. Jermall Charlo disrespected him, however have you. Jermall Charlo will be debuting at 168, fighting against Thomas Lamana. And Caleb is going to be gambling. And I say gambling, and maybe gambling isn't the word, you let me know, but it feels like it's a gamble, being that Jermall Charlo is never guaranteed to do anything, right? Like, after this fight, he gets paid his money. Jermall Charlo is it far-fetched that Jermall Charlo goes back into the shadows and we don't see him for another year, based on him getting that box checked, right? Which it seems to be money with him, right? It's no longer legacy. It's no longer unifying, becoming a champion, doing all these things. It's about the money for Jermall Charlo. And whenever things are exclusively about the money for these fighters, you can't count on them to be active, right? The activity part goes away, because unless there's big money on the table, they're not interested in it. Where are you on Caleb Plant also seeming to becoming more of a prize fighter than a legacy fighter? He's operating, even though he's at the top of the 168-pound division and could be chasing down legacy belts, getting back in the conversation of potentially fighting Canelo Alvarez. Instead, he's gambling and taking a shot at making a big payday with Jermall Charlo, from what I hear, maybe, in September, October. Where you at with it?
Wow. I think,
first of all, is it a gamble? Is it a gamble for Caleb?
I think it's more of a gamble for Charlo.
Why?
Because he's got a tougher fight, right? Coming into this fight.
No. I'm not talking about whether he'll win or lose. I'm talking about the chance. Is Caleb Plant gambling on Jermall Charlo still being interested in boxing enough to fight him later?
Yeah, this is gonna be. Look, it's probably gonna build up to a pay-per-view fight or some co-main to a pay-per-view back in September. I can see it under Benavidez card or possibly a Javante card. Maybe the return of the Truth, Earl Spence. You know what I mean? Something big they're gonna try to put this fight on. But the 5-finger set to the face slap, right? That's the shot heard around the world. Why wouldn't Charlo feel like he was disrespected and want to get that taste back, right? That fight back, excuse me, that punch back, as they would say, right? So, yeah, Caleb Plant knows that this is something that can happen, right? He knows he's not getting a shot at the interim title at the moment, even though he's a champion standing alone there. He knows that. He knows that he already had his opportunity to fight Canelo. He knows Canelo probably won't run it back unless he has a sure shot of dominating Caleb Plant like he did before. Now, if that fight happens to come up where Canelo offers to fight the Plant in September for the Mexican Independence Day, then that fight doesn't happen with Charlo. And we'll see it moving into a different direction. But as far as I know, Plant's trying to stay active, Clay. He hasn't been active. He had one fight in 2 years, and we're going to the third year of that, and now another year down the line, he has another fight. So I think he's trying to stay active. I think the PBC is trying to get these guys back acclimated into being in the ring, and their money's getting better with these free fights, where they're starting to put on their own fights, and Amazon's putting them out on the streaming networks. So I think this right here helps move them forward as a company, and helps Caleb Plant get back in the ring and stay active. So if he does get that opportunity to fight someone else, he makes it happen. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I really,
yeah, hands off, definitely. I think that Caleb Plant is gambling a little bit, but he's kind of like I said earlier, the PBC the PBC business model, it has not been for a while, for as long as I can remember, has not been built around legacy. It's been built around the prize fighting aspect, getting these fighters paid the most money, making them, giving them something to sit on after boxing, right? Making them as wealthy as possible. Some people may argue that that's been a key factor as to why we haven't seen the best fight the best all these years, and why we haven't seen Undisputed in such a long time in the same way. Why Errol Spence? Some people argue that's why Errol Spence is kind of sitting on the sideline, is because he pushed the legacy narrative, and there were some people who got rubbed the wrong way when he did that. Right? There are rumors out there that the powers that be didn't even really want the Terrence Crawford Errol Spence fight as much as Errol Spence did. He had to actually put his foot down and say, that's the only fight I'm fighting next. I'm not fighting anything else. He bet on himself, fell a little short on the bet, but ultimately was an exception to the rule, to what we normally see the PBC doing. Caleb Plant following the same green code at this point. It's about the money. It's not necessarily about the legacy anymore. So making the biggest fights are important because of the money, not because of the legacy. So here we have Jermall Charlo, obviously giving the head nod that he'll be here and he's willing to fight Caleb Plant. So Caleb Plant has decided to bet on that, go back a little bit in the competition. He's not going to fight the top guys anymore. He's not right now. He's not. I heard there was an offer set out to Edgar Berlanga. We don't know how that offer looked, but we know Edgar Berlanga, wanted to be A side. We'll talk about Edgar Berlanga in 2 seconds as well. He's not going to fight Diego Pacheco. He's not going to fight Christian Mbili. He's not looking to be next in line with Jaime Munguia. He's looking to fight Jermall Charlo next, who's new to the division. And, in his own right, we can make an argument that Jermall Charlo is just not as enchanted with the sport as he was at one point in his career, right? He doesn't really care about boxing based off his actions the way he was back in the day. So Caleb is gambling to a degree that Charlo's going to be a man of his word. He's going to stand on business after this fight with Thomas LaManna. Based on him winning, obviously, he'll move forward and honor this this agreement to fight Caleb Plant at a later time. Now, on the Twitterson side of the situation, Edgar Berlanga has taken his opportunity to tap in, always throwing shots at Caleb Plant, but not hearing about these fights coming anytime soon, as he's always talking about eyeing Jaime Munguia, and he's trying to get in the Canelo Alvarez conversation. Always has something to say about Caleb Plant, but never saying anything about, like Devin Haney said, they say everything but let's fight. Right, and Edgar Berlanga in the tweet space jumps on, calls him out, and says, "All the shit, sweet hands." Caleb Plant was talking. Now he's fighting a prospect that's not ranked and has 2 losses. You're an effing disgrace to boxing, man. It's effing sad. This is where he's standing on. This is how he feels about what he's looking at. How you feel about that tweet?
Listen, man. Yo, Clay, this dude is straight out of a comic book, Clay. Isn't that what Bruce Kelly, Jim Kelly said in Enter the Dragon, bro? He comes straight out of comic book. Yo, Berlanga is making himself a spectacle, right? He already was one, because when he was knocking anybody out, he was running his mouth. He never stopped. But now he fought Canelo. That's just like, that's, bro, in loss. It's like he just got his Super Saiyan chip, bro. Like, now I'm invincible. You know what I mean? He only put me down. It's okay. But I got up and lasted the whole fight. Yeah. What y'all want now? I got accolades, bro. I lost. Like, this dude is crazy. I like it though. You know why? It's like a better version, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a better version and more safe place to Teofimo. Like he's saying and motivating himself to be in the right places. And sometimes you got to make people, get a fan base of some criteria to make you establish who you are to get big fights. He's doing that. He's Hector Camacho. Boom, I'm done. That's exactly who he is. He's like a watered down Hector Camacho. He's out here putting his name out there. He's living in the spotlight. He's doing everything he got to do. But yo, he is straight funny, bro. Like I got nothing but love for Edgar Berlanga, and I'm gonna support him, Clay. I'm gonna support him because he's good for boxing. He's good for boxing, bro. For real. As much as it's funny, it's really good for the sport to have somebody to be bubbly the way he is and bring these type of weird weird statements and try true things together, man. He's a funny character, dog. He is, and you gotta like that about him.
I'm okay with the antics if it leads to fights, right? That's where I'm at with it.
That's what I think is going to happen.
If it's leading to a fight happening, I'm here for it. I'm here for it completely, right? If you're going to, but as much as we saying that it will lead to a fight, right? Here we go dealing with kind of the Brian Norman Jr. thing, but not all the way, because at least Brian Norman Jr. is coming off of victories. He's a champion. He's got legitimate arguments as to whether or not, his status in the 147-pound division is changing, right? I'm more of a legitimate threat. I'm more of a draw. I'm a champion. I'm knocking people out. I'm fight by fight, picking up on my popularity, and I want to be addressed accordingly. Don't talk to me like the underdog who fought against Santillan anymore. Speak to me, I'm saying, from the angle of a champion, right? We're on board with that. I think we're an understanding of Brian Norman, but I think with the Edgar Berlanga situation, it's a whole different energy, right? The man is riding the wave of coming off of a legitimate loss, a dominating loss. Canelo Alvarez won 90%, if not all of the damn rounds. that he fought against Edgar Berlanga, and he's moving on this momentum, saying, I'm a superstar now, not because I beat the man, but because I fought the man, right? Because I fought the man. And Caleb Plant legitimately won rounds against Caleb Plant, right? I mean, against Canelo, right? Like, he fought him. He got stopped, but he won rounds. He actually competed with Canelo at a high level and showed himself to be proven a tried true. He could have walked away from that fight saying, I'm a superstar now. I competed with Canelo. I got stopped, but I won rounds. Y'all know it was my tank that got tapped into, and that's why I looked the way I did. But when I was on point, when my condition was right there, I was giving Canelo hell to deal with, right?
Yeah.
But here Edgar Berlanga is now seemingly pricing himself out of working with Eddie Hearn, out of making fights. He's still in the he's still outside looking for this deal. I don't know what kind of conversations he's entertaining right now, but now coming off of a fight, hold on one second here. Coming off of a fight of fighting, and I want to bring this guy up here real quick. Bear with me here. I'm almost there. Let's see here. Where are you, man? There you are. Hey, guy, come on to the table right now. I want to show everybody something real quick here, right? Bear with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Right. So this was Edgar Berlanga's last opponent, right? This is who he fought, not to mention on an undercard, right? On an undercard to Ammo Williams. Okay. To Ammo Williams on an undercard. This is who Edgar Berlanga, the superstar, fought last. Okay. Crazy. This guy who just did 10 years in prison, 9.5 to 10 years, only had 1 or 2 fights as far as activity is concerned, clearly put on some pounds in prison, cut the weight so aggressively that you see the skin hanging, got made waste of inside of 2 rounds. I believe it was the first round, right? Or was it the second round? What was
second round?
The second round, made waste of this guy. And here Edgar Berlanga is pointing and throwing shots. Going back.
Just look at the peace sign, dog. I'm sorry. He's been locked up for a minute.
Right. You know what I mean? He's doing his thing, right? And ultimately, and ultimately, now you're pointing fingers and throwing shots at Caleb Plant, picking an opponent who, yes, I agree, is a tune-up, is a stay busy fight, is not a top 5, maybe even top 10 opponent, but still with a bigger picture in mind, right? He has a fight that he's lining up with Jamal Charlo for the big bag, like you said, to be at a minimum a co-main event on a pay-per-view, but worst case scenario, will potentially be on a pay-per-view co-main event, but worst case scenario, at least headline his next card and get himself a decent payday, right? A fighter who's in the conversation of fighting Canelo Alvarez, who's in a conversation of doing all those things. You waste no time, not even allowing this to simmer down, this to go away, right? You're not allowing this to kind of like go, at least have a fight, I would think, legitimately, if right now the news would be out in the streets that he's in current negotiations with Jaime Munguia, or he's in current negotiations to go up to light heavyweight and and make something big, or he's in current negotiations with Turki Al-Sheikh for 3-fight multi-million-dollar deal to make certain fights happen. He's not dealing with all these opportunities or sharing all these opportunities in the space, brother. I just think he's out of pocket. I think he's out of pocket.
I'm gonna defend him a little bit
and throw shots at Caleb Plant right now.
Right. So check it. The picture of Majin Buu, right? That's cool. We good. But let's look at the bigger picture. He was on his last fight of the Eddie Hearn card, and we've seen this with other promoters. When fighters are looking to test the market, they get shitty ass fights from these promoters, and they go look for the worst opponent, in the world, to just get these guys up out of here for that fight, because they're not willing to pay them for the big paydays at certain points. And Berlanga probably wanted the Caleb Plant fight. I think he was calling for it. He's also calling for the Munguia fight. So, Eddie Hearn probably didn't provide that because he wouldn't re-sign with him, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds about right. That's just me just speculating. So this is probably what Eddie gave him as an opponent, just to keep him, all right, listen, I'll honor your fact that you want to fight in Puerto Rico, we'll do that. But we're going to do it on these terms. I'm going to pick your fighter. This is who we found. This is who you're gonna fight. You know what I mean? So I think that's more. That's why I think he had a distaste for what Eddie when he left Matchroom. So we'll see if that's the case, because I mean Bob Arum's done it. We've seen people that left not really people that left PBC, because usually they usually take care of their guys in and out their fights. But we've seen Eddie Hearn do it, and that's actually not the first time Eddie Hearn has done that. He actually gave another fighter a weird fight on the way out like that. So,
well, I mean, I think it's clear. I don't even think Eddie Hearn hides the fact of it is what it is, right? Like, these promoters are not stupid, right?
Right.
We always have this conversation, even with the Boots Ennis situation, right? That's another factor we didn't even speak on as far as Boots Ennis and what he's going to do, because ultimately, you know, as long as Boots Ennis is not working with Turkey and only making these fights happen with Eddie Hearn's coming out of his pocket and he's gambling on Boots Ennis, right? Because there's an argument out there to say that him facilitating a Brian Norman Jr. in Boots Ennis unification fight doesn't line up with money in his pocket. He may not make money on that fight because the price that Brian Norman is asking for, you know what I'm saying? In order to put that together, if I'm doing that as a promoter, we're always I'm not a promoter, right? The promoter is always looking at the long game, right? So when Eddie Hearn's working with Anthony Joshua, yeah, man, I'll put you in there with Otto Valine. I'll put you in there with Jermaine Franklin. I'll put you in there with you know what I'm saying? I'll put you into these fights. You know, Francis Ngannou was a payday. I'll put you into these fights where I know we have this relationship that's going for the long run. So I know I'm going to make the money off Tyson Fury. I'm going to make the money off of Francis Ngannou. I'm going to make the money off the big fights we're ultimately building to, because we have this
play. Heavyweight boxing itself brings money to the table. So in that sense, it doesn't matter. He could fight somebody that's about to retire. He could fight Chisora. He still was going to make a bag. You know what I mean? So
right. But I'm trying to get to a point, right?
Okay, go ahead.
The point I'm trying to get to is to say that a promoter also has to see the end game resulting in profits for himself in order to get motivated to move in a certain way with you, right? So with an Edgar Berlanga or Jaron Boots Ennis or even a Shakur Stevenson, you know, if we're dealing with 2-3 fight deals and we're revisiting these contracts and you're showing me that, you know, you're not going to come back, that you're ultimately making your way out the door, then of course I'm going to make my money off this last fight. I'm going to throw you in there with a Gonzalez, somebody who's been sitting out there, somebody who I probably gave less than I gave right around $100,000 to fight you, and I'm going to pay you your 1.3, 1.5 million to fight this nobody, and I'm going to make my money off the back end. I'm also going to put you on the undercard, and I'm going to put you on the undercard of a free card, and I'm going to make my money off of you. And if you think for one moment I'm going to hide my hand and say that that's just the way it happened, no, it happened because he's out of here. And Bob Arum did the same thing with Shakur Stevenson, and he's done that with other fighters, and it's no secret, and it shouldn't be a secret. I don't think it's nothing shady. I think it's business at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
So Edgar Berlanga, you know what I mean, being the superstar that he is.
That was my point.
Yeah, Edgar Berlanga being the star that he is, we're gonna acknowledge his new pronoun, you know what I mean, as far as being a face of boxing or a superstar, or we'll acknowledge his new pronoun. And being that this version of himself that he's choosing to be right now, you know, puts him in a very weird position, because he's ultimately pricing himself out of any real opportunity that may be there on the table for him, because he sees himself in a way clearly the market does not see him in, and it's not lining up and turning into fights happening. It's not turning into these opportunities. So I bring it full circle to say that all this talking that you're doing and pointing fingers at Caleb Plant, this right here doesn't manifest into a Caleb Plant fight until you acknowledge this for what this is and where you're at right now, and humble yourself to be ready to concede into putting the real fights together against the Caleb Plants, against the Jamal Charlos, against the Jaime Munguias, right? Until you put yourself in that conversation again and humble yourself and concede that you're probably not an A side to Jamal Charlo. You're probably not an A side to Caleb Plant. You're probably not even an A side more than likely to Jaime Munguia, who has a whole country behind him in Mexico. I argue that this finger pointing and this petty approach he's doing right now to Caleb Plant won't manifest into a fight until he's able to accept those things. Right. Until he's able to accept who he truly is and be hungry enough still to still be on a mission to earn the right to be the A-side privilege, to earn the right to point fingers at other fighters, which I don't feel like he is right now in the present moment. I don't think that the ish he's talking does manifest into these fights.
Okay. I mean, it got him the Canelo fight, right? It did. So let's yeah, it did. Absolutely, it did.
What got him to Canelo Alvarez fight?
Running his mouth constantly, getting
he was humble with Canelo. He kissed the ring with Canelo. He didn't talk ish with Canelo. He was humble with Canelo. Before
a couple mad fights before, when he was like 16-0 on a knockout streak, he was calling out Canelo, all types of crazy stuff.
No. He wasn't being he wasn't doing nasty work, bro. He was calling out
what he's doing. Let me land the plane a little bit. What I'm saying is he did it. Yeah, he did it. He didn't do it at the extreme levels of being an A-side to everybody else in the division. But Canelo, no, he did not, because he feels that he has that star power now, which is rightfully his ideal way of thinking. But at the same time, Clay, he did do some of these things with other fighters. He even called out McGee. He never got that fight. Edgar's been Edgar is a mouth. I told you, he's a baby Hector Camacho Jr., bro. He runs his mouth. He runs his mouth.
When has it manifested into a fight for him?
I think the Canelo fight was the only fight he got.
He told Canelo he dreamed of fighting him before. Canelo was spanking him on the stage after being like, yo, what did Canelo say? Man, it's great to know I was in your dreams. Like, he was kissing Canelo's behind, bro. He was not talking.
Yeah, after the fact. That was after the fact.
So you're going to tell me right now, and I doubt very much you'll bring me up a moment when this happened, but you're telling me you heard Edgar Berlanga taking shots at Canelo Alvarez's opponents, taking shots at his legacy, taking shots at him in order to entice him into making a fight, and possibly him doing that actually motivated Canelo Alvarez to make a fight with Edgar Berlanga based on, I'm going to shut Edgar up? Is that what happened?
No. This is, again, yes and no, right? Yes, because the fact that Eddie Hearn figured that it was time for him to get the fight. Edgar knew it was a payday. I'm sorry, Eddie knew it was a payday for Edgar, right? So he knew he was going to get a bag off it. Why not get that fight done? Why not try to push for that fight and get this guy?
I just want you to stay on the point. I don't want the goalpost.
Hold on.
I want the point to be, and I want you to speak to is Edgar Berlanga's shit talking got him a fight with Canelo Alvarez.
Absolutely. Yes.
You're telling me Edgar Berlanga was not a cherry pick, a legitimate option that Canelo Alvarez took, that Canelo Alvarez took instead of fighting David Benavidez, that it was not looked at as Edgar Berlanga was a cherry pick. You're telling me that Canelo Alvarez was actually motivated to fight Edgar Berlanga where he wasn't motivated before because Edgar Berlanga was throwing shots at Canelo.
No, I'm not telling you that, because he's doing the same thing with Caleb Plant. You're missing my point. What I'm saying is,
he's talking shit to Caleb Plant.
Oh, he's talking more shit because he believes that he's a higher level fighter. And
he's talking more shit because Caleb had the nerve to step to him and ask to fight him, and he feels some kind of way about it. But he's not talking about sending Caleb. When he won that fight against this guy right here, when he was in the ring in the post-conference after beating this guy right here, you know what Edgar Berlanga said? He said Jaime Munguia's name. He said Canelo Alvarez's name. And you know what he said to the crowd when they brought up Caleb Plant? Do you remember what he said? He said F Caleb Plant 3 or 4 times. He hasn't shown any real interest in fighting Caleb Plant. He's throwing shots at Caleb Plant and has not shown me any willingness to actually come to the table and negotiate on a fair playing field in order to make the fight happen. On top of that, Caleb Plant has already gone on record, as well as Breadman, to say that we've officially has sent Edgar Berlanga an offer to fight, and Edgar Berlanga has turned down the fight. So in what world am I supposed to believe that Edgar Berlanga is actually interested in fighting Caleb Plant next?
Hey, all right. Well, hey, that's what you see, man. How it is. It is.
I'm just asking you. I'm saying based on those things, how do those things look like he's trying to make the fight happen with Caleb?
I think he left his comfort zone, right? I told you. I think a lot of this has to do also with the promoter, him not resigning and him not pursuing that fight. It was take it or leave it type situations. And I think right now we're starting to see that. Like I said, Edgar is he's now a free agent. So he's now trying to push for whatever he can get with a name attached to it so he can make a bag and put himself in a better position. That's all that is. He ain't going to get a real strap. So what are you going to do? He's going to try to take the interim strap. It is what it is, Clay. Like, I'm not telling you he's right or wrong, or
I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying intention.
No, let me rock. Or done or gone. Like, you know what I mean? He believes something that he believes. He know he ain't getting another rematch with Canelo unless he does something immaculate. He knows he ain't. He called out McGee, and McGee took up another fight, and he was calling him out why he was, first of all, training for that fight. And he was he did have the little words with Caleb before, and this seemed like the right opportunity for him to do so, right? Caleb's on the fight. He's trying to get a big payday. He's probably trying to sign to the PBC. He's looking for some way to get back, whether it be with Turkey. He's trying to get somewhere where he's getting a bag, and he figures if he puts a big enough name in the hat, right? Who's the next biggest guy right now at 168? Probably Caleb Plant. So if he puts a big enough name in the hat, maybe it manifests into something, and he gets a big fight. He gets a payday. Edgar's not stupid, but he's also, like I said, straight out of a comic book, right? He's doing these things to try to resonate things and bring fan bases into these fights. At the end of the day, I don't care if he gets it or not. I think he's a clown. And I mean that respectfully. Like when I say a clown, I mean I just think he's
a clown respectfully, right?
Yo, listen, bro. Listen, and I'm saying that because I think he's listen. What I mean by that is I think he's humoring us and the fact that he wants to be that guy that just wants attention, but he's doing it in a way where he's calling out fighters. He's not doing it in a way of saying he will take the fight with somebody and then hiding, such as Teofimo Lopez, which we all see, but he talks hella shit, does the same antics, and then moves out the way when it's time to make the fight. I think Edgar's looking for a payday. He's looking for someone to land his brand, and I think that's where he's going with it. But listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
it's not about being wrong. It's not. That's not what it's about.
No.
It's not about wrong or right. There's many ways to skin a cat, right? This is your perspective. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? That this is your perspective, right? But clearly I have another perspective on it, right? So it's not about one perspective standing tall at the end of the conversation. That's not what this is about, right? My question is, and what I push back at is, I agree that him doing what he's doing, pointing and throwing shots at Caleb Plant, does build attention towards them fighting each other. It may even be putting value into the fight happening, pumping value into it, bringing it up to the surface, making people watch it and making people more interested in seeing them fight each other, right? I question as to whether or not that's an intentional thing he's doing or if that's just a byproduct of him being drunk off his own Kool-Aid. Now, he's sitting here. He's walked away from Eddie Hearn. He's saying he's a superstar. He's already asked for a money that nobody has shown any interest on paying him to fight these big fights. And he's put a legitimate argument out there that if the money isn't there, he's not going to be fighting. So he might even be freezing himself out of the game, pricing himself out of the game. And you just come off of fighting this guy. Okay? And I will rotate, and I will continue to rotate this picture periodically through this conversation to put some perspective on the idea that after fighting this guy right here and getting rid of him inside of one round, that you have your nerve to talk about who Caleb Plant is going to fight next and not even be entertaining fighting him based on the fact that Caleb just sent you an offer. So if this guy that Caleb's getting ready to fight so bad is not the guy, why haven't you entertained and negotiated and come to the table to fight Caleb Plant? Why is Caleb Plant out here speaking towards the fact that not only have you not accepted the offer, but letting everybody know, I want you to watch. He's never going to fight me. That's what Caleb is saying, and that's what Coach Breadman is saying. That this guy's not.
Yo, stop showing Majin Buu, bro.
So why would you do what you're doing? You're doing what you're doing because you're thinking that you're sitting in a space of real-time privilege. You believe that you're sitting in a space of real-time star power, of real-time big guy on the block. You really believe, and you're drinking your Kool-Aid in real time. And I believe that it's a hilarious thing to watch, but more importantly, it's diabolical to sit here and watch you play this position.
Absolutely.
In that I don't believe you're in a legitimate better position yet than any of the guys you're throwing shots at.
One more time, though, before you show Majin Buu again, right? Because it's a requested.
I just want to make sure. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm being petty. If this seems like I'm being petty, I just wanted to be clear, right? I apologize,
but I think right now, bro. Stop. This dude straight up out of track for me, dog. Like
dealing with here, bro.
That's the big
we need to understand what we're dealing with here.
Yo, listen.
Go ahead, speak. My bad.
Yo, he looked like Patrick Starr, dog. Like Square Bob Spongy Pants. Remember that? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be petty. I know it seems like I'm being petty. I apologize.
No, I'm just saying that I think because of his where he's went in his career, the dumb. I'm being realistic here. The dumb decision he's making,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's cool. It's cool. Yo, what gets me is the peace sign. On top of everything, stop. The peace sign get me the most, Clay. It's the.
I'm just saying. Let's not be the pot calling the kettle black, man. Let's stand out and let's be humble, bro.
I'm just saying. I think we've seen Hector Camacho get certain fights the same way. Yes, he was under promotional companies, whatever the case may be. Boxing was different then, but I think he's using some elements of that to try to get fights with certain people. Not that guy. I think that was Eddie slamming the face and slapping the face, whatever you want to call it. I think that was a slap in the face to him because he didn't want to re-sign a contract with him, and he was on his way out, and he was calling out all these other fighters, and he said, "Damn, bro, that's what you want to do to me? After all I did, brought you from top rank, made you gave him like a 5-fight deal? You gonna sit here, you gonna run shop with me, man? I made you some money, got you the Canelo fight, and you gonna do this to me? Okay, I got you." And he threw in grimace, like, "What you want me to do, bro?"
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. We'll let it. As I always say, and I end these conversations, I always say, we'll let it develop, and we'll speak on it.
You got the crowd going crazy right now, bro.
I'm just saying, we'll let it develop. We'll let it be what it's gonna be. I don't want to make it look like we're here bashing Edgar. Shout out to Edgar.
It ain't Edgar, bro. The dude had like the tattoos the females get with the panther paws.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is, right? We'll move on from this. Shout out to Edgar Berlanga. Hope everything works out. Can't wait to see what the next deal is. And I got one more thing to say for Edgar. Edgar, if you're looking at working with Turkey Al-Sheikh, know that first of all, this will never happen, right? You'll never get this. Hold on, you'll never get this with Turkey Al-Sheikh. Don't even think about it. And number two, I don't even think you're going to be at 168 working with Turkey Al-Sheikh. I see you getting offered nothing but 175 smoke, and I hope you built for that. And hopefully we'll see you in the ring with some of the fights that we want to see you in there with, right? Staying right there and staying inside the conversation of what's going on with Caleb Plant, potentially Edgar Berlanga, but more importantly, possibly 168. Jamal Charlo returns on May 31st, but for how long, bro? Jamal Charlo being consistent at being inconsistent, right? That's what he's done for the past 4 years. I don't know how long it's been that he's shown a consistency in one thing, which is inconsistency. Counting on him to be part of a multi-fight deal right now, where he's going to fight Thomas Lamana on May 31st, but then, pending a victory, be somebody who you can count on to fight later on in the year against Caleb Plant. I think it's difficult for anybody. It's difficult for anybody to count on. My question is, what are we looking to see on the build up to this fight and in the fight from Jamal Charlo that could potentially change our mind on what we've seen him do regularly in the boxing space for the past 4 years? In other words, his last press conference, he was kind of like, all right, you're going to see. He was very laid back and chill, but he performed well against Jose Benavidez Jr. At the post-fight press conference. He said, look, I'm looking to make all the fights now. I'm back. I want to fight Canelo, this, that, and the other. He didn't make the weight that it was agreed upon to fight Jose Benavidez Jr., which shows a little bit of lack of commitment to his craft. And even as far as a trainer was concerned, rumors of him working with Roy Jones, rumors of him working with maybe Derek James, maybe whoever he was working. I don't know who he was working to this day. Don't even know who he's working with going into this fight. But at the end of the day, he talked a good talk and had us believing that maybe him and Canelo might be next. We saw nothing came out of it. What is it that Jamal Charlo could do right now to give us more confidence in what we can expect for him in the future of 168 pounds?
Watch everything on social media. Watching him get slapped in the face and people talking about it constantly, the embarrassment of it. I think still he's dealing with some mental issues, right? We already knew that. We heard him in the sit down with Brandon Marshall, and you know what I mean. And he was explaining how even with his brothers, like sometimes he doesn't know what his brother's even doing, and it hurts him to see his brother move away from him a certain way he was, right? Because he's not the animal he once was. He's not the aggressor he once was. So him doing that was almost like what we see with Deontay Wilder or other fighters with the foot out the door, because they don't want to be the aggressor no more. But also there's a time where you got to make your payday. This is your lifestyle, the way you've been living all your life. So I think he did win all the fights. He was also talking about making the fights then. I just think he was fighting some demons, and I think we all know about the alcoholism. There's nothing, that we don't know about. It's all over the media. They like to expose these guys every time they do something wrong. I think all those things all took him away from boxing. I don't think it was so much of him. I just think he just indulged in certain things to keep himself mentally where he was in his safe place. And I think I think he took some time for him to bounce back. I think everyone has a day where their day of reckoning, where it's time for them to get back into the arena or their livelihood, and people are willing to give them chances. And we'll see how that takes place. He believed he was back last time, got that payday, and we see him right back into some situation literally a month or two later. I think right now, they're going to probably pay him slower, giving him a fight with Cornflake, because he's supposed to get this fight last year, and it fell apart. I think he takes it this year, and I think he does get the fight. He fights Cornflake. If he wins, I think he does take the fight for the slap in the face, a slap heard around the world, or what the five fingers said to the face. I think that's what he steps into. I think he wants a big fight. He's always wanted a big fight. He's always wanted one of these guys from 160, 168. He wanted to battle all the rest of the fighters. So I think this is the opportunity for him to prove himself to the world that he still got it, and he still wants that Canelo fight, that big payday. Remember, he lost that opportunity when he wanted that Canelo fight before. They pushed him out the way, and he was very upset. That was like turning their back on him. And I think that was another thing that drove him back into where he was when he was on his downside. So there's a lot of things that play a part to where Jamal has been and where he's come and where he's going. So I think he does take this opportunity to get into the picture of all these things. So, let's let it happen, bro. I'm with it, for real. I think he's got it.
No doubt. Salute to everybody who's in the building. We got 54 people in the building right now, or 53. I don't know what the number is, but if you haven't hit the like button, please take a moment, guys. Hit the like button. Help the channel be in the algorithm. Feel free to put some color in the chat as well. But that like is super important. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, as far as Jamal Charlo is concerned, I don't know what he can do. I'll be honest with you. Like I said earlier, he's talked the talk already, but he's never followed it up. Jamal Charlo's been has been very consistent with being inconsistent. And I don't know, man. I just don't know with him. To the point where you want to be kind of excited about his return and what 168 is going to look like now with him there. The question is, where is he at mentally? And it's been the same thing with his brother Jamel, who, with Jamel, I don't think it was mental as much as it was payday. He made, close to like $10 million, I guess, in his last fight. So that kind of set him straight. When you see these guys return after these long hiatuses, and you know how the PBC structure has been built around these fighters as far as the pay days are concerned, you start to see that they become prize fighters, and they're not motivated to be there unless the money makes sense. Are they able to make the money make enough sense for Jermall Charlo at the end of the day for him to stick to the script, do this fight with Thomas Lamana, put his effort in on winning this based on the fact that he's going to have an even bigger payday ahead of him with Caleb Plant on a pay-per-view card, right? I think it's quite possible, right? But once again, hard to count on it with Jermall Charlo. Like, legitimately, there were rumors going around that the reason the Canelo Alvarez fight wasn't put together on Jermall Charlo, and with Jermall Charlo, is because of the inability to count on him to be there. That something can get canceled. He can end up in jail. He can end up getting pulled over for DUI. He can end up just not feeling it and move away from it. So, I mean, this is going to be one of those situations where I don't think there's anything he can do outside of doing what he says he's going to do. And we're just going to have to watch him, have our fingers crossed, you know what I'm saying? Sit there in anticipation in the movie theater with our popcorn, waiting to see what he's going to do next. I don't think there's anything that he can legitimately do in a press conference or in a fight with Thomas Lamana for me to believe that, guarantee in my mind that I can count on him being there. I still think it's kind of strange that, Caleb would put his hat inside this, put his money inside of this hat and gamble on what Jermall Charlo is going to go ahead and do next. Shout out to the cerebral one in the building saying, pay my tithes, fellas. Salute. Great show, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support that everybody does as far as, the color in the chat. Helps the channel out tremendously. Dennis Ashby says he has let us down a lot. Both Charlo's good talent, but the antics turn fans against him, both of them. Yeah, man. It's hard to kind of count on him. Fool me once, right? Fool me twice. We know how that goes. We'll watch it closely like we watch everything else and see what Jermall Charlo plans on bringing to the table. Are you reading something? Oh, yeah, he's reading something.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
So moving forward, Jalil Hackett finally may have waken up and gotten out of the delusion of him fighting for a championship at 147 or definitely unifying at 147 on the back end of an injury that pulled him out of his last fight, trying to avenge a loss he had at 147, and puts out a tweet, guys, and lets his space know. Yesterday, he posts up on his Twitter and says, it's April 2nd. I'm going to 54. Good night. Now, this statement was made on April 1st. Maybe we'll be thinking it's April Fool's. This was made on April 2nd. He made it a point to say it's April 2nd to let you know it's not April 1st. It's not April Fool's. Jalil Hackett heading towards 154. Where do you stand on this? How you feel about it?
Much better. We see the struggles at him at 47. You can see the daggone sugar cane on the back of his neck when he drains himself to the point of I don't know what he goes down to, like 142 before he starts slowly moving forward the day of the weigh-in. He's young. He obviously has the opportunity to do so, but I think it's damaging to his body, and we've seen how it's damaging when he lost a fight to a guy that he wasn't supposed to lose a fight to. Eddie Hearn spoke on it. I think they kind of fell into the mode of understanding what their promoter was speaking of and why he should be at the heavier weights. I think he still can move all the way up to 160, and I think that'd be definitely somewhere else that he could possibly go. Do I really have a favor of him staying at 147 and him moving 154? Yes, I think it's better for him ultimately for the long scheme of things. And I think he'll move it to 160 at a short time as well, which I just kind of alluded to that. But yeah, this is definitely a great place for him to be in the boxing arena. And I think it's more competition there, and I think he'll get better fights, more money as well.
No doubt, man. I'm in agreement, man. We've been watching Jalil Hackett make some hard weight cuts at 147 for a minute now. Specifically against Pete Dobson, we literally saw white foam around his mouth during that press conference. He was wearing sunglasses in that to shield the world from seeing his sunken in eyes. A lot of these fighters have been dealing with these aggressive weight cuts. Even Jaron Ennis being accused of the same thing, dealing with extreme weight cuts, and it takes away from their performance. It takes away from their ability to absorb shots, take shots, and compete at the highest level. When a lot of these fighters, their biggest opponent is their weight cut. Right? It's not even the fighter in front of them. It's their ability to, we've seen Devin Haney go through it. We've seen these fighters struggle with weight cuts, and ultimately the byproduct of a bad weight cut is a very lackluster or sometimes an upset loss, in the ring, in a crazy way. And I think Jalil Hackett was definitely on the road of having something like that happen to him. It had to be taken away from his ability to get better in the gym when he was more, how well and what level of performance and training are you doing in the gym if you're focusing a large portion of your training camp on staying inside of a certain bracket of weight? Eating a certain way. Where's your energy at? Where are you sparring at? What levels are you sparring at? How much better are you getting when you're putting all that pressure on you to stay inside that weight bracket? And I think it was just a matter of time. I'm happy that it's happening on his own accord. That he's making it happen, and that he's not being forced into it by, getting some crazy knockout on him or, some performance that could potentially hurt his career. His last performance, I thought he won that fight. I don't think he lost that fight, but at the end of the day, that's where the judges saw it. But, like you said, Eddie Hearn spoke on it and said, listen, man, that weight cut was crazy. You're struggling. You're in the hotel, doing things inside of the sauna, trying to make weight at the last minute to be able to get on that scale. These fighters will always tell you, if you leave it up to them, that the weight cut is easy, that they had no problem making the weight. But no, in all reality is, if you're literally making the weight up to minutes before you step on the scale, it's a fair argument to say that you struggled to make the weight, right? You definitely worked really hard to make the weight. So I'm happy to hear. I hope that's what he really plans on doing. He's hinting towards that in his tweet that he put out there. Now, that being said, Jalil Hackett at 154 pounds, how does that look? What fights are we looking forward to seeing Jalil Hackett in at 154? Where are you at with it?
So with that being said, Clay, I just have a question for you. And you can answer it real quick so I can continue this conversation. When he did the interview, and he rehydrated, what did he say? He was walking around like close to 190 or something, right?
I don't remember. I
knew it was a high number.
It was definitely a high number.
And I'm like, if he's losing 40 to 50 pounds and he looks like that, that's not healthy, right? So then that's when me and you were having a conversation. I said, well, I think you should just go to 160, skip 154, because there's only a 7-pound difference in that weight loss. So why not lose 30 pounds instead of 40 or 50 pounds, which makes you look, hella sick, hella Ethiopian, no disrespect to people over there, but we all seen the commercials. Instead of looking like that, why not be the guy, looking healthy when you make weight cuts and you losing weight and making these fights better? Because we all know he's going to end up at 168. He's 5'10", like I said, close to 190, if not over 190, walk around. Why not put yourself in a position to be in the best market value possible? Because you're going to be at 168 soon, so start at 160. Why not? It's an open category. It's an open realm. Maybe slowly move up, do the 154 thing. Get a couple fights there, then move into 160 right away. So you're not taking a big hit on your career, because 160 or 154 is a doghouse. We all know that. And him going to 154, he's going to have to start at the bottom. He's still a prospect, but he's going to have to start at the bottom and move himself into the proper channels. And I think those guys are too aggressive for him, in my opinion. I think that's like I said, it's a real hard knock way of life at 154. So him going there may be tougher than him going to 160. And at least in that playground, the hard knock part is way up top. He has room to play as a prospect to move in and fill himself into that division well and become a champion at that division because he moves the right way. But let's see how he does it at 154. I think it's a great plan. I do feel like, it's the right move for him and the right time to do it. We all seen it with our own eyes, and good luck to the young man, for real. Salute.
Yeah. I like it, Ray. I like it. I'm interested in seeing what he's going to do at 154. My question is, how does he come into 154? Does he come in and work his way from the bottom up, or has he built any momentum, any market value for himself at 147 that allows him to come into 154 and maybe get into some direct conversations of fighting, a Jesus Ramos, or directly into an Erickson Lubin, or what I'm saying? Charles Conway, I think, is way out of his reach now. Charles is all the way up there. But does he get into the mix of what's going on at 154, or is he, do you picture him working his way up, starting at the bottom again? Is he still a prospect, I guess, is we can simplify it and say that. Is he still a prospect pretty much at this point in his career?
He had 2 10-round fights, right? So he did move into the contender status, but he still was moved as a prospect. They were trying to find an easy fight for him to move into the real solid contender phase. I think he is, to a degree, especially if you're moving into a new division, coming off a loss in the old division. Even though it was a great fight, it wasn't like a complete wash. It was a good fight, but a guy he should have handled, with no issues. In respect to the opponent, because the opponent came to fight. So, we respect both sides. I think that it is a good move for him to start mid-tier. I don't want to say, start mid-tier, move your way in, fight Zarafa, right? That's his name? Zarafa, or somebody of that nature.
Out of Australia.
Yeah, somebody like that, or, maybe somebody that just is in the realm of what's the other dude name? We just talked about Brian Mendoza, somebody of that nature. Don't go too far out of your reach where you're reaching into the pot, and you snap your fingers with the mouse trap. Don't do that, because that's going to end up biting you again, and you don't want to take a fall back. You want to take a step forward. So I think that's the way to move when he goes to 154, staying into that B level mid-tier class, then moving up into the upper echelon of the division and going from there.
Yeah, man. I think, listen, there's opportunities there. At one point in time, I wanted to see him mix it up with Xander Zayas, but Xander Zayas has taken, had a great year. He's got a great trajectory, momentum behind him, looking like he's getting ready to head into a title shot. So that's no longer realistic for him. But yeah, I love Michael Zarafa. I think that's an international fight as well. Give him the opportunity to kind of get used to the weight class, acclimate, get himself a victory in the division. And then, I think the Brian Mendozas are there for him. The Jesus Ramoses are there for him. These fights are there for him, but they're going to be tall orders for him. Even the Brian Mendoza, who in my opinion is a high risk, low reward kind of fighter. He's a real threat. He really can box. He got punching power, but, ultimately doesn't bring any type of belts, any type of, he puts, I think, a fight with a Brian Mendoza or any of these guys we're mentioning, give him an opportunity to get inside the top 10 of the division, which right there gets him in the conversation. 154 is 154 is legitimately a hornet's nest, man. There's just not many tune-up, quote-unquote, fights for a fighter at 154. He's going to want to make it count, but what is his record at right now? I think he's still under, is he under 10 fights, or is he right at 10 fights?
Let me see. I think he's like, wasn't he like 12-1 or something like that?
No, he's 9-1 right now.
9-1, okay.
He's 9-1, seven KO. So he's still got a prospects record, right? Like as far as where he's at. Some of these fighters we know that are sitting down there, like we look at a Yoenis Tellez, who's sitting at the same record, right? 9 or 10 fights, but he's a current WBA, interim champion. I'm saying waiting on his opportunity to become a champion. Some of these fighters get fast tracked. Your Keyshawn
David Morrell was another one, right?
Yeah, your Keyshawn Davises, your David Morrells, your Vasily Lomachenkos. Even it looks like Andy Cruz may be getting ready to be on a fast track as well, to be underneath 10 fights and getting a title shot. But I don't think he moved in the same way, right? Like Jalil Hackett hasn't necessarily been moved the same way. His biggest fight on his record up to date seems to be the Pete Dobson, or biggest victory on his record would seem to be the Pete Dobson fight. And, he lost his last fight against Jose Roman Vasquez. And if he is talking about going to 154, clearly he's not going to get an opportunity to redeem that fight. So this will just be a loss that he has. He doesn't get to, beat this guy, fight this guy and beat him and get that off his record. So he moves into 154 with, a little damage to his stock a little bit, right? He's coming off of a loss, going to 154. I don't know what the options are for him up there. there. But I love the fact that he's going to 154 because at the end of the day, boxing is one of those sports where health is wealth. Going into these fights depleted, and you know what I'm saying, going into these fights depleted doesn't help the argument. Let's see what they got planned for him. Let's see what Eddie has planned for him more specifically. You've got Nikita Tszyu, which is another good fight, a younger brother to Tim Tszyu. He's ranked. Where is let me see something here. Where is hold on one second. Where is he ranked in the 147-pound rankings? Is he in any of the?
I think he lost. I think he got dropped off the rankings.
Yeah, he's like legitimately, like he has work to do. I think he was in the BA rank, right?
He was ranked the two sanctioned by I think the IBF and the WBA.
Right? It was a WBA. Yeah. That's the title he lost against Jose Roman Vasquez.
Yeah, the Intercontinental IBF and WBA championships. Yeah.
Right. So maybe he gets into the conversations. I don't know. I mean, we're fantasy picking right now, but I mean, there's fights there for him to make at 154. I think, and I see that.
I don't see nobody there, bro. Ishmael Flores, maybe. That's a good fight. Alex.
No, he can get up there with like a Terrell Gaucher. You know what I mean? He can get up there with a fight. Terrell Gaucher's had some decent fighters on his record. You know what I'm saying? He's taking some losses.
Do you want to throw him? Do you want to throw him up that high with a fighter, or do you want to start him in the top 20? You know what I mean?
Well, Terrell Gaucher's on his way out the door. You know what I'm saying? And you'll have a veteran on your record. You know what I'm saying? You'll have you'll be in the ring with somebody who shared the ring with an Elijah Garcia and shared the ring with, you know what I'm saying, these fighters, and maybe that puts you in position to, maybe get at an Elijah Garcia or Chordell Booker or Josh Kelly, or, you know what I'm saying, put him in a position to make some decent fights in the division.
You think he beats Josh Kelly right now?
Say it again?
You think he beats Josh Kelly right now? I mean, I'm not saying he can't, but do you think he does?
I think Jalil Hackett's a great fighter, but I think until we see what he looks like at 154, we can't tell yet. I expect him to look way better because in the skills department, I think he's there. In the dog department, I think he's there. But I think we've also watched a weak version of him. You know what I mean? No matter what he's able to do, whenever he's been able to do at 147, it should rise up exponentially at 154. So
he had a good punch resistance. I ain't gonna lie to you. His punch resistance was pretty good.
Good. He never got rocked. He never got put on the stanky legs. He never got you know what I'm saying, hurt. I never seen him really hurt. So it is what it is, right? But as we always say, and like we've been saying, we'll watch this develop and we'll report it as we see it developing. You know what I mean? But more so happy, Jalil Hackett hitting plans to go up to 154. I think that's the minimum he could have done. Like you said, he can go up as high as 160 right now, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, definitely get out that division. 147 wasn't looking good on Jalil Hackett in a physical way, and I'm happy to see that he's acknowledging that him and his team have come to an understanding, and they're making the best decision for him right now, which is let's just go ahead and get out the way. 147 is kind of turning into a hornet's nest. It's kind of getting an identity that doesn't include him now. You've got all these fighters. What's the chances of Jalil Hackett getting into a championship fight in the near future, knowing that the clock is legitimately got to be on this young fighter who's already having a hard time maintaining the weight at 147? If there's no real opportunities at that 147 that he's at the door of happening, coming off an injury at this point, he's probably sitting down, not running, so he's probably gaining weight, right? He's not active as he should be. He's probably gaining even more weight than he normally does. We don't need to be cutting that weight to get down to 147. Glad to see you moving up to 154. Moving on, so numbers come out on Last Crescendo. We know Last Crescendo, Better Be Bivol 2, Shakur Stevenson, of course, co-main eventing on that card. The numbers came out that he did somewhere between 45 to 50,000 pay-per-views statewide. People threw shots at it. We heard even Samson Leakowitz kind of throw shots at it as far as taking away from the credibility or the profitability of David Benavidez fighting on a Riyadh card on a pay-per-view to fight against a Better Be Bivol. Say, look, those guys didn't even sell a lot of pay-per-views. It turns out internationally, the international space has embraced what Turkey's been doing, as I think we all have known that. The numbers come out, 340,000 pay-per-view buys internationally, which puts a little bit of perspective on the commercial value of what Riyadh season is doing, but also to this guy right here, Shakur Stevenson, who co-main evented on that card, kind of shows, in my opinion, or there's an argument to be made that although Shakur Stevenson doesn't seem to be a very celebrated fighter here in America based on his approach and how he boxes, that internationally, Shakur Stevenson is being embraced. And what does that mean for Shakur Stevenson? How do we move forward as we're working with Shakur Stevenson in order to see him capitalize on his best attributes? How do you feel about these numbers coming out about international spaces saying on Shakur?
Well, one, I think it's hilarious that I don't know if it was Padley that got booed or Shakur that got booed, but a lot of people were critical to that point. But that was international, right? But that was also inside the arena. I think his exposure he had was something different, right? Him being the guy that's supposed to be the challenge to the crown, to the second face of boxing, or one of the biggest names in the sport, also put some attention to that internationally. I think Shakur has landed his plane. I think you said yesterday he should just grab his stuff, move to England, and carry on his career. I think he's landed his plane where now he is known globally. He is now the star. He's now a guy that's going to make money. He's going to be able to fight. He's willing to travel to make the fights. He's willing to accept fights at little cost. And he doesn't look like he's running for many fights. He looks like he's for the court. This looks like it was a good thing for him. And I think we're going to start seeing him more appreciated around the globe. As far as it comes to the country, which is here, we'll never see him get the same respect due to the fact that we have other champions. We have other people in the division that take that crowd away for Shakur. I think they respect him, but I think the root and the cheering for him is different in that case. That's so crazy that they got a women picture of Devin Haney. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I figure. Is that what that is?
Yeah. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, that's not what that is,
bro.
Anyway, Jada Surrounding calling me Vin Rames. I think she was getting at me yesterday on Blue Blood show a little bit. I don't know if that's necessarily insult. You know what I mean? Right now, Vin Rames is looking a little out of his prime, but back in the day, Vin Rames was holding it down. That's Mr. Baby Boy. You know what I mean? I could relate to Vin Rames in some ways. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it, but no doubt. Salute to you, Jada Surrounding. She says we love boxing for life. We gotta love boxing for life, and I hope you also took a moment to subscribe to the channel. I'll restate it again. Please hit the like button if you haven't done it yet, and also if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Go ahead, Ray. Continue to cook on Shakur Stevenson and what.
No, so I was saying that I think his fan base will grow here. I think he does have a solid fan base. Being that he fought in other divisions, his fan base kind of flipped based on sharing. Similar fan base with Gervonta Davis at one point, where now they feel like, yo, you're in the same division as him. You're now our rival. We don't respect you the same as we respect Gervonta, which is cool. You know what I mean? That's what the great thing about the sport is. You have your teams, you have your colors, whatever you want to say it, and you root for who you want to root for. But I think Shakur is willing to bet on himself internationally and bring a bigger fan base with him. Bring bigger paydays to the fight and to that fight if it ever manifests. I think we are seeing something that's going to be great and something that's going to be live for the for boxing. And I think this is going to help propel that fight. And I think once it gets to the ears of people the promoters, I think we'll see a big fight, and it's going to be celebrated either way.
Yeah. Listen, man, yesterday I spoke on it a little bit with Blue Blood about Shakur Stevenson and said, listen, man, and I'm not even sure if we talked about the numbers necessarily, or I think we did speak on it. But ultimately it comes down to Shakur Stevenson has a clock on him as well, right? He has a clock because those hands are deteriorating. They seem to be getting worse. It seems to be harder for him to keep those hands healthy. So every fight has to count for Shakur Stevenson at this point, right? Every fight needs to count. He has a family. He has a beautiful woman that he wants to get married to. And like I said yesterday, Shakur, I'm gonna say it today again. Stop wasting time, man. Go ahead and lock that down, man. If the love is love, man, stop waiting for the perfect moment. but the paralysis of analysis will hold you out of the biggest opportunities of your life. Sometimes you got to bet on yourself. Make that move, bro. And I want to hear about wedding bells between you and your wife, and you have a beautiful daughter out of that relationship. So if it's real, make it happen. That being said, I digress, and I bring it full back circle to say that Shakur has to make the most out of his career at this point. He has to look at the next. You never know what fight is going to come up to where that injury is going to be the final injury that might legitimately pull him out of the game. So sitting here, and he's already spoken on a little bit, right? He stated that, the belts don't hold as much weight to him as they used to, right? He's starting to understand that, the prize fighting part of the game is an important part of the game to me. And I'm going to assume, and I'm going to speculate that part of it is him acknowledging his mortality in this game right now. Not necessarily on the death level of him dying in the ring, but the fact that his career could be in jeopardy right now based on the fact that both his hands are in the conditions that they're in. He needs to make it count. So right now, internationally, he's been embraced in a way that I don't think he's ever been embraced in the States. Maybe in Newark, New Jersey, he's been embraced that way. But for the most part, especially on the back end of that Edwin De Los Santos fight, he went into a Haratunian fight that people feel like he didn't go ahead and, push the button on stopping Haratunian. We saw Bob Arum put camera work on watching people leave out the building, showing that there was a lack of interest in him fighting. We saw him get injuries again, but the boxing space pushed back hard on the idea that he'd fight Joe Cordina in that fight. It didn't happen, but still he got a bad name off of that. We saw Floyd Schofield Jr. play games with his face, make him put together a big fight with him in Schofield in Saudi Arabia, and Schofield got sick, and a lot of antics and nonsense had built up and kind of looked like the writing was on the wall with that fight. And then ultimately end up having to fight Josh Padley off the strength of just being active, right? Let's get a fight down off this 3-fight deal list that I have with Eddie Hearn. Let's knock one of these fights down by any means necessary. For the Josh Padley, who in my personal opinion was preparing for the fight, probably got a heads up because the way he was able to make that weight like that, and he was pretty much in shape for that fight. I don't care what anybody says, but regardless, a last-minute replacement. And like you said, he got booed a little bit. But look, on the back end of 340,000 pay-per-view buys, on his first pay-per-view he's ever done, co-headlining on the card underneath Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, can he capitalize on this momentum? Can he take advantage of the momentum he's seemingly built for himself based on the numbers that have come back on his pay-per-view? Can he tap into that market, double down a little bit, bring a decent fight to that market, and make himself good money, being that Turki Al-Sheikh is willing to get behind him and pay for these fights? So yeah, man, at the end of the day, and yeah, Rick Tim says, "K tell Bud the same thing, because he really should have gone ahead and married that." Like, Bud should do that. I thought you were talking about something else, but yeah. But I was going to say that Bud did it, right? He's following the Bud print, right? Not the green print. Should Shakur follow the Bud print and go ahead and cement this relationship in with Turki, double down a little bit with Eddie Hearn, unless he's able to do something on a independent status directly with Turki? Should he double down and take this this international attention he's getting and make money for him? So yeah, maybe metaphorically or maybe in real time, literally, maybe Shakur Stevenson should go ahead and buy a house out there in England. Maybe he should go out there, take advantage of the relationships he's built out there with the Conor Benns and Turki Al-Sheikh and the Eddie Hearns, and let's see what is hit and fall across the pond. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, we'll watch it closely. We'll speak on it as it develops. But I think that's good information for Shakur Stevenson. I think he does have an opportunity to build his international exposure up in a way to where maybe it will interest these fights with, I'm not going to even say Tank at this point because I don't know where Tank's at with it, but, with the William Zepedas and with, other fights, the Lomachenkos or whatever have you, other fights that may be available for him at 135 that, the only reason he's not getting those fights is because, you know, people are throwing shots at his marketability. Well, he has 340,000 pay-per-view buys. Let's see how he capitalizes on it. Or another option for him is maybe he goes to 140. I mean, I know he says he wants to stay at 135, but T.O., you know, fights with T.O., fights with champions, fights with willing dance partners, right? That's what Shakur Stevenson's main thing's got to be at this point, is to find the willing dance partners, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of them. So we'll see what he does, right? What he does, man. We'll see what he does.
Yo, I was thinking that Winky Wright. I was thinking the same thing. He took his career overseas, and when he came back, even though he took a couple L's, had a couple close L's, he came back, robbed against Fernando Vargas. It was a terrible robbery, but he had a good career after that, man. He did his thing. So, you know what I mean? And people love Winky Wright, bro. People to this day, like, yo, he was one of the best fighters from welterweight, super welterweight, and middleweight right now. One of my favorite fighters, to say the least. So, yeah, I was thinking that same thing, for real. Shout out to Dennis Ashby for that.
Yeah. And another weight, just kind of like tapping into this conversation, because you know, it kind of goes along with the not the narrative, but kind of like with this whole show is kind of been based around, which is being in the right weight class, right? Being where you're supposed to be makes the biggest difference, right? We've talked about on this show in particular today, we've talked about Jaron Boots Ennis and him being where he needs to be. We've talked about Jalil Hackett and him going where he needs to be. We talk, we talk about the weight classes and why they make a big difference. And here we have Hitchens, somebody, in my opinion, who's kind of suffering from the same situation and having to, weigh out constantly the prize fighting part of the game, as well as, his health and where he's more the best version of himself at. And it seems like right now, Hitchens seems to be in a situation with this whole IBF rehydration clause, him staying at 140, him maybe being too big for 140, but at the same time, too small for 147, being that the power hasn't necessarily translated for him at 140. Hitchinson has an interview recently where he speaks on everything 140 and everything 147 pounds, and basically, explaining himself in depth about what the whole situation is behind the reason why it seems as if, and I'm putting the quotations around that because I think it might literally be that, but, speaking to why it seems as if he's doing everything in his power to stay out of a rehydration clause and Subriel Matias being in the same conversation, right? Yep. He doesn't want to get in the ring with Subriel Matias, and for argument's sake, has admitted that, Subriel Matias, being the kind of puncher he is, being the type of aggressive fighter that he is, that he doesn't have any real interest on having a 10-pound rehydration clause on him and him having to be in the ring with the Subriel Matias. Where are you at right now with Richard Hitchens and 140 pounds? Are these legitimate arguments, and how should he approach it? If the argument is legitimate, which it basically sounds like you're too big for the damn division, well, yep. What's the solution?
I'm gonna give you two scenarios. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Josh Taylor, Regis Prograde. Guys that should have moved up to 147 years ago, never made the move, stayed at 140 to time passing by, and the young guys came in there and clipped them both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these guys need to move he needs to move to 147. He's definitely, I think you ever had those guys that are like, they know they're the best athlete on JV, but they don't want to move up to varsity because they know if they move to varsity, they're not going to be the star that they are.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think that's where he's a fear factor of not being able to maintain his flagship status at another division where there's somewhat some stars up there. Even guys that just came from his division, moving up to that division. Guys that came into the division while he was there and moved up into the other division.
Right.
This, to say the least. He is a big enough star where he can go up there and maintain, but the embarrassment of him losing to somebody at that division kind of is what it is. I think I seen the interview where he said something about I forgot. It was like kind of in the beginning. He was talking about fighting or sparring with somebody, and I think he brought up like Devin. He brought up a couple other people. He's like, "Look, man, these guys are great fighters, blah 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 blah, but You know what I mean? The type of fighter that I am. And he was talking about, matter of fact, brought Tio up. He was talking about in New York and stuff and all that. And he was like, the type of fighter that I am, like, I think he was kind of saying it in so many words or less that he has a lack of skill that he doesn't bring to the fight that these other guys bring. And I think him being honest on that is saying that, look, this is where I need to be, but I'm being held back because I have a rehydration clause. I have certain things that are I'm not ready for. You know what I mean? I'm kind of rushing to this championship. I took advantage of it, and I am a champion. But what am I ready to defend as a champion? I think that's what he was saying, and even moving into the next level of moving into the next division. And yes, he did speak up on unifying as well. And the unification part of it was Teofimo Lopez. When you have other fighters and champions there, you know what I mean? He did mention the other champions, but he was like, Teofimo signed a contract. So to me, that says a lot when you're only targeting the guy that's literally ready to lead the division and the guy that's probably the easiest guy you feel that, or the guy that has a lesser power to hurt you compared to the other fighters and skill set. Because Teofimo, we all know, is a freelance fighter. Like we don't even know if he needs a trainer. He just goes in there and does what he wants. He freelances, right? No plan, no game plan. So I think he likes that ability of Tio, where he knows that, you know what I mean, it's harder for Tio to fight a guy like him. Moving backwards, rangy fighter can pick Tio apart easily. So I think that's where he was kind of putting his mindset, in my opinion. And he even spoke on maybe even Arnold Barboza. Even if he beats Tio, that'd be a fight he would like to make for the same reasons. Arnold's an easier fight. He's a more solid fight than Tio, but he's an easy fight compared to the other champions and the guy that's threatening his championship at the IBF.
Yeah. He definitely talked about the unifications, and he was real transparent about it. I actually appreciated how transparent he was about it. You know what I mean? I think it was obvious what he was doing, but you know, people been painting him a duck, and in a way he is ducking, right? But I think he's ducking on purpose, and he has no problem with admitting that he's ducking, right? He has no problem saying, listen, yeah, legitimately, I'm not fighting that man with no rehydration clause. My goal is to unify. He seems to believe that once he's unified and he's able to take that rehydration clause off the table, once he's able to remove that off the table, and now he's able to just go ahead and cut weight and fight without the rehydration clause, he seems to be hinting towards the idea that you know, he'll have no problem of making the biggest fights at 140. He just doesn't want to go in there with what he feels like would be you know, taking away from him into a point where it would make him not a good of a fighter as he could be without that rehydration clause. I think it's an interesting situation that he's put himself into, being that he chose to go ahead and take this IBF title that comes with that clause. Some might argue there were opportunities there for him to get into that WBC conversation, but we know that Gary Antoine Russell, I'm sure had nothing to do with him deciding to go the IBF route, being that Gary Antoine was there. The easier route to a title was probably through the IBF once Subriel Matias got out of the picture, right? Once Subriel Matias got beat by Liam Paro, what was obvious was Liam Paro was going to be an easier fight than potentially fighting a Gary Antoine Russell for an eliminator, or, you know, trying to push the fight of Alberto Puello or whatever have you. He wanted to go that route, maybe even fighting Devin Haney, fighting a big fight for a big payday in a fight that he may very well feel like he could have won. But Gary Antoine is that kind of like, you know, that shark in the water, right? The gator in the lagoon. Like, it's like the waters aren't safe with Gary there. So he decided to go ahead and reroute himself to go towards the IBF route and kind of deal with the rehydration clause. But now he's in a situation to where the unifications aren't easy. Why? Gary's gone ahead and become a WBA champion. There he is, who I think is the boogeyman, the real boogeyman of 140 right now, I believe, is Gary Antoine Russell. And I don't think nobody wants those kind of problems. You've got Alberto Puello, who's a WBC title holder right now. He can very well get that Alberto Puello fight, maybe. We never know, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm hearing Alberto Puello might not be so interested in fighting Gary Antoine as well, that he may be looking at other opportunities. He's kind of ducking the smoke because that's the natural fight we want to see him get into, to see Gary Antoine unify. And then we're looking at Teofimo, who we don't even know for sure that he's actually going to stay at 140. After he fights his fight with Arnold Barbosa on the back end of a victory, we don't know that he stays at 140 and doesn't go up to 147. For all intent purposes, that's what he's supposed to be doing, is going to 147 to wait patiently to do one of two things: A, fight Jaron Boots Ennis, or B, wait for the winner of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia to lock him in for another big payday for Teofimo, who we know at this point is a super prize fighter, right? He wants the money. He has no problem sharing with you that he's got $30+ million on the table for him to fight the 3 fights that Turkey have out there for him. And he's fought his ass off to get there, so I don't expect him to sacrifice that to hang back at 140 to fight a Hitchens, unless, you know, Turkey finds some interest in it, right? It is what it is.
Yep.
It is what it is. As I stated earlier, we'll watch it develop and we'll speak on it as it does come together. What I'm going to do right now, guys, is I am going to throw the link in the chat. We're going to open the panel up for some perspective on any of the topics we talked about, or any of the topics that you guys may have feel like we've missed on, that we should have spoke on. Let me know how you're feeling. The link is right there. Hit the link. Let's build on it. It is what it is, man. Salute to everybody. Once again, if I haven't said it enough, please remember to, if you haven't done it yet, to hit the like button on this stream right here. Let's help it get in the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel if you have not yet done that, or done so, or whatever word bets fits into that situation. So it is what it is, right? But I ain't gonna lie, Ray. You know, I'm watching a lot of movement getting done in the background, and it's getting in the way of these fighters, some of the biggest fighters, to get into their legacy bag, right? Like, I talk about the David Benavidez situation and how much that really kind of disgusts me on watching Samson Leakowitz kind of move the way he's moving. It's kind of, you know, diabolical that it's getting in the way of David Benavidez.
Yeah,
right? We're watching that happen, and then we're watching Edgar Berlanga play the payday games. You know what I mean? And he's not getting into the fights that he should be getting into. And then, of course, we're watching Brian Norman Jr., which we have to watch. I don't want to call it yet, but this newfound glory and stardom that he's found in his off the back end of a victory with Derek Cuevas seems to have him this close and ready to price himself out of some of the biggest opportunities. Where are you at with the delusion in the money and the fake artificial market value that these fighters are putting behind themselves in comparison to what the boxing space has shown themselves to be willing to pay them?
Listen, there's a car dealer and there's a car salesman, Clay. Always remember that. Car salesman is going to sell you whatever he can and tell you what it is that he's selling you and make it sound better and too good to be true. A car dealer is going to have what you're looking for. You're going to go there, you're going to select what you want, you're going to drive out of there. So when we look at these fighters, there are car salesmen and there's car dealerships, right? There's some that's going to roll with the program. They know what they got to do to get these fights. They're going to stay busy. They're going to stay in their lane, and they're going to do what they have to do. But then you have these car salesmen that's going to tell you who they are, where they are, and where to find them, and how you're going to get it, and how it's going to happen. And guess what doesn't happen? The fights. They lose out on things. You know what I mean? The people walk away. They be like, yo, we've seen this before. Yo, your tires, we need new tires. Your tires is bald. We ain't messing with you, dog. So, yes, when we put it in perspective, that's what you have. The salesman versus the dealership.
No doubt. Salute to AK Crowder.
Salute to the bros. I just wanted to come up here, come on your channel, man. I got love for you and Ray.
Yeah,
I appreciate everything y'all do, man. You connected to my boy Blue, so we all family.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to tell y'all to keep pushing, keep striving, keep giving us this good content, and I'm always here. Even if you don't see my name, I'm in there.
Okay,
that's what's up. I always know that you in there, man. It's always great when you grace the page and you show up and you show love like this. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You've always been a supporter and always give a lot of blessings from day one, right? From the moment.
Always. That's all I know.
Blue, you've always made sure you're there, man. I appreciate you, bro, and always looking forward to see you in those chats, passing out those blessings and showing that support and hitting that like button, man. Always appreciate seeing you there. So at least, even though you're not in the chat, always say hello. because it's
You
appreciated.
already know. I'm there. Like I said, keep doing what you're doing, man. You done came and risen to the top. I got another conversation for you one day when I see you about me and Blue had about what I thought about something else. But we'll talk about that at another
Yes,
time.
sir. Yes, sir.
Great, my man. Great co-host from my man Clay. Y'all keep rocking, man.
All right.
Love y'all. Keep doing what you do.
All
Thank
right.
you,
All right.
thank you,
Appreciate it.
AJ, man.
Yes, sir.
Salute. That's what's
Yeah,
up
man.
right there, man. That's love, bro. You know what I mean?
Always good to get the love, man. We shout
Absolutely.
out to my guy, Fight Word with Bangs. We love the love, man.
Yes, sir. Yes,
we
sir.
love the love, man. We
Shout
love
out
the
to
love.
Bangs, bro. I was
You know what I
watching
mean?
the Bangs show the other night. Him and Greg up there. Yo, they be cooking, bro, and they be having some interesting conversations as well. And they dive deep into the behind the scenes of things a lot. So, I mean, shout out to the brothers on there, cooking out there in Texas, and the brother from Philly that joins the channel. They be cooking for real.
It is what it is, man. I'm not sure. Maybe people aren't really interested in coming up today. I'm okay with it, by the way. You know what I mean? It's tradition. We open the panel up and we allow people to come over here and build. So I always stay true to tradition. But listen, I'm okay. If you ain't got nothing to say, don't come up, man. Don't force the play. But yeah, man, I think it's interesting watching all these things kind of like move around. And with Edgar Berlanga in particular right now, hold on a second. Okay. With Edgar Berlanga in particular right now, it's just like, bro, what I want to see what this I'm really watching that to see how this develops, because I just happen to believe this dude is drinking his Kool-Aid, bro. He's drinking the living daylights out of his Kool-Aid, man. To throw shots at Caleb Plant and what Caleb Plant's doing to get to a bag, and looking at what you're doing. I mean, brother, diabolical. You know what I'm saying? That you would even, feel like that was the way to move. But you got to assume that things are working out in the background for him. Maybe they are working something out with Turkey. What would be great news and what would have me eat my words right now is me hearing that Edgar Berlanga has locked in a deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh for 3 fights, and that he's going to be moving up officially to the light heavyweight division with Turkey Al-Sheikh and his matchmakers handling his career. I think that would be crazy. And I think that would immediately turn the whole entire page on Edgar Berlanga, on the view on him. Maybe it would take a moment for people to kind of like be a fan of Edgar like that again. You know what I mean? Because I think he has a lot of, I think where he could be, he's not, because I think his own ego is getting in the way. But you get into a conversation with Turkey Al-Sheikh, or, a promoter who has the mentality that they do, which is the matchmaking being so important, and also having the ability to make the matches happen. I think Edgar Berlanga could be on the other side of some great fights, bro. Like he could be a lot of great fights. Am I bugging?
No, you're not. And I think what's going to happen is, I don't think he's pushing for Turkey. I think he's pushing for the PBC sale. He's looking to go over there where there's a lot of super middleweights in that division that fight over there. Where other places he gonna go? They don't have many at Tyree. They have a few. Between them and Matchroom and I don't know why I forgot what's the name's company. But between those guys over there, Queensbury, that's where all the middleweights are anyway, right? So between that, where are you gonna go? And I don't think he's gonna sign with another. If he don't sign back with Eddie Hearn, he's not gonna sign to Frank Warren. I doubt it. So he's looking for a way to get into the PBC conversation. Why not? Now, here's the question. With that being said, if Turkey accepts him or anybody accepts him, I think they're going to try to push for him to go to light heavyweight.
Oh,
why? He's way too big for this division, and he's a high risk, low reward to put in the division where he's basically fighting right now, because one, he's not going to get big fights with the other guys because he's too big. People don't see the sell on him. The only way he's going to sell is going up to light heavyweight and making a name for himself, where he probably do better, to say the least, because I think there's opportunity there for him to make money and get good fights. Then he can play the Hector Camacho role, or the guy that wants to speak and bark up different trees, the dog to bark up different trees to get his point across. But until then, man, he's trying to walk on a golden paved road with silver dollar tickets. So, hey, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I think Edgar Berlanga, if he's gonna stay at 168, then I think the PBC is a legitimate option for him, right? But keep in mind that, and we've been talking about it. We've had plenty of conversations on it. The PBC isn't giving out deals that we can tell from what we can see. I haven't seen the deals, right? I haven't seen the new acquisitions, the new fighters that they've been picking up. And a lot of that, in my personal opinion, I'll speculate to say that it's the budget that they're not able to go ahead and facilitate for these new fighters. They're having a hard enough time keeping their own fighters as active as they want to keep them. They're not able to keep Errol Spence active. They're not able to keep Jamel or Jamal Charlo active. You know, they're finally getting together. But, you know, if I can't keep what's in my house together, why would I add and compound my situation? But, you know, if Edgar Berlanga were to want to be at 168 and stay there at 168 and still make the Jaime Munguia fights and still make the Caleb Plant fights and the Christian and Billy fights and get an opportunity to potentially see a Canelo down the road, then one of two things are going to happen. Either A, he's going to have to humble himself and be willing to take lower paydays in order to give the promoters the wiggle room they need to put these big fights together for him, right? Which I would love to also see. But at the same time, if it's about the money, I don't see any of these promotional companies really being able to facilitate these fights for Edgar Berlanga and then at the same time give him the paydays he's looking to get. It seems as if light heavyweight would be where he'd find that opportunity, and he'd find that opportunity once again working with Turki Al-Sheikh with going back to Eddie Hearn or making an exclusive deal with the Riyadh season to put himself in a position to get these paydays that he's looking for. You know what I mean? I mean, what do you think? You know what I mean? It's like give or take, right? Take the lower pay, humble yourself at 168, or take the paydays and go up to the light heavyweight division and deal with Turki Al-Sheikh.
I mean, look, there's always a bunch of fights you can make, right? There's like I don't know what's going on with Boo Boo Andre, right? I don't know what's going on, but that'll be a good fight for him to jump into the firing pan and try to get it in with the PBC or just on an open market circuit, just to get a good fight on. That may bring eyes to him and attention to him. Other than that, calling out these other fighters, Diego Pacheco, he's not looking at Caleb Smith. He's not looking at any of these guys. Taylor Simpson and all these other guys. He's not looking at any of those guys. He's looking at like one guy that's directly under Canelo Alvarez, which doesn't make sense because he figures if he gets that interim title, he puts himself in the pitch right back in the picture. And that's his whole goal. You can actually see what his plan is. He's trying to get back to Canelo for another payday. I don't think Canelo is willing to do that again, like not even entertain it, not even for rematch clauses. But I think his best move is to move to 175 and start campaigning there. Let's see what you got. Let's get in Hell's Kitchen. Fight a Kakashi. Sorry, not Kakashi. A Hot Rod or what's the other guy's name? Mike fighting him like Connor Wallace or Yardy or somebody like that. Gene Pascal. Go up there and fight one of these guys. Even a David Morrell. You know what I mean? Go up there, fight them, make a name for yourself at that division, then get into the picture there. Because that's the only way you're going to probably move forward and make a name for yourself other than staying in a division which you're way too big for and be a weight bully and not get the fight you want. We're going to be fighting Grimaces and Majin Boos or Patrick Starr from SpongeBob. We got to fight those guys no more. Let's move up and make some big fights happen.
Yeah, definitely. Salute, Coach Eddie. How you doing, family?
Peace. Salute, Clay and Ray. What's going on, brother?
Man, we up here just building, man, doing what we do every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're like Pinky in the Brain, try to take over the world. Like,
facts.
Yeah, you know who the team is, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So y'all talking about this guy, Berlanga. Yes, Berlanga is, man, let me tell you something. Canelo breathed life into this guy, man. Canelo should have 90-10 him. He should have gave him $3 million. Cause Floyd, that was Floyd. If Floyd made 40, you got 3, or you got 1.5. Ain't nowhere in the world the dude should have got $10 million. He was a cherry pick. You know, it is what Berlanga, if you're listening, you were a cherry pick. Canelo picked you for a reason. You didn't earn the spot. You didn't earn the shot. You had no accolades whatsoever. And for him to just run around, I think one reason he don't want to go 175 because really he's not that good. You put him in at 175, he's gonna get cooked, man. He can't beat Boazzi. He can't beat. I don't think he can beat Anthony Yarde. I don't think he can beat Callum Smith. He can't beat those guys, man. He don't have it. kudos to him. You know what I'm saying? He trying to ride that little 10 minutes of fame as much as he can. You know, freaking doing a parade. You know, after losing 12 rounds, it's crazy work. You know, this dude act like he won or something. You know, like, bro, you didn't do anything. You just went there and you survived, man. You survived a 5'7" Canelo Alvarez. You were freaking 200. You were a cruiserweight that night, 200 pounds. You're supposed to be this big killer, this big monster. You didn't even try to win. You just try not to get knocked out. Jaime Munguia is I think that's easy work. I think Jaime Munguia been in a lot of wars. I think he's him, and it shows him getting knocked out by a non-puncher. Just shows his punch resistance is probably gone. He's been in a lot of tough fights. All them action hero fights, they wear you out. They shorten your career, man. Mm-hmm. And I think Berlanga likes that fight because that gives him confidence. I know if I crack this guy, I'm gonna put him out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, Berlanga can punch, but like I said, he's just looking for the big money fights. He's gonna price himself out. Nobody's gonna give him the type of money that he thinks he deserves. Think he's a legend in his own mind. And like you said, he's drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Like, Berlanga, you're not that guy, bro. You don't. I don't know what else to tell you, man. And I blame Canelo for it. Canelo is like we said yesterday, 168-pound division, man. Canelo really has turned that division into a freaking cesspool, man. You know, because he just holding all the belts. Everybody's trying to, nobody wants to fight each other. And this guy wants a rematch. Rematch for what? You lost 12 rounds. You did absolutely nothing. Why do you think you deserve what?
I can't believe Coach, I'm not going to lie to you. I cannot believe, because you know why it's hard for me to believe these things, because I feel like you have people around you, bro. So it's hard for me to believe that with an entourage of some real friends that you would walk away every single night feeling like the way Edgar Berlanga feels, right? Like, bro, how do you crown yourself a superstar off the back end of a loss to Canelo Alvarez, knowing that you have nothing else in your resume to stand on? Your biggest accomplishment is a loss to Canelo Alvarez. Where is the humility, Coach? Where is the humbleness and the need to be true to thyself, true to thy own self, and say, you know what? I'm going to build off this momentum by making my next fight the fight that makes me a star. I'm going to take this momentum that I built for myself. I'm going to take these eyes that are on me now, and I'm going to have them watch me fight Caleb Plant, Jaime Munguia, Jamal Charlo, Christian Mbili, Diego Pacheco, the biggest fight I could completely put together. And I'm going to put the money to the side for a minute right now. And I'm going to build off of the strength that my next fight needs to be big. How do you allow yourself to fall into a situation to where this is your next fight after Canelo Alvarez? How do you allow this to happen by any means necessary and not just sacrifice and be strategic enough to understand that this might be the worst move I've ever done, and put yourself on the free market as a fighter who's calling himself a superstar, building off of a loss in his last fight? And Ray always says it, right? You're only as good as your last fight. Your last fight being this guy, Coach. Where's the humility? Who's speaking to this man and having him feeling like this? Because Eddie Hearn clearly communicated to him he's not that guy.
We see Eddie Hearn was back there smiling, right, the whole time.
I seen that. Did you see the guy leaning over towards Eddie Hearn on the other side with the white hair? Mm. He was laughing too. Look,
they know it's a running joke. Yep. And the sad thing about it is Edgar Berlanga doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? He's in the room. He doesn't know that they're laughing at him. He's like, bro, at least his management team should have been smart enough. He'd be like, no, we're not taking this fight. Find us somebody else that at least looks the part. You know, at least look the part. That's a freaking laughing stock, man.
And that's why I was speaking on that too, Coach Eddie. I was like, look, you're giving Eddie Hearn a hard time because he doesn't want to give you the paydays because you think you value more than you are, right? So he's like, okay, you want to leave and test the market? This is what I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you. Sorry.
He gave him Patrick. He gave him Patrick.
Star, right? He gonna give Patrick Star with some panda prints. What do you call them? Panther prints on his shoulder. Yeah. So, we're gonna give you that guy. And it's ludicrous because now he done set him up where he showed where the bar is for him, and this dude's still living on that money, bro. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if the dude throw a parade next week and call it Berlanga month or something. I don't know, but that dude he's diabolical, as everyone else will say, truly diabolical. And like I said, straight out of a comic book. Let the guy live it out, though. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with feel yourself, but when that reality comes back down, don't crash, bro. Just don't get that high. It's going. Just make sure you know where you landed.
Coach, what do you think about Edgar Berlanga at 175? Like, I'm speaking. I mean, however you want to take it, right? But I think mainly what I'm saying is, if he's really as focused he is on the prize fighting part of the game, and he wants to get this big bag, and he wants to capitalize off of this in a way to where he's getting paid a minimum of whatever millions of dollars he thinks he's owed to fight. Is that possible to even happen for him at 168? Who can facilitate that, and who's willing to facilitate that for him at 168? Whereas I think, there's an argument there to say that Turkey may be willing to facilitate Edgar Berlanga making some big paydays, but it's going to be against the most dangerous opponents. It's going to be against a David Morrell, or Joshua Buatsi, Anthony Yard, a Caleb Smith, David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the fights that they're going to want to see Edgar be involved in if they're going to invest in it. What do you think about that?
Hey, you said it, man. I don't think he has much of a future at 175, to be honest, man. I think at 175, I think he's a C-level fighter at 175, maybe C+. He's I don't see him having much success. Definitely not being a champion. If he gets in there with David Morrell, I think David Morrell probably cleans him up. He has David Benavidez, not Benavidez, but what's my man name? We just talking about him, Edgar. His defense is not where it should be. I think Morrell will probably knock him out, to be honest, man. I think Berlanga gets knocked out. As far as like guys like Anthony Yard, you want to test the waters with him. Hey, that's a good fight. I think Yard will probably deal with it. To be honest, man, I think he has no advantages at 175. I'm not sure his power is going to be enough to get those guys out of there like he was doing. He's over the top rank. They'll let you know everything you need to know. You over there top rank, you got 16, 17 first round knockouts, and Bob Arum drops you. It tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yep. At some point, it feels like Edgar Berlanga kind of feels like he's robbed the bank or he's run off on the plug. Like, and what does that mean, right? Like, he ran off on the plug. I say that because the hard work that Edgar Berlanga needs to put in to be who he wants to be, I don't think he acknowledges that he hasn't done it yet, right? That the Canelo Alvarez fight was a blessing and a cherry pick by Canelo Alvarez. Nobody believes that you actually earned or fought your way up to fighting a Canelo Alvarez. And now that the Canelo Alvarez, the whole facade of what happened with Canelo Alvarez has moved away, and Canelo's moving on to greener pastures, making even more money now with Turki Al-Sheikh. He's not even with the PBC anymore, and he's looking at Terrence Crawford. They're talking about him in Bivol. They're talking about him in David Benavidez. They're talking about all these other fights for him, and you're nowhere near on the radar for Canelo Alvarez. The money you want now, based off of what you think you're worth, the spaces that would have to facilitate that money, the PBCs, the Eddie Hearns, the Bob Arums, they don't have the budgets to pay you the money you think you deserve to fight these fights, right? They're not willing to put that kind of money in you. They don't believe that you bring that type of star power to the table. So you go up to 175, in my opinion, you do one or two things. You humble yourself and you get paid $1.5, $2 million to fight these fights, you know what I'm saying? And you work your way up, you get victories, you bet on yourself and your ability to win these fights against the Caleb Plants and the M. Billies and all those guys. Or you really bet on yourself and you take a real chance. You go and you get into a conversation with a Riyadh season. You move up to the light heavyweight division, but you do one thing that's very important. You don't jump into the biggest fights at light heavyweight. You work your way up and you do the work that you didn't do to get to Canelo. You acknowledge the fact that you got your payday and that was a gift. That was a gift to you. But you go in there and you fight a Ben Whitaker. You go in there and you fight Joshua Buatsi. You earn your way up the ranks and you fight these guys, Willie Hutchinson. You fight these guys that Turkey be willing to pay you to fight, and you get yourself into a conversation of contesting for a title in the light heavyweight division. But once again, at some point, Edgar Berlanga has to do more than just claim that he's a superstar. He has to do the work, right? He has to bet on himself and challenge himself and risk these losses, but at the same time risk these victories and legitimately be in these conversations, not just based off the facade of what you think has happened on the back end of a Canelo Alvarez fight.
You know what, Ray and Clay and Ray, I'm gonna tell you what, Berlanga is a $500,000 to $750,000 fighter. That's what he is. He's not $1 million fighter.
No,
he wasn't. That's what it is. If he's fighting the Joshua Boise, expect about $700,000, but that's about what that fight is worth. Mm-hmm. He's not $1 million fighter. You know, it is what it is. I mean, literally, look at the dude's resume. I mean, nobody on that resume warrants him getting anything over $2 million. No one except Canelo. That was just a cherry pick, you know. And Canelo shouldn't have gave him that much. Canelo should have 90-10 him. I get 90%, you get 10%. Take this $3-4 million and be happy with it. Canelo should no way he should have put $10 million in this dude's pocket.
I agree.
I mean, that's crazy. Way overpaid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, like I said, he
spoiled him. It spoiled him like milk, man. It spoiled him.
Crazy. It spoiled him. It's like he's a $500,000 fighter, $750,000 fighter. He's not a main event guy on a Riyadh season. He's gonna be in the middle of the card.
Oh yeah, middle of the card at some point, a co-main event if he ends up in the ring with a David Morrell or you know what I mean, like if he ends up with a big enough co-main event, but he's definitely not headlining no cards anytime soon. Where do you think he ends up as far as now that he's a free agent? Where does the fit for Edgar Berlanga make sense for you? You know what I mean? If it's not with Eddie Hearn, where does he go? Like, you know, what makes sense for Edgar Berlanga at this point?
I think if he really about that business, he should take whatever Caleb Plant just offered him, that contract, and sign your name on the dotted line. You already robbed the bank, bro. You already got your 10. That's more money than you should ever made in your whole entire career fighting Canelo Alvarez. So if you really want to catapult yourself and boost your status, take whatever Caleb just offered you, sign on the dotted line, and go out there and see if you can knock him out. Now, if you knock him out, then you know that'll be a statement right there, a statement win for you. That'll put a feather in your cap. Because up to this point, you've done absolutely nothing but survive 12 rounds with Canelo.
I definitely want to tap into a conversation with you in particular, Coach Eddie. You got a hometown star in the making, right? But I don't know if he's there quite yet, but he's definitely he's definitely feeling himself. And listen, man, congratulations to him. I think he's a great opponent. You might, if you don't know already who I'm talking about your cousin, your brother from another mother, Brian Norman Jr. He's right there. You're the Georgia native, Atlanta native fighter who's a WBO champion now, coming off of a dominant performance against a Derek Cuevas. Now in the conversation of unifying the 147-pound division, he stated his claim, said Mario Barrios need to jump from under that rock that he's in, get from out of protective custody, put that damn belt on the line. But more importantly, the elephant in the room, the big elephant in the room is, he has a sort of a rivalry going on with right now the face of 147 in Jaron Ennis, who's fighting next week against Stanionis to be the only and sole unified champion in that division. Where are you at right now with Brian Norman Jr.'s stance right now in the division? And as far as his star power and his privilege, is he an A-side fighter at this point, or does he still need more work as far as you're concerned from what you've seen from him?
Well, Brian Norman Jr., I've known him since he was in amateurs, man. I had one of my fighters fought him a couple times. He's been a monster ever since I've known this young man. Had privilege of seeing him fight. Kid is a good fighter, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. What I know, this kid, he's really a puncher. He can punch. I mean, I've seen guys get in the ring with him one round and jump out. Be like, nah, I'm good. I mean, and I'm not making this up. I'm being dead serious, man. This kid fight. He's fast. He's a hard worker. He trains hard, and he's a handful for anybody. Like I say, I think he beat Stanionis. think he beats Barrios. I still have Boots. I think that's a 50-50 fight, man. And I think, to be honest, Norman's the harder puncher out of the two. One punch out of the two. Boots is kind of like Errol Spence was, like a punishing, bruising type of fighter. You know, just hit you and just break you down. You know, more like a sledgehammer, heavy type shot. Brian is cracking, and it's like a 90-mile-per-hour, fastball. And it hits you and it's solid, and then he's hurting. He's a tough kid, man. Like I said, I like that fight. I like the way he's moving because the simple fact that if he can, get those belts or whatever, he's with Top Rank. So if they can make certain fights and put those puzzle pieces together, he's positioning himself, and hopefully to get the boost in his fights. Which I heard y'all, I was listening early, talking about Boots moving to 154. Man, that's like jump. Hey, brother. That right there is a hornet's nest, like you said, shark pool. There ain't I think Boots' best option is to stay at 147 and try to unify, or try to become undisputed. I think that fight right there, those two guys, they're on a collision course, man. They really are. And the fight wouldn't be over marinated either. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be like 3-4 years. I would say try to have that fight maybe towards the end of the year or first of 2026. Let that be for all the marbles right there. I think both guys can make some good money. And if it's a good enough fight, hey, let's see it again, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Boots is really, jumping at, really, chomping at the bit to jump to the 154-pound division, because it is a lot of smokes there, brother. It is a lot. And I ain't saying that he won't be successful there, but I mean, if he can make 147 comfortably, I would stay there.
Yeah. Let me read this comment here about Bub Boxing real quick, and then we go ahead and bring Thomas Hill in the building. Bub Boxing says, but man, I hate to say it, but Greg Hackett might be on point. He said he don't think the Normans want the Boots fight. He says they're going to wait Boots out. Yeah. I mean, I think they want the fight, but and we're going to talk about that as well, right? Salute to Thomas Hill in the building. Thomas Hill, how you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
Hey, shout out to the fellas, Clay. Shout out to the fella, Ray. My good brother in boxing, that great mind over there, my man, Eddie, Coach Eddie. I really only came up here, and I'll be quick, too. The reason why you ain't heard from Barrios is because, Barrios is in a relationship with Figueroa's sister, right? Something happened, and I think the older Barrios had to go over there and see about it. And I think he's in recovery right now. He's recovering. So he ain't in a position to fight right now. He got to get himself back in order. So I think that, and that's per somebody real close to the whole damn gym where they at. So, I think he can't fight right now. And he ain't saying nothing right now because he's getting himself back in order so that he can be competitive in the ring.
Interesting.
Okay.
So that's why we haven't heard no words from him. And that's why after he had made the offer of making a fight for somebody, he ain't been saying much because unfortunately something happened and you got to get himself back right again.
Yeah. Man, good luck to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It's not all boxing. There's also life. You know what I mean? Sometimes life get the life in and get in the way of other things. You know what I mean? So
so hopefully, you'll see him back soon, because I don't know how long that was when that event took place, or that whatever it was took place. But her older brothers, I don't think it was Brandon, so to speak, but I think it was Omar and the other older brother. I think they had a discrepancy with him, and it didn't go well for him.
Yeah. Well, prayers out to him, man, and inshallah work out for his good. You know what I mean, and put him in the best position.
Hey, Thomas, I got your question real quick. Are they still together? Are Barrios and the sister still together?
I believe so.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the lunacy of it. My dad told me a long time ago. You go over there doing stuff like that, and then they back in the bedroom that same night making up, and you sitting in the jail cell. You know what I'm saying? So if she didn't leave, it made no sense at all whatsoever.
It was similar. It was. Oh, my bad. You still going? My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
I was gonna say it was kind of similar to the situation with Shakur, and remember the one fighter's sister?
Yeah.
Also was a fighter.
Joette
Except that the parents, Joette Gonzalez, her sister, his sister is a fighter as well, I believe. And their parents was not having that, so they was like after the fight, they're like, nah, you can't be with this dude.
Right. You either gonna be over there or over here. We ain't doing this right now. You gonna make it tonight, damn it. We ain't even gonna go now one more day with this.
Yeah, but that's why you haven't heard anything from him, because it was an altercation that went down, and in the process, he got kind of roughed up, so to speak.
Yeah. So let me ask this, right? And shout out to BVO in the building too, man. Salute to you, family. I'll be right with you, bring you right in, bro, and let you and let you build real quick. I wanted to bring this to the table and say, all right, well, look, man, Mario Barrios is dealing with something, however, whatever, to fault of his own or no fault of his, is a holdup, right? And it does seem as if there's some sort of a clock on Jaron Boots Ennis's 147-pound boxing career, right? He's getting older. You've heard the rumors. They're rumors, but they've been around for a while now that the weight class may be becoming a little bit more of a big task for him, a burden for him to continue to make the sacrifices he is physically to continue to stay that 147. He's hinted towards it a little bit, talking about the rehydration clause, right? About how that was seeming to be a difficult thing for him, and for all intent and purposes, if he didn't have this unification fight with Stanley Onus, he was legitimately talking about he might need to go to 154 because he just didn't want to deal with the rehydration clause anymore. But now he jumps into a situation where the unification's on the table. The rehydration clause will be pulled off the table if he wins this fight, which I'm favoring him to win. He becomes a unified champion. Now that rehydration clause is in the conversation, so he can hang out at 147 longer than what he anticipated on it being if he didn't get the unification. But that being said, it still seems like there's a clock on this thing with Jaron Boots Ennis. And I don't want to be long-winded, but just to say that he's in the division now with purpose. And if that purpose isn't there, he doesn't need to be in the division anymore. In that mentality, if Mario Barrios is not going to be available, what are the chances of him becoming an undisputed champion at 147? And if he's not going to be able to become 147 undisputed, then why even be in the division?
Boots or Mario?
I mean, I'm saying Jaron Boots Ennis. I'm saying at the end of the day, if I'm not going to get undisputed, if the cost of me becoming undisputed is staying in his division, let's say for another 1.5 to 2 years, is it worth my time? Is it worth my time after I've unified? I've checked the box on that. Now I've fought for a championship. I'm a unified champion. I can leverage that, go up to 154 and make some big fights up there and continue to move on with my legacy. You know what I mean? Or does he, and I guess, does he need to fight Brian Norman at this point? I never saw him wanting to fight Brian Norman being based off of a rivalry. It was based off that WBO title and based on him paying his passage of his right of passage into being a champion. Something he feel like he didn't have because he got raised up and emailed a belt because Terrence didn't want to fight him. So why stay in a division that you're struggling to keep weight at if it doesn't end up being in a potential undisputed title?
I think you need to see Brian Norman. I think there is somewhat of a rivalry that's brewing right now. The back and forth on the internet, the YouTube channels. Brian Norman's name, he gained a little traction. And I think a lot of people are going to say, if you don't fight B. Norman, it's going to look like a duck at some point in time. Yeah, here it is, man. You talking about you want to make, a legacy, you want to be undisputed. Here's your opportunity right here to collect those puzzle pieces. And then what you do is Barrios is the last one holding out. You make an offer he can't refuse. And Al Heyman has no problem at sacrificing people when it comes to that dollar bill. You're expendable to him.
God. Sacrificing people, come on.
If you put the right number out there, Al will send you across the street. He'll send you across the water now. We've seen that now. He'll send you over there. You know what I'm saying? But the money got to be right. And I think Barrios, he's okay. But, he's not like, this world beater, you know what I'm saying? So I would say for the right amount of money, you make an offer you can't refuse. Al Heyman get his cut. Send him over there across the street. I mean, he's shown that he's willing to work with Turkey. You've seen PBC fighters on the Riyadh season, so I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I'll say this, man. I think the thing with Boots is that he has superstar like talent, things that you would take note of. He just doesn't have to follow him, and he's trying to
False.
position himself. False.
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 Yeah, he said false. Go ahead, Hill. Thomas.
Oh, false. Oh,
We're about to get it after you, so I'm sure he's
oh, okay. No doubt.
You just wanted to make the point real quick, just to put it out there. Like, get ready for my segue. But go ahead, finish.
No. Hey, you rough.
Like, just give you a little heads up where we going with it once I get it. But go ahead.
I got the comment. Let me take the comments off so I can see who's talking, man. So I can see the glow around the circle. But anyway, man, I think that's a great fight. Mm-hmm. That's a great fight. And it's a fight that's been building up. I mean, that's one thing that makes it great. The dynamic not quite there to make it a huge fight, but it's a fight that will, like you said, vindicate his stay there at the weight. He said he wanted to stay so he can become unified, possibly undefeated. There's a possible way that it can happen, but it's not going. I don't believe he actually has 2 years in that division. I think you're right. I think he's on the brink of pushing himself out naturally to the bigger division. So he's gonna, if it's his goal, then that means they're gonna have to negotiate. Eddie Hearns is gonna have to be a man of his word and get him the big fights, and they're gonna have to knock him down pretty much within 4 fights. Because you got one coming. You need 2 more after that. Now I don't suggest you go 1, 2, 3 like that, but you definitely got to go with it in 4 fights if you're going to try to do it by 1.5 years. And I think that's really his shelf life at that weight class. You're right. You want to at least become unified. Now it'd be good to be unified with 2 belts. I mean 3 belts instead of 2. That's a little bit more weight, but I mean, you got to do what's best for your body, and I think that's ultimately what he should listen to. Shouldn't listen to the buzz, shouldn't listen to the media and all that other stuff. You need to listen to his body because you don't want to stay there longer than you have to, because it then shortens your shelf life in other divisions as well.
Yeah, that's facts.
DVO, go ahead, man. Tap in, brother. How you doing, by the way?
Hey,
today,
man. Salute to my brother Kay and Ray, or Ray and Claude, as I call them. But I'll say this, man. I love Brother Tommy. Salute to my man, Coach. But we got to be real here, man. We talking about Jaron Ennis, who's what, 26, 27? We all know.
30.
Yeah.
So that's not a young man. I mean, I know everybody now, they want to call 30-year-old men kids now, but he's not a kid. This is an old man trying to make 147.
Oh, he's 27. My bad. He's 27. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's 27, so he's an old man. And let's be honest here. Brian Norman is going to dog him. We already know that. He's 27 years old and ain't fought nobody. And the thing that's so crazy is you see a guy in Brian Norman Jr. It kind of sucks because Brian Norman Jr. is a merman. He don't speak. But thank God for his dad, because his dad does speak a little bit for him. Because if he spoke more, there's nothing that wouldn't tell you that country bumpkin wouldn't be a star. He got the same thing Evander had. Clean cut. For those old people, Madison Avenue, he don't got no tattoos, no drama in his life. This dude could be somebody special. We talk about Brian Norman. And there's really nobody that can touch him. He beating people dead at 147. We ain't seen this since Bud. He beat that brother dead last week. And the guy before, Nakatilla, beat him dead. So when you beating people to death like this, you're exciting, you're young, seem like a smart guy, no drama around him. I mean, Boots, at the end of the day, what's happening is this. Guys are making him a star. Nobody know Boots. Go to your local gas station and say, who is Boots Ennis? They're not going to know. Go anywhere you want to go. Go to the barbershop. Go anywhere you go, the mall. They don't know Boots. Boots is a guy who's been hyped up well. What he might do is punch you below the belt, as we've seen him do. He might do that. But as far as being a great champion, he's not going to do that. And you say he's probably beat this guy that we're talking about, even the guy we're talking about, Stanionis. Stanionis had 3 fights in 5 years? Who is this guy? This guy ain't nobody. This guy ain't no world beater. So what happened is this. They got exactly what they wanted. They wanted to bring Boots slow. And that's what Cameron bought him slow. His dad bought him slow. And now he's 27 years old when nobody knows him, talking about, I want to be undisputed. No, do what the guys your age are doing. Stop being like Lennox. Don't go back to the Olympics like Lennox did. stay right here where the heat is and go to 54 and fight King Virgil, get beat to death, or fight, Jamel the Monster's coming back. Go fight some guys who can actually hurt you. Because we already know if he drained, he's not 100%, Brian Norman Jr. is going to hurt him. Y'all seen The Wire. Y'all remember when my man Omar had Slim Charles? What'd he say? You going to make me hurt you, yo. That's exactly what happened to Boots. He going to make Brian Norman hurt him, man. That's all I have to say.
So BBO and Coach Eddie, actually the panel, let me ask y'all a question. So the last 4 fights for Brian Norman, right? He had a no contest, which I thought he was literally losing that fight, in my opinion. So Tillian gave him a hardcore battle. Quentin Randall was probably his best win out of the 4, and then Cuevas would be his best win, but Cuevas rocked him in the first round. So with those going on, like those type of opponents, you guys really think that Boots don't stand a chance when Boots does have punching power, even though he looks suspect to a lot of people in his last 2 fights? You don't think Boots has enough to get the job done? When you have Jalil Figueroa, who was a great fighter, similar to Boots' style, was able to disrupt and hurt Brian Norman.
And you know what I'll say to that? That's why I love Ray, because you see how Ray snuck that in there. He snuck all that dissing in there, like I didn't hear. He stuck that dissing in there. I heard it, but it's okay. It's okay. I respect it because they see you, nice, clean cut brother. They think you're gonna come with something good, and you just hit him in the head like that. I like that. But Brian Norman, if you look at his last 2 fights, his last opponents are 58-2. That's their combined record. His last 2 opponents is 58-2. I only know that because I got an opportunity to speak with Brian Norman Sr. and he told us that. You talking about Boots Ennis then beat the white dude Sergey Lipinets from 140. I mean, who has he really beat? We seen him in a fight before when he fought for IBO title. People forget about that. What that guy Keith Van was hearing or something, where he like got a cut.
You have a point, man. To his point, to piggyback off what he's saying. Like I say, Brian Norman Jr. he's a force in that 147 division, man. Monster. I think Brian and Boots, Jaron have an opportunity right here. They can foster this and they can really get some buzz around this fight. You know what I'm saying? If they just continue to talk about it, continue to call each other out, continue to say, I want this guy. And most of all, just continue to win. I mean, they're champions. Why shouldn't the fight happen? I mean, both guys got belts. I mean, it makes sense. You know, if I'm Brian Norman, I'm showing up at the fight, making sure I'm sitting front row. I got a front row seat, at Jaron's fight. And I'm gonna make sure that camera spans on me. Make sure they know I'm in the building. That's what you got to do, man. All that promotion. You got to show up to the guys' fight. You got to be front and center. You know what I'm saying? You got to be ready. So when they put a camera in your face, you got to know what to say. You say, hey, I want this guy. You know what I'm saying? And all that's just going to build up to the fight. Like I said, we might not get it this year, but if we get it, early 26, I'm all for it, man. And I think it'd be a pretty good event, man.
Coach, speaking of that, we got to remember when Eddie Hearn had a big event with Jaron Ennis in his hometown, who was the star of the show? Bam Rodriguez. They thought Bam Rodriguez was the king of Philly that night. You can't keep having these performances that are poop and tell me you a star. It's just, that's not how it works. Just because people like you doesn't mean you're the goods. People like Boots, which is good, but he's not that guy. I mean, he's just not. You know who Boots reminds me of? You know who Boots really reminds me of? He's that guy that's a monster when he's playing the 5th graders. But as soon as he plays somebody his age in high school, he getting dog walked. You can't get excited about a guy who's playing Madden on easy. He's not fighting anybody. You at least see Brian Norman. I'll put it like this. If Brian Norman was from New York, Cleveland, Philadelphia, a traditional boxing town, it would be a whole different perception for him because he wasn't an Olympian. He wasn't very well known coming out the amateurs. So that's why you don't got it. Boots is from Philly. No matter what nobody say, you're going to think about Bernard Hopkins, the great Joe Frazier, Eddie Futch, all those guys when you think about Philly. But I'm telling you, he's not a Bernard Hopkins. He ain't built like that. Because but Bernard Hopkins would not let you live and have a championship in his division. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. We got to be honest here. But go ahead.
So like, for one, man, you said that this isn't the star. You know, what has he done to show that he's a star? We could say the same of both fighters. Like, they haven't really done anything to show that either one of them is a star in most people's eyes.
Beating people dead don't count, Brother Hill.
You know, but then there's that comment down there that Aunt McQueen let loose to let you know the tenor of where we going right now with regards to my good brother BVO. You know what I'm saying? BVO is my guy. Shout out to the Mighty Sports Talk Network too. You know, they doing big things over there, man. Let me say this. The fight is brewing, and that's stage one. I agree with what Coach Eddie said. I think they need to continue to talk this fight up. They need to continue to promote it and push it. Show up to one another's fights. Be in the camera's eyes so they can get the people behind the fight. The one thing Brian Norman did to help his cause, because the Santillan fight was like, okay, there's potential, but is that who he is? Because the fights preceding it was not like that. He put a stamp on it with this performance that he had just with Cuevas, making my man just say no mas. My man literally wanted the ref to stop the fight, so you know he beat the fight out of him. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. Boots now has the onus on him, the spotlight on him, where he got to show and prove. I think the fights that he was fighting previous to this were under pretense. The first one being, oh, I'm on the tank card. I want to show the world that I'm the star you need to focus on. F him, look at me. And in the process, he didn't fight a good fight that would give him what he was looking for. He fought a fight outside the fight he needed to, and there was opportunities in that Kukadajian. And then I think that Kukadajian is a fighter that people like really, really sleep on. Then the rematch, it was,
what's the guy's name?
Wait, hold on. I want to tap in right quick, right? I want to tap in and put some perspective on some things. Okay, so you know, as far as the records are concerned, the resumes are concerned, I don't think either one of them have a resume per se to make it the biggest argument as far as what it'll look like for them to fight each other. And I'll say this. Jaron Boots Ennis, as far as the eye test is concerned, as far as the athleticism, as far as the wrinkles to his game, as far as his potential, and as far as the interest is concerned, as far as, you know, Turkey Al-Sheikh having interest in seeing him at 154. And keep in mind that at one point in time, we can't push to the side that Jaron Boots Ennis was the fight that everybody wanted to see against Terrence Crawford, the pound for pound great fighter in that time, and right now getting ready to fight maybe one of the biggest fights that could be put together between him and Canelo Alvarez. This was the only other fighter that the boxing space saw to be a legitimate threat to Terrence Crawford at one point in time. So he's built up a lot of recognition for himself. Now, we can say that maybe there are arguments out there to say that it was artificial in its own way due to the matchmaking. Maybe he didn't fight the best of the best. And, you know, we can make those arguments, right? But just off face value, Jaron Boots Ennis has built himself a reputation that some people feel like, man, he needs to go to 154. They want to see him there because they feel like nobody at 147 has anything to really offer him. Now, out of nowhere comes Brian Norman Jr., right? Who the moment he actually went and left fighting 8-round, 6-round fights, ran into adversity, right? He went there with Quinton Randall, looked decent, but went to a decision, right? Then he went over there and fought Figueroa, and we saw him, you know, look very pedestrian in that fight, right? Just it seems as if as soon as the competition started to pick up for him, all of a sudden he's running into decisions. Now he goes in as an underdog against Giovanni Santillan and looks great, man. You know, a star is born, right? Man, this guy's become an interim title holder and won a fight where all the odds were against him. He goes into this fight with Cuevas, and we're looking for the boxes to be checked because we can't disregard what we saw to the 4 fights before the Santillan. As great as he looked in the ring against Santillan, we weren't there yet because we saw him potentially digressing or maybe just, you know, not being able to adjust well to the level in competition going up. But he goes in there with Cuevas, and what we wanted Cuevas to do, he didn't do, right? He wasn't in the fight. His mind wasn't in the fight. He got punched out of the fight very early and found his way out by round 3, found his way out, and kudos, and we're going to celebrate and give Brian Norman Jr. his respect because he did what he was supposed to do. How can we take shots at Brian Norman Jr. for what Derek Cuevas didn't do, right? But still, there are still questions there because that fight didn't test him and we didn't see Brian Norman adjust. I don't know how people on the panel feel, but I think we know that Boots can adjust. He hasn't been adjusting as of late because he's been forcing a square peg into a circle hole because he's been more caught up on showboating or impressing the audience. But I think we know what he can do, and I think there's an argument there to say we don't know what Brian Norman Jr. can do all the way yet because he hasn't been in front of fighters that have forced him to fight in a different way. So on face value, the fight would be competitive. I still favor Boots Ennis to do what he's going to do against Brian Norman Jr. But I think the bigger argument is Brian Norman Jr. willing to concede and still compromise and not price himself out of being in these fights because of this newfound fame he has? Does he need to get paid crazy amounts of money? Does the fight need to happen in Atlanta? Does he need to be the A side to these negotiations in order for him to get the opportunity to actually prove himself to the boxing space on what he clearly already knows, but what boxing fans such as myself aren't sure of yet? Is he going to price himself out of these situations, or is he going to be humble and be like, the bigger opportunity is getting in the ring with these guys to show the world who I am rather than lose out on these fights because I believe I'm worth more than the market says I'm worth? Because the argument is still there that the reason, and it's not even an argument, the reason the fight did not happen between Jaron Boots Ennis and Brian Norman is because, and I'm not trying to say they did it on purpose or not, right? Whether they did it on purpose or not, that's only between them and God for them to know what was on their heart. But the reality is Brian Norman Jr. did in real time price himself out of that fight. And that's why the fight didn't happen. Are we going to see a repeat of that? Or is he going to sacrifice? Is he going to concede and compromise and take the proper steps to move in the right direction to get the fights that we need to see for him to prove the point that he already knows?
You know what I would say? You got my vote, Clay. You got my vote. You are the president of the YTBC. I can't beat you at talking. You're second to none at that. It's beautiful what you just did because, as Don King say, I'm waiting with great anticipation to see what happens when they fight. Because we already know, if you listen to my brother Clay, and I think Clay should be preaching. That brother really almost believed what he was saying. Because you gotta remember that Boots Ennis had a purse bid. You're not going to Unify if they got a purse bid. We already know that. And on top of that, when we see them fight, we're seeing the young guy from Georgia, just looking like a monster. We not seeing that from Boots. Boots is just that guy who we thought was going to be something, and he didn't. You know what he would be? He would almost be like the Tina Marie of boxing. He could have been Rihanna, but he's not. It's not. At the end of the day, we seeing Brian Norman doing the work. And you heard his father say this before. He got the quit out his son. We seen him dropping that hand. We seen him get dropped. I'm not saying Brian Norman can't get beat. I'm not saying he can't, because at one time, I thought there was a couple guys that could see him at 140, and they might still be able to. I just think for this matchup, it's going to be in Brian Norman's favor because he's Jaron's size and he's Jaron's age. Jaron looks good beating up them senior citizens, dog. He really does. He looks great. He looks awesome. But when we talking about big time boxing, and Clay, you know this more than me. We know what we see. We traditional boxing fans. If you look at Brian Norman Jr., he look like he's going to beat the Philly cheesesteak out of Boots. He's going to beat him to death. He's going to send him back to Delaware or wherever he's from, and he's going to be losing. And we're going to be like, you know what, man, that guy Brian Norman Jr., man, is the next superstar in boxing. I'm telling you. So I'm not saying this because I know.
Let me ask you this, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, we're talking about if the fight happens, right? But does this fight happen with Brian Norman's criteria being met? There's the high payday there. Now I'm hearing rumors of a home field advantage of the fight being in Atlanta. Do those boxes get checked in a line with the fight happening in real time?
Well, we know it can't be the money because he took less money to take these other fights and to stay active. If he wouldn't have had the hand surgery, he was going to take that fight earlier. So it's not so much about the money. This is coming from his father. They could lie because, like I know, people come on, you interview them and they lie. You know that just like I do. So he could be lying. I don't think he is. But he says we're gonna get in there and we're gonna beat him to death. And I think if you just look at it, as a boxing person who's watched them all, you got to see Roy, you got to see Bernard. Roy was just better than Bernard. That doesn't mean Bernard isn't good. I don't think Boots is bad. I just think when it comes to a guy like Brian Norman, who is punching, is like my man said on remember the Titans. He beating the black off of people. He Spanish boys to death. When he get in there with Brian, when he get in there with Boots, Boots can be hit. And we've seen Boots get hit more than we've ever seen him get hit recently. Why is that? Because he's obviously got to be drained. We never seen, man, what's that dude's name? The guy he fought, David Avocado, was putting hands and feet on Boots. We never seen Boots get punched up like that. But no one wants to get out because they want to promote Boots. But I put like this: anybody, if I know you, anybody can get it. I would like to say I got $100 on Brian Norman stopping Boots. Not beating him, stop. He's going to stop him.
Okay. That's
and you heard it first from on my brother Claymore's show. You heard it first. And Ray, remember I said this, Ray, because you my brother, man. I know you don't forget. Remember I said this, Ray. He's going to stop him.
I think he has the power. I think he has the power and the ability to do it. Does he do it is the question. I think when you mentioned David Avanesian, David Avanesian showed us that he can box. He beat two good fighters before he fought Bud. He showed he can box for Bud. He gave Bud a good fight, right? But he was stopped. Then you got Karen Kakajan, right? He got into the ring with Boots, and everybody slept on him because he ran the whole fight. Boots couldn't close down the ring because Boots was trying to knock him out. And then in this rematch, Boots went in there with a different game plan because he was frustrated with the first fight. We can all admit to that. And we seen it in the actions of the fight. And Karen stood there in the pocket. Didn't mean that it was a great fight because he made that man take a knee. Speaking of knees, right? He made him take a knee, and then he stopped him. So we're taking credit away from guys that were ranked high in the welterweight division. They weren't like they were bums. These guys they've proven themselves and like Karen. I'm sorry, not Karen. Karen was IBF mandatory. Not only was he mandatory, he was also an interim champion. My boy, yeah, he didn't get stopped. My bad. You're right. It was a decision, but he did put him on his knee. The other fight was Avanesian, who he did stop. On the other hand, he's a European champion. He's been a European champion for quite some time. He's been dominating the European circuit and hasn't ran into Karen Kakajan. But at the end of the day, I don't really care either way. I just want to see the fight happen. I don't know who wins just yet. I'll have to sit down and evaluate it as the fight goes place. But I like putting my 2 cents out there and giving perspective on both ends of the spectrum. You know what I mean? So, I'm not going to take away from one and give the other praise and give the other praise and take away from the other. I like to be even down the middle until the fight happens, and then I can see how the fight's moving and how the energy is. Because I was at one point saying, I think Boots kills this kid. But then I was sitting there thinking like, yo, this dude got a right hand, man. And that right hand is deadly. And if he gets caught with that right hand, I can see Boots going down. But I think Boots also has a tested jawline. So at the end of the day, if he punches him in that jaw and it don't go down, he don't crack him. What happens when Boots retaliates? That's the question.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless, but I think what it comes down to, I think the most important thing in this Brian Norman Jr. and Jaron Boots Ennis saga, the big thing is, how does the fight happen? How do these guys get on the same page for an actual fight to happen? And the reason it's important, because we saw how the last negotiations went. And yeah, by the way, BVO, I acknowledge the fact that Rachel Donaire spoke on this, and I think it's been pretty much cleared up as far as what the reality is that Boots wasn't going to be able to fight Brian Norman, right? He was already in a mandatory situation with with Karen Kukudagin. The fight wasn't going to be able to happen, even though I think that's kind of like the sanctioning bodies playing their games, because on one point you hear the rumors saying that unifications trump mandatories, but then on the other hand, you're hearing about mandatories actually getting in the way of unifications happening. So there's always going to be inconsistency there. But needless to say, as the negotiations were moving forward, the reality was the story that, as far as what Brian Norman was understanding as to why the fight wasn't happening, was because Eddie Hearn wasn't willing to budge. He wasn't willing to go over that 1.7 million ultimately, which would end up being the final offer in order to make a fight happen. We know that that Brian Norman's last payday was somewhere inside of $200,000, probably closer to 100 or maybe 150,000 for that last fight, and that a 1.7 million offer was exponentially more than he got paid before. So the fight didn't happen because Brian Norman took the position that his son wasn't in need of the fight happening, that there was already a game plan that Top Rank had for Brian Norman Jr., and that, you know, the fight was going to be a real favor towards Boots, and that Boots was going to have to pay how he weighed in order to make that fight happen, in turn putting Boots in a situation to where he's either going to leave 147 to go to 154 and go find out opportunities up there, or he was going to do what he ultimately ended up doing, which was taking that mandatory with Karen, a fight, by the way, that Eddie Hearn didn't even bid on, because just to show you how there was a lack of interest in a fight happening. Nonetheless, I digress just to say that this time around, the important thing is we're talking about what the results of the fight would be. We're talking about what Brian Norman could do in a fight against Boots Ennis, but what is the likeliness of us seeing it actually happen if the price is too high? If Brian Norman Jr. and Sr. have ultimately priced himself out of this fight realistically happen, then what are we even talking about in the first place?
I don't think that. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Good. I was
going to say, I don't believe they priced themselves out. I think you alluded to a very key fact in the whole thing. The fight could never have happened. Those offers was gauging the meter of like the buzz around the fight. Let's see if we actually got a fight that we can brew up. And if so, how much can we really price on this fight? Like, how much can we invest in this fight so we can get this fight to happen? Because once it went purse bid, everything else, and they knew, the key point about it is both parties knew. Brian Norman Sr. knew that they couldn't negotiate. Eddie Hearns knew they couldn't negotiate. So I think that was all just like to build the intrigue for the fight. See if we get people to follow in and follow the blues clues or the breadcrumbs to lead to a big fight. I think the fight does happen because, you know, now both are champions. So there's a little bit more intrigue to the fight. And now they get the gauge to see whether or not how many people are invested in watching the fight between them. Now you add the fact that you got one fighter who's coming off, if Boots is successful, which I see him being successful with Stanionis, and Stanionis is a tremendous fight for him. I won't pretend to discredit that man in no shape or form. If he wins that fight, that's a legit win. And like my man said, Cuevas was coming off a fight layoff since 23, and really hadn't fought a lot of heavy hitters on his resume too. But that being the case, the performance is the performance, and it left a lasting impression on a lot of people. I have my uncle who really don't follow it, but like, did you see the fight? My brother, he follows boxing, man. You see the fight? Hey man, he got wobbled, but he came back strong, man, and he was landing bombs on him. So like, hey, there's being a little bit of traction for that fight. I think now he has to become reasonable. His biggest payout is what? His biggest place on the card has been where? So now we're talking about being the main event for like some big time bucks and from big time stakes. How much are we willing to make this fight happen? And I think that's where they're going to meet in the middle to get the fight to happen.
You know what I would say, man?
Wait, hold on 1 second, BVO.
Let
me just tap in and say 30 seconds just to say that, you know, I don't believe that Brian Norman knew about the IBF mandatory getting in the way of the fight happening. I believe he thought he was in an actual negotiation to make that fight happen until it was made clear by Rachel Donaire and a couple other people who said, listen, this mandatory took precedence over the whole entire negotiation, and that this negotiation was in the dirt the moment before it even started, because Boots wasn't going to get out of that mandatory position that he was in. And like I said, it's not to say they did it on purpose. And, you know, pricing out sounds like ducking, right? And I'm not trying to say that they duck, but I will say that up until that revelation happened about that mandatory holding precedence over an actual unification, the thought process was the reason this fight is not happening is because Eddie Hearn won't concede and pay that $2.2 million or $2 million that Brian Norman Sr. was asking for. He felt like it was a fair offer and he wasn't willing to budge off of it, and he wasn't going to take that 1.7. He officially said no unless you meet my price point. And that being said, technically speaking, he did price himself out of that fight just off the technical features of the negotiation, right? Just off the technical intangibles. That 1.7 wasn't going to do it. The only thing that was going to do it was 2 million or better. Eddie Hearn said that's a no-go. 2 million does not happen for us. He says we're fine with that. We've got a fight scheduled anyway with Derek Cuevas coming up. We'll pass on the fight. He priced himself out of that fight, in my opinion. Let me go ahead and just bring Fight Sports Talk into it and say salute to him. Don't speak yet because I know BVO is about to say something, but I wanted to still salute you. I didn't want to just sit there and ignore you in the room. But BVO, go ahead and build off that. I know you. I jumped right in the middle of your cook.
No, salute, man. I'll say this. This just goes to show you.
Or my bad. Wait, BVO, my bad. You're right, Thomas. You're right.
No. Well, I'll be quick, man. I won't even be the 30 seconds that you gave.
I won't even be the
I had 30 seconds.
All I will say is if what you said were true, then he would technically have priced himself out. This is the only problem I have with what was said, though, right there, is that Rachel herself said after the first offer was given to them, she contacted Brian Norman Sr. and let him know that the price, the first bid was already in place, so there was no negotiation, and they continued on with it. So that's why I think it was more of a meter to see where the adulation is for the fight. Like, do we got people anticipating this fight, and can we make a big fight out of it? But you could be right, man. I don't know. That's just what I've heard. She said it, so I'm a believer because I ain't nobody that she got to lie to. But
Facts. I didn't know that. I didn't know that she reached out and made the point of contact with him. I'm not sure if it was. I mean, yeah, but it still just kind of throws me a little bit just off the strength of why keep negotiating something you know can't happen. But like you said, maybe it was just marketing. Maybe it was understood already in the beginning that this is how we're going to carry it, knowing that there's no fight there. We're still going to move that way. That makes sense. But I definitely didn't know about Rachel reaching out to Brian Norman early in the negotiation. I thought that happened like towards the end, like when the negotiations fell out of.
But to be clear, what you said is true. If they had no knowledge, then that was a key example of pricing yourself out. When you think of it, would have been almost 10 times more than what you have ever made in your career. So yeah, I agree, but I'm gonna go back on mute. My bad.
No doubt. No, go ahead, BVO.
No, I think what you said. I think it has some merit, but it just this what kind of brings me back to when Eddie lies and plays games. It's okay, but if this was Al Heyman, this situation happened to, I guarantee you, we all know it'd be a bunch of people to come out the woodworks. Oh, he's broke. They run out of money. They this and that. At the end of the day, the fight's going to happen because the fight's too big not to happen. Both these guys are going to fight. And I think the thing we got to say is this: are they going to fight twice or are they going to fight once? Because it just looks like there's nothing that can stop this fight. It's the biggest fight of Boots' career because even Boots is one of those guys, he knows positions where he can't ever do enough. And I get it. It's not fair, but the only place that's fair is where they raise pigs at. So it's okay. Life's not fair. But if he goes in there and beats Steady Owens to death, who's that? He doesn't fight much. So he's never going to get the credit until he comes in there against a real undefeated champion and Brian Norman Jr., and then we'll be able to gauge what Boots is. All Boots really is like a watch until you go get it checked and see if it's real. I'm telling you, it's not ticking right. It's not a Rolly. It's not ticking right. The TikTok gave it away. I think Boots is more like a Movado or a Fossil watch. You know, you talking about Brian Norman, you talking about a big boy
Brado and
Rolex.
Fasto in the same conversation.
Bro, I
I'm
like
just saying, that's the type of watch
too.
he is. I mean, you gotta
that's
ask
a
Big
big
Money Ray
window,
Davis
baby. I
about
ain't gonna lie,
watches.
that's a big window.
I'm just saying, you gotta ask Big Money Ray Davis about the watches. But for me, that's all I can say is, hey, he's not. Look at the TikTok on him. Come on, you seen it, Clay.
It's about to blow up, right? He's ticking.
Me and you, man.
Wait,
Me and you are
was that
traditional
a
boxing
Rado?
fan.
Was that a Rado right there?
Look, he said that dude's anywhere from a $150 watch to a $10,000+ watch. He's somewhere in there, but he ain't $100,000 watch.
That boy got pieces.
He's not that guy.
I'm gonna leave it to you to put him where you want to put him. That's where you're allowed to put him, though.
Inside that you can put him wherever you want to put him.
Wait. So the new nickname is Timepiece Ray?
Hey, no, Big Money. They call him Big Money Ray. I just call him Ray, though.
Big Watch Ray?
Listen, it's all good. It's all good. Thomas Hill, the mayor. You know what I mean? I get it. I don't even know how I got dragged into this. I'm laughing though.
Hey, me too. I don't know how I transitioned, but I like it though.
Whenever you need out there, you mind your business? Come on in here.
Hey. Whenever you need a timepiece, call my man Ray Davis. He gets you right.
Big Money Ray. They call him Big Money Ray.
Big Money, what they call him.
let me include the rest of the panel on this conversation. I'm gonna bring Fight Sports Talk in on this conversation. Then definitely we got to go and see where Coach Eddie, because even Marinate listening to all this BS and he got something to say. I already know he got that look on his face. He ready to say something to somebody up in here. Shout out to Fight Talk Sport in the building. How you doing, family? First of all, you know how we start our conversation. How's the weather in New Zealand, brother?
Doing good, man. And you know, first thing that came to mind this morning is now I can tell my homies something different. The weather today is awful. It was raining last night, and it was raining while I was asleep, and it's raining first thing this morning, and it ain't going to slow down. So different. Today's going to be one of those days where you spend the entire day in your rain gear.
No doubt. It's all good, man. Somebody eating. The plants are doing well. Nature is doing well. You know what I mean? Good things are happening. Yeah. You know, when the sun come out tomorrow, you're going to appreciate the rain from yesterday. It's going to make you appreciate the sun even more today. You know what I mean?
Couldn't agree more. And this if there's, I don't know if I could add anything after all this talk about watches, but I can say maybe I can add one thing. Brian Norman, it's okay. It seemed likely that he did price himself out because of, again, everything you guys have said, but I don't know if we can really blame him for that, because first of all, he was an underdog. He wasn't expected to be world champion. He became world champion very impressively. And it's not in those situations, it's normal for guys to say, you know what, I won't look at unifying just yet. I'm going to go out and fight at least one guy, defend my title, and he looked damn good doing it. Yeah, Cuevas was, a weak opponent, but still, he looked damn good doing it. And I'm like, and that one win will increase my value, then I'll look at unifying. So even if he did price himself out, it's not something I think we can really blame him for. And Eddie Hearn's been in this situation in the past where he's promoted one world champion, he's offered another world champion more than what they've made in the past, and the other world champion turned it down because they wanted to go build their profile elsewhere and then come back to the negotiations. So yeah, maybe that happened. Also, let's not forget, and this is actually the very first video I made on my channel last year, Boots Ennis did turn down an offer to fight Terence Crawford. Now, I know BLK Prime didn't exactly hang around for very long at the top level, as maybe we lost Clay there.
No, he's there.
I'm here. I'm about to replace the battery. Act like you don't see me, but I'm right there.
Yeah. But he did turn down an offer to fight Terence Crawford, and we heard the whole loyalty to Al Heyman BS. So it's I guess one thing I can say, it's not like we can really blame Brian Norman for, now if he continues to hold that belt hostage and not finding the other champions, different story. But as of right now, I don't think we can blame him too much. And we have seen this kind of stuff from Boots Ennis before.
No doubt. Coach, you want to go next, or you want me to let Keon step in? How you feeling? You got something to say? I don't want you holding it on your
I want to jump in for a hot minute. I mean, I've been listening. Everything y'all been saying, it's kind of like a seesaw effect, man. But as far as like, I think, to be honest, man, I think Brian Norman is in a better position at the 147 division than Boots, because I think Brian could actually stay there for a few years. And Boots is on the verge of outgrowing it, but when he outgrows it, he's about to jump into a frying pan. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, whew. I mean, and with the introduction of Ryan Garcia and Haney and Teofimo Lopez, it's money to be made, man. It's money there. It's $2 million fights there all day long, every day, man, and twice on Sunday. If Boots, was able to get this belt right here, which I think he will, then if he vacates, then those belts are going to again scatter again. So now we got more opportunity there for good fights to happen, man. But I think we got to be careful when I'm not going to discredit Boots, because if Brian beats him, when he beats him, or if he beats him, then that's just going to be like, oh, he wasn't nobody anyways. I think we got to keep these guys and keep them, hold them up on that pedestal right there and say, look, these are the two best guys right here at the 147-pound division. That way, that's going to make the fight that much bigger. I'm telling you, this fight has all the ingredients to turn into something big, man. If they just capture this lightning in a bottle and market it and keep the people talking about it and keep up the intrigue and keep knocking people out and keep winning, man. But we got a collision. We got two guys on a collision course. Brian Norman has made it on Teddy Atlas' radar. Teddy Atlas is talking about this guy, man. That's more ears talking about Brian Norman Jr. He got the stamp. Teddy Atlas put the stamp on it. That's high praise right there. You know what I'm saying? If Teddy Atlas put a stamp on you, so this kid has everything that he needs to be successful. So like I said, we got this fight right here, man. I'm telling you, man, if we just keep talking about it, fans keep asking for it, the guys keep winning.
Hall of Fame trying to Teddy Atlas, the Hall of Famer?
Yeah, Teddy Atlas talking about Brian Norman Jr., man. So I'm just saying, brother, this fight can turn out to be something massive, something big. I'm not going to say it's going to be the Terrence Crawford or Errol Spencer, that type magnitude, but these guys keep winning. Because, like I say, the 147-pound division, it's kind of, it's a changing of the guard. Those guys, the Buds, the Errols, the Danny Garcia, the Sean Porters, all them guys are, late 30s, mid 30s, late 30s. It's time to reset. And we can reset with these two guys right here, man. Tell you, we got to get behind these two guys. We got to keep pushing them. We got to keep propping them up. We got to keep promoting them. We got to keep, we got to keep making noise for these guys, man, and keep clamoring for this fight, man. And like I say, I think Brian is in a better position than Boots, because Boots, he's about to jump into, if he leaves his division, he's jumping into the frying pan, man. And there's no soft touches up there at 154. You got Fondora, you got Virgil Ortiz, you got Madrimov, you got the other guy. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his name. Race off of Tim Zhu. You got that guy right there. So there's no soft touches up there at 154, man. So,
be careful, Coach.
Hold on one second. I don't want to get this all mixed up, because I definitely want to let Coach land his plane so I can bring Keon in.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if I'm Boots, I'm hanging out at 147, because the grass is looking real green at 147 right now. You going over there at 154, man? You about to be jumping in. You going into the woods over there, brother. You got some briar patches. You got some snakes, curled up behind rocks and stuff. You got some bear traps set up in there. It's no easy touches at 154, none whatsoever. You got some redwoods there, that big tall Fondora, the 6 foot freaking Jolly Green Giant is up in there. You got some werewolves, you got some lion, tigers, and bears at 154. So Boots, keep sneaking, keep drinking your Slim Fast. Don't blow up too big. It's a lot of work at 147. And even Ryan Garcia, that's a wild card. You got a guy who can really, really punch. You got a guy who has a great left hook. And it seems like Boots can't get out of the way of left hooks also. So that's more intrigue. If that fight happens, does Ryan Garcia have the power to knock out Boots or Brian Norman? So it's so much. Or Devin Haney. Even Devin Haney is looking big, depending on how his fight looks in May. If he comes out looking good, it's Devin Haney back. You got Teofimo Lopez, which to me is the weak link at 147. I'm picking on Tio. If I want to make some money. So it's so much money to be made at 147. It's a lot less risk at 147 than it is 154.
So when you know what it sounds like to me, it sounds like there's greatness in them hills. It's greatness past them bear tracks. There's greatness up in 154 is what I hear. And I don't know Boots Ennis to be the type of person who I think is scared of, you know what I mean, going for some greatness. Shout out Keon, everything boxing. Keon, what's on your mind, brother? How you doing today?
Man, what's good? You know, I got to keep it up. I got to keep it real off the rip. First thing I want to say is shout out to my man, Brian Norman Jr. That's my dog. But my dude down here with the avatar, man, you been in here. Hey, I don't know what Boots did to you, but man, I know hate when I hear hate, and you speaking some ignorant shit straight off the rip, man. I don't know what Boots did to you, what problem you got with Boots, but man, ain't no reason you should be hating on that man like that. You know, and Brian Norman, my dog. I mess with Brian Norman heavy, but yeah, man, I'm not up here to say who win the fight between them and who don't win. You know, I rock with both of them, but I'm gonna say this: they on a collision course because I think that Brian Norman should fight Mario Barrios. That's a fight that I think that they can get made with the PBC in Top Rank, right? That's in Unification. I think that Boots, he gonna go do his thing against Stanionis. And that's another thing, man. Stanionis is a dog too. You're talking about who is Stanionis and ain't Stanionis, he ain't fighting nobody. Stanionis is a dog. Stanionis can fight his ass off. You might want to go do some film. You might want to go do some film, you know what I'm saying, and learn yourself something. But Stanionis can fight his ass off. So, but I think that Boots, you know, I think Boots is like that. I think Boots is gonna go in there, whether it's a tough fight with Stanionis, I think he gonna come out victorious. And then him and Brian Norman, that's gonna be the fight to make at 147 for undisputed. You know, I mean, it all makes sense. So they coming together on a collision course, and then when they get in the ring, right? When they get in the ring, we can do all the talking back and forth, you know. But I ain't picking no side. I'm with both of them. Of course, I want my dog Brian Norman to beat Boots if they do fight. You know what I'm saying? I think they're gonna fight. I'm gonna be rooting for Brian Norman for sure. But may the best man win, you know, may the best. I'm not finna sit up here just because I rock with Brian Norman and shit on Boots. You ain't got to shit on that man. That man can fight. Boots is a special talent. You know what I'm saying? Brian Norman, he is special talent, but he's still getting better. So by the time that Brian Norman gets to Boots, you know, because Brian's only, 23, 24 years old. So he's nowhere near his prime yet. He still have things to work on in the ring. You know, he's still getting better. I think Boots is closer to his prime. And, you know, when they fight, man, it's going to be a hell of a fight. I think it's going to be a big fight. And I think the whole boxing world is going to be tuned in because you got two exciting fighters. You got two exciting fighters. You know, they just continue. They both need to continue to do their job. I like that. I love that Mario Barrios fight for Brian Norman.
Yeah.
You know, so let's see.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing?
No, wait. Let me just, because I already know it's your turn. It has to be because he was definitely coming at you. So, but so I'm not going to let you not.
Hey, Clay, but before you give it to him, can I say something in regards to what Coach Eddie said afterward?
All right. Before I give it to him, let me just say this to Keon. I got you, Thomas. You can be next. Keon, two things. Number one is Brian Norman. Is it the pricing out situation, which is where I come back to every single time, because until they come to an agreement, there just isn't going to be a fight, right? So is Brian Norman going to have to, or be willing to, however you want to look at it, to compromise on what he expects to be compensated with in order to make this fight happen? Is that going to get in the way of this fight happening if this fight needs to happen? A, and B, does this give you like Terrence Crawford, Boots Ennis vibes, as far as Boots getting very close to that point to where the Brian Norman fight might not make as much sense as fights that are ahead of him as far as TO or moving up to 154, making big fights up there. Is there bad timing happening here to where that could get in the way of this fight happening, in your opinion, from just seeing it?
I think as far as Brian Norman goes, I personally know Brian. Brian gonna want to smoke. You know what I'm saying? Brian is not gonna duck nobody. So, once the time comes to where that fight really needs to happen, and I think that's gonna be soon. Boots got standing on this next. Like I said, I would like Brian Norman and his team to go for Mario Barrios. And, if he gets the Mario Barrios fight, Brian Norman is going to be going straight at Boots. That's the fight that he's going to want. Trust me. But as far as Boots said that he don't want to leave the division until he becomes undisputed or, fights for undisputed. So I think we getting close. But I think that Boots, he can stay in that division without that rehydration clause, right? Because unifications and undisputeds, he don't have to do the rehydration clause. So if the rehydration clause is not involved, I think he got, but right now we in April, right? So I think he got another year max. So we can make that happen in another year. That can happen for sure.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Go ahead, Thomas Hill. Go ahead and tap in a little bit. And I'm gonna let BVO get his spiel.
Yeah, it'll be real quick. Hey, Coach Eddie, everything you said, I agreed with. The key thing that you even noted was the fact that my man Teddy Atlas put the stamp of approval on him. That does ways for the movement of making this fight happen, because now people go tune in just because he said so. Great point.
100%. BBO, man, feel free to defend yourself, brother.
Well, you my brother, Keon, so I'm not going to say nothing disparaging against you, because that's what they want to do. They want us to say something crazy to each other. You my brother, and I love you. You don't know boxing.
Man, it's all boxing talk. Let me say this. When we watch what we see, when we watching fights, right? For us to be critical, the new thing that a lot of people have hijacked our sport with is if you have any critique, that means you're hating or you're saying something against someone. Me giving an honest opinion about what I've seen when I've seen the man get hit more than ever, when I see the man not looking sharp in fights, where you got a guy on your undercard looking like he's the king of Philly, and Bam Rodriguez, that looked like that was a Bam Rodriguez card. That was the card Boots was supposed to, that card was made for Boots to knock Karen out cold and put his arms up and had the confetti fall like Joshua. But we didn't get that because he didn't look good. And all I'm saying is this. Every time we see Brian Norman Jr. fight, the brother's a showstopper, man. I'm telling you, when we stop Boots, I want to make sure that you don't disappear from YouTube, because Brian Norman Jr. is the next big star in boxing. I'm not saying that because Brian Norman's I know you guys probably think that because that's my guy. But no, not because he's my guy. It's because I know what I'm looking at. Just like when I used to support other fighters, when you're looking at something special, you got to call it out. Brian Norman's power is special. And another thing that makes him special is that, hey, he has a will to win and he won't quit. I think people underestimate that. When you got that mindset of you're ready to pass away in this ring, it makes you hard to beat, because that's what made Ali special. That's what made Mayweather special. Guess what? When Mayweather got hit with that good shot by Mosey, what do you say? You're going to have to unalive me, B. He didn't say nothing about no fight. He made it clear, I'm willing to pass away in this ring. And Brian Norman Sr. and Jr. have made it clear there's nothing stopping them from wanting this thing. And I just think Boots don't want it that bad. And I can't wait till he beat him. I can't wait till he beat him. When I see him, I'm going to wear my sombrero, man, and I'm going to make sure I shout you out when we beat him, man. How you going to shout me out when I just came up and said I rock with him? What is you talking? You see how people flip things? You see how you try to flip that? Like, you see how you tried to change the narrative? Like, I was up here against Brian Norman when I clearly said that Brian Norman my dog, and I would be rooting for him to beat Boots, but may the best man win. You see how you flipped that?
You heard what I said.
Make it like I was up here hating on Brian. Come on, dog.
It was real fast.
Hey, if you against the black man, I get it. If you against King Norman, I get it. That's fine.
Look, he said he gonna let ETB have his way, Clay. Right.
It is
And
what it
then
is. You don't want the brothers to win.
You see how he did? You see how he came up here?
I saw it. I ain't gonna lie. Automatically became when Brian Norman wins, he's gonna come with a big "I told you so," and he's gonna have this picture painted.
And I don't like Brian Norman. And he understand if I don't want Brian Norman to win. You see how he flip, man? Hey, this internet, man. This internet shit is wild, bro.
He said that hell just nobody, yo. It came up here. He said, "Yo, Ray Davis, yo." He said, "You hit people."
BBO gonna do it. I like the BBO, by the way. You need to come up here a lot more often. I wanna keep it moving because there's other people in here, and otherwise this thing gets carried away a little bit. He's gonna come back. He probably just had a bad connection.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody on the panel. I appreciate you guys, man. This is a great build, man. I want to go ahead and I want to bring it full circle to allow Fight Sports Talk to also speak. But there's also one more topic that I do want to speak on, so I'll let that happen once I let Fight Sports tap in.
About the Boots Norman fight.
Right. Well, I mean, just I don't know if you've been listening, if you're kind of there, but I kind of want to get into the I wanted to get into the Shakur Stevenson and the Artur Better Be at Dimitri Bivol 340,000 pay-per-view buys, and then we make the way out.
I think those are decent numbers because Beterbiev and Bivol are not household names in the US. They're not sellers. So I think internationally, it's okay. I mean, people. A lot of guys think that because the card was so stacked that this would sell like no other. When really you just need one. You just need one household name on the card really to sell. So I think that's okay.
Well, that's not what let me put out the premise so that everybody kind of knows where this is going, because it's not about the pay-per-view sales only exclusively. Obviously, we know that Shakur Stevenson, was a co-main event on that card. That 45,000 pay-per-view buys really reflected more, I think, towards Shakur more than Better Be Even Bivol, who really never counted on, like you said, what the US source, They were always international fighters, right? But Shakur Stevenson, and why I have Keon up here as well. I wanted to bring it up because I know he's closer to Shakur Stevenson topic more than a lot of other people. But just Shakur Stevenson's presence in America and the way the U.S. market has embraced or pushed away Shakur Stevenson based on a lackluster performance against Edwin De Los Santos, and however it looked when he was in there with Harringtonian, as far as the way the crowd may have been, the camera perspective made it look like people were bored and didn't want to see him fight. But here he goes on his first pay-per-view card. He's co-main eventing on the card. The card doesn't do that well in the United States, so it's safe to say that the space, as far as the United States is concerned, didn't embrace him that well. But look, now he's part of a card that is done decently internationally, and it does seem like he got a lot more respect for the sweet science, or at least his approach to boxing internationally. Is Shakur Stevenson, should he tap into that market a little more? Should he focus on the international part of his boxing career now more than constantly what it looks like sitting to the side, and I don't want to say being ducked, but having a difficult time putting together the big fights that would be popular here in the U.S. It doesn't seem like those fighters are as interested in making those fights with Shakur as he is as a WBC champion at 135. I don't know why we don't see a lot of people knocking at his door demanding fights. It seems like Shakur is the one hunting for the fights over here, but it does seem like internationally he's being embraced a little bit more. I don't know if any of you guys noticed that or have any perspective on that, but I'm dying to hear what you guys think about that.
Well, so you're talking about because of his position on the card that he has some responsibility for the card selling the way it did.
Well, just saying that, should he consider tapping into the international market a little bit more? Should he consider the Mark Chamberlains a little closer, the Joe Cordinas a little bit closer? Should he consider fights happening out on those international stages where it seems like the audiences are more, they embrace him in who he is a little bit more than here in America?
Yeah. If you're unable to get people in your home country behind you, then yeah, you go where the money is. And there's because he's got an English promoter, he'll be a lot more familiar to international audiences, because one thing Eddie Hearn is pretty good at is he is pretty good at promoting his fighters internationally. Now, Eddie Hearn's very bad at other things, but that is one thing if he's promoting a fighter internationally, he does a good job of trying to get that fighter's name out as much as possible. So yeah, that could work for Shakur. I do need to say one thing. Technically, he wasn't the co-main event. He was. I think they actually moved him lower on the card. The co-main event was.
He wasn't
the most. I think he was third. I think he was the middle card, right before the co-main.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
okay,
the co-main.
Okay.
Yeah, the official co-main event was Parker Bacoli. But
okay.
So I don't. So as far as Shakur being ducked, I mean, he has. People haven't been jumping over hoops. Sorry, terrible analogy. People haven't been jumping to fight him. Some guys, but although he has been accused of not being, some fighters have also accused him of walking away from fights. And when you're the guy who's known as sort of the Bernard Hopkins of the division, who's not only difficult to beat but difficult to look good at, people are often going to look elsewhere. So yeah, if he's able to, I mean, I think this lightweight division is going to be a bit stale for a while. Maybe it will heat up with PBC and Top Rank working together. We'll see if they actually do work together, or if this is all just hot air. But if they do, then Shakur may find himself in a position where the big fights are happening outside of his promotion. So we'll see. But yeah, fight internationally as much as he can. And yeah, we'll see. He'll have to, one thing he will have to do is fight on the undercards of bigger names. Because again, when you're not the biggest seller in the world, then, you know, it is what it is.
Right. I don't know. I guess we can bring it over to. I mean, Keon's right there. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of really want to see how he feels about it for sure.
Well, I don't think that he should just start looking at international fight. Like, come on, let's keep it a buck. I heard my man say he's not the biggest seller in the world, but who's selling more than him in that division? Who else is selling more than him in that division besides Tank?
Nobody.
Well,
so I mean, what are we talking about? We ain't just gonna be like, oh well, he needs to just hold on. It's my turn to talk. You talk.
Well, no, you asked me. You said question. I got an answer. Okay.
Okay, answer the question then. Besides Tank, who's selling more than him in that division?
Okay, well, Tank is the obvious answer, but I would also say Keyshawn Davis is probably selling about as much as Shakur is right now.
Nah, he's not. But I mean, Keyshawn, my guy, but he's getting there. So basically, what you're saying is that Shakur is top two, right? Top two at top two at worst three in that division. So why would he have to start looking to be on God? People just be saying the most. Like, and I'm not just talking about you, but when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, people just be saying the most ignorant shit. Like, now he needs to look to be on undercards or of international guys. Come on, what are we talking about? But to go back to what you said, Clay, nah, man, I think that Shakur is still right there. You know, I mean, he knocking at the door. He can't do nothing about these guys ducking him. But he gonna get a big fight because the walls are closing in. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the things that Turkey doing, and he's letting it be known that these big fights need to happen, and everybody's seeing that. And Shakur is right there for a big fight to happen. You know, we gonna see if the ducking because I don't think that he needs to just start focusing on fighting, these C-level guys in the UK. Like, nah, hell no. That's kind of like, man, a slap in the face to his career because he still is probably, like I said, the number 2 guy in that division as far as we talking about like selling. And when people talk about you all the time, constantly, no matter if it's on YouTube, on X, on whatever it is, you making waves. You making waves because people talking about him constantly. So you already doing something. You know what I'm saying? Like if he wasn't, if he was what people try to claim him to be, like, oh, don't nobody want to watch him, and people wouldn't be talking about him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody talking about Ivan Redcatch every day. You feel me? So I mean, the hate is good in boxing because they're going to tune in and watch you. They're gonna lie and say they're not. They're gonna lie and say they're not, but they're gonna tune in. And the last time I checked, I think that man just made 5 M's fighting the Josh Padley. So
that's
I mean,
what I'm talking about. That's kind of like
right,
where
so
I'm
what
at
we
with it.
talking
Like,
about?
when you're making that kind of money for fighting a Josh Padley, you know, I mean, Shakur mentioned before that he's not even concerned about the championships no more, and necessarily even the legacy of the championships no more as much, because he feels like the sanctioning bodies have corrupted the whole system. And now it seems like he's more so into the prize fighting stage of his career. His hands are on the clock. His hands are on an expiration date, potentially might be on his hands. He needs to make the most out of the talent that he's worked his whole life up on building up. He needs to make it pay out. He's got a child. He's got a woman he's trying to marry. I'm sure he wants to make more children in the future. He's got a life outside of boxing that he's trying to financially make some generational wealth to sustain. So if the fights are going to be that difficult for him to make in the States, and ultimately not only are they difficult to make, but it starts to look like he's going to have to concede on the prices outside of Turkey Al-Sheikh, obviously financing these fights happening. But it does look like these fights, you know, are difficult for him to make. So I don't know. It just seems like it's burning at both ends for him, and he might have some decisions to make soon.
Well, I mean, Lamont Rose said he want to fight him, right? Lamont Rose said he want to fight him. It's a few of these, you know, these guys now that's in the 135 division. That's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Let's run it. And so some of them is big fights. Like I said, we got to see if him and Zepeda get made. I mean, it sounds like to me that everybody think that Zepeda gonna duck again.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, you know, and yeah, that's what it's looking like. But if that fight does get made, that's a big fight.
Yeah,
you know, he's one big fight away from making noise. That's it. That's all.
What do you think about all of a sudden Zepeda popping up in the WBA sanctioning body as a number one there with an interim WBC title? Now he's in the WBA rankings all of a sudden.
Hey, I think the same thing you think, Clay. You know, we ain't even really you know what it is, man.
It just looks diabolical. It is what it is, man. But shout out to Shakur Stevenson, man. A big fan, and I want to see him do great things, man. But man, it looks hard out here for a pimp. You know what I'm saying? When you're trying to make the money for the rent, you know what I mean? It just looks like it's some sacrifices and some compromising and some conceding that might need to be done in order to help him out. Shout out to Blaze, pound for pound in the building. Salute, Blaze. How you doing today?
What up? I heard seeing y'all cooking, man, on all 4 eyes, man. So I figured I'd jump in.
No doubt.
Peace to the chat, the usual suspects.
For sure, man. How you feeling?
Nah, what the brother just said. Listen, Shakur's one performance away with a good name to put himself in pay-per-view status. He's just one fight away. And I like 135. 135, like right now, who got the titles? If we get some unification bouts or we get some mandatory bouts, like you said, if Zepeda, you got Murtala, you got Andy Cruz, you got some of these guys that's coming up and put it in the mix. Like, no, he can become a star. He's young. I don't like this microwave age. Like, we're looking at his position and his stardom like it's static. You know, he was gone if he was to fight, you know, Kid Austin, which was a name, he was a prospect, right? It would have got more respect than the late replacement from that fight to up his profile. But he got a setback because he had to fight Padley under short notice. So he gets no credit. Dude's unknown, you know, regardless of what we want to say about the nonsense that Auntie Schofield was doing, he was hyping the fight like it was viral. You know what I'm saying? If they would have gotten to the ring. So I believe Shakur is, like the brother said before me, he's one fight away, one great performance with a somewhat known name to headline. And then if him and Keyshawn fight, like if him and Tank fight, if him and Roach fight, he's right there. Like then we're talking about something that is pay-per-view worthy. So that's what I'm thinking about as far as with Shakur. I'm rooting for Shakur. I hope his hands ain't as bad to really hinder his career at this point of his career. But barring that, if he's able to do his thing, I believe that what we think, how he's, it's not pay-per-view attractive right now. I think he's really that one fight away. And then I want to say something about the Brian Norman Jr. I think the Brian Norman Jr. Boots fight is creating demand like we want the Tank Shakur fight. I think it's getting to that point. And if the thing is, I've been watching the clash the whole time. Brian Norman Sr., OG, and Bozy talked about, long-term setting up for Undisputed. But the young boys got to talking crazy to each other, so they rushed in the negotiations. And then Brian Norman Sr., as you hear him say now, excuse me, my 2-year-old daughter, she's beefing with me. Brian Norman Sr., as he breaks down now, is like, hey, he in negotiations, he wanted more money than they wanted to offer them. And now he's talking about their next bout getting more money than was negotiated or was offered with the Boots fight. But I believe in continuing their path on if they can get them other belts. Like if Boots handles his business and unifies the standing owners, if Boots gets the other belt or Brian Norman Jr. get the other belt, then we're talking about Undisputed at 147. And that's a great fight between Brian Norman Jr. and Boots, because there's a lot of questions with Boots now after the Kieran fights. And if he's that guy, then you got people questioning whether he's weight drained, if he can stay at 147. And then you got Brian Norman Jr. looking good, showing up. That's going to be a good fight. I think it's a good fight. I'm becoming a Brian Norman Jr. fan. I'm a Boots fan as well. I'm a Bud fan more than anything, but I'm a Boots fan as well. I'm rooting for him to succeed. I really like what Brian Norman Jr. what he's showing up with, how he's looking in that ring. So that's a fight that I really hope for them brothers to put together and have their biggest payday. Because if they put it all together, they can run real numbers with that matchup at 147, even if it's just unification, but ideally make it undisputed. And that's a big fight. And that catapults one of them, right? That catapults one of them into superstardom. Because if Boots win, then Boots is who he says he is, right? If Norman wins, then we done found our next, up and coming great. And, I'm going to turn it back over.
Man, I love it. I love it. Coach Eddie, go ahead and speak on it. Then you know what we're going to do. You might as well do your closing on that one. We'll go around the room and close. It's been full and going on 4.5 hours. Man, this ends up being like this every time. I swear to you guys, I always be thinking to myself, today I'm going to make it 2 hours. 2.5 hours. It just ain't gonna happen. I'm just starting to get to the point where no, it ain't gonna happen. But without you guys, man, it just makes it that much better. You know what I'm saying? So I enjoy every minute of it. But that time fly, man. Go ahead, Coach Eddie.
Yeah, but time flies when you're having fun, man. So we all love boxing, man. I'm a boxing junkie. Just a little correction. I could be wrong. I think Shakur, I think he made $2.2 million when he fought Pally. I think it was a reduction because of the opponent or whatever. I could be wrong. I don't know. But that's neither here or there. If you made 5, shout out to him. But $2 million, that's a lot of money too. Shakur, in my opinion, all his dance partners left him. They done moved on. Your Devin, the Tiafimos, the Ryans, they all moved to other divisions. Tank Davis, we've been talking about that fight for so long, it almost has lost its luster. Like, I really don't even care, to be honest. That fight, I mean, this was been before COVID, man. They've been talking about this fight. So it's almost like a dead dog. Doesn't really matter if it happens. Whatever, I'm not even that interested. Shakur kind of suffers from not knowing how to read the room. He kind of reminds me of a kid, with the hat on with the freaking airplane propeller on top of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Devin Haney is the most hated, out of that group right there. So there's not enough room for another villain. I think Devin kind of fits that criteria right there. He had great opportunity at the end of that fight with Josh Padley, he didn't read the room right. He stuck his tongue out, and they booed him. You know, if I'm in that situation, I'm taking George Padley. I'm reading the room. I'm gonna grab his hand. I'm gonna walk him around the ring, and I'm gonna thank him for stepping in and filling in the fight right there. And guess what? Now those boos are gonna turn into applause right there. I'm gonna get claps now. Read the freaking room, man. Don't always got to be like I don't know. Great talent, but I'm not clamoring for a Shakur Stevenson fight. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I'm clamoring for a Brian Norman fight. I'm clamoring for a Boots fight. Those guys are exciting. Now, if you're a Shakur fan. Hey, I'm a Shakur fan. Pure science, great boxer, great technique. You can sit a fighter down. You can learn a lot from Shakur. I mean, Shakur is technically sound. Has checked a lot of boxes. A lot of boxes have question marks in them as far as heart and grit. And those are question marks in him. And I want to see him in those type of fights where you have to dig down. And maybe it's weird because the boxing fan the boxing crowd will crazy, but sometimes they like you more when you lose. I don't know why it is, but they just do. Or they like you more when you go through some adversity and you come out of that adversity and you show grit, you show determination. And it depends on who you are. Sometimes they'll like you more, but like I say, Shakur at the end of the day, it's just him and Tank in that division. He's not going to fight Keyshawn, and the rest of those guys are just kind of like names, that I'm not really interested in, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong or whatever. But Shakur, I'm just not clamoring. He doesn't excite me like that. Like, when's the next Shakur fight? I've never been like that. I'm dead serious, man. But I'm gonna land my plane right there.
No doubt, man. Salute. Yeah, we could do the outros. We can go with fight, sports talk, work our way across the bottom, and move from there, man. Let me also say 60 people in the building. Salute to everybody who's in the building. Please take a moment to make sure you hit that like button if you're in here, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that too. And of course, some color in the chat is always embrace and welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, fight, sports talk. Go ahead and Land, close it out.
Yeah, well, boxing is all about what makes sense, and we'll see if Shakur getting these other champions in the ring will make sense for them. I think it's probably not going to happen because, again, of this wonderful promotional situation. So it's in which case we'll probably see the Zepeda fight. That's if Zepeda doesn't get shoehorned into a Tank Davis fight, as you guys said. But yeah, all roads point to that fight. I know we didn't talk about it, but I don't know why Eddie Hearn said Shakur will be happy to wait for Tank, because even if Tank blows through Lamont Roach, I can guarantee they're not going to go for Shakur next. It makes sense. It makes sense for Al Heyman to do an in-house fight or a fight with Top Ranks, in which case maybe we see the Keyshawn fight. So hopefully Shakur doesn't get left out in the wind, but that may happen. We'll wait and see. As far as Boots, well, again, Norman's had an opportunity to build his name up, build his profile, and also it's hopefully going to happen next after the Stanionis fight, and we'll see if Boots is everything that we hoped he would be. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Always great to be on my favorite boxing show, and I look forward to the next one. Peace out, y'all.
Yes, sir. Salute to you, family. Keon, how you doing, man? How you feeling? I appreciate you coming up here and building on a topic. We have somebody else up here? Salute to you, family. Mr. Henderson, how you doing today, man? We on our way out the door, but definitely let's share.
I want to go out the door speaking on my fighter, man.
Talk about it, man.
Yeah, Shakur Bright Light Stevenson, man. The baddest at 135. No doubt about it. He the baddest at 135. He gonna air out 135. That's why guys is leaving. They going to 40. They know what to do. You know what? We be hard on Shakur, but he ain't telling these A-level fighters to stay out of the ring with him. Why they can't get in the ring with him, man? He been calling for all the smoke. They don't get in the ring with him. All I hear is about, he don't sell, he don't do this, he don't do that. Get in the ring with him, and then he's gonna take your prestige. So now he's gonna have your fans. And that's why they won't get in the ring with him, man. They never want to get in the ring with him. He is the best at 135. You can come with whoever you want to come with. Nobody's beating him at 135. Guaranteed.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
that's
So
all I
look,
wanted to say, man, about my dude, man.
no doubt, Mr. Henderson, man. Look, I appreciate you being in here, man. Come in here a little earlier next time so we can build a little bit longer on this boxing.
I just got back, man, from the barbershop and everything. Yeah, I was a
All
little
right.
late. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be in on the other one, man. I'll be in there early.
No doubt. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
Keon, man.
Man. Great show, man. If you call yourself the best, you need to be trying to fight the best.
Right.
Straight up. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if you're not trying to fight the best, stop calling yourself the best. And with that being said, man, hell of a show. You already know Clay and Ray, man, and great panel.
Thank you.
See y'all next time, dog.
Appreciate you, man. The next one for sure. All right, Blaze. How you doing, family? Blaze already working out, getting it together, dealing with these kids in the back, getting the boxing going, staying active. Respect. You definitely on mute.
Yeah, okay, I'm off. First and foremost, man, shout out to y'all show, And then I want to say real quick, man, boxing is lit. Boxing is lit right now as far as what we got coming up, right? What we got coming up. We got Joy Joyce fighting on the 5th. We got, Ennis and Stanionis, Boots can make a statement right there as Unification. If he puts on a great performance, it's undeniable, right? If he puts on one of his best performances and unifies at 147, he's the guy, right? We got Eubanks and Ben on the 26th, and then May's crazy with Garcia, Ramiro, Jose Ramirez, Devin Haney, Canelo, and then we got the monster on American time. So as the kids would say, boxing is lit right now. This is a wonderful time, and this is in a great place right now as far as what they're talking about, as far as us getting fights. And it being competitive. I don't want to lose that. I want us to acknowledge that, because we spent a lot of time saying boxing ain't what it was, right? And before I go, I want to give a shout out to Champs Boxing, at the Nomad Boxing Gym up here in Seattle, Washington. I just joined, so I've been working out. I plan on coaching. I got my 17-year-old daughter that's about to get into there, get her going. They got the kids going to on April 12th, they got the kids going to David Benavidez compound, right here in Auburn, up here in Washington. So
that new one, right? That compound I heard is
listen, I'm about to get some footage. I'm going to get some footage. I'm going to drop it on my channel, Blaze P for PTV. You already know. So I definitely want to give a shout out. I love the sport. I love the sport of boxing more so, not just, for entertainment, but, just me training and just for health purposes, mental health, the martial arts aspect to it. And, just what it's about. And so I love the sport of boxing. I also respect and want to understand and educate myself and teach people in the business of boxing as well, because you have to do both when we're looking at, our brothers and sisters who are fighting in this sport, to understand the rationale of what's going on. So while we're knocking them, whether it's an Edgar Berlanga, whether it's whoever, right, when they step in that ring and put their lives on the line for our entertainment, to understand that we don't get all the understanding of the business, especially when we talk about pay-per-view numbers, where we don't even have any type of authority, primary authority source. And when we talk about pay-per-view numbers, or we pocket check about who's getting how much money and how these decisions is being made. So I just want to name that. We got to be cautious of that, because we jump to conclusions about these fighters when it's bigger than these fighters a lot of times. That's why I give much respect to the fighters who crack the code and change for their destiny. That's why Floyd Mayweather Jr. is the best ever, because he leaned on the legends and learned the business to be able to get all his money, and that's why Bud's in the position that he's in. Hopefully Shakur can negotiate to control his destiny. And we're seeing you see Tank Davis is in the position that he's in. And I respect in brothers, particularly brothers that come from America, like we come from the US, that come from the itty city, that come from poverty, where these same brothers could be in jail, dead, or whatever, right? Yes, and for them to elevate, and for them to have their own promotion companies, and for them to control their destiny inside and outside of the ring, regardless of how you feel about their characters, regardless of how you feel about the annex with entertainment, let's show some love to us, because it's hard for a black man in America. You understand me? And these brothers get this money, and they change not only their lives and their babies' lives, but their families' lives and their communities' lives. And that's what it's about. So that's why I love all of it. That's why, and I just love it. And so I appreciate y'all show. I'm telling you, no cap, y'all got the best show on YouTube, hands down, as far as being more facts over emotions and, all this nonsense and YouTubers beefing with each other and not talking actually about the sport. And y'all attract us and y'all attract individuals on the panel that share that same sentiment. So salute to y'all. Appreciate y'all. And I'm always grateful to be on the show with y'all.
Thank you, Blaze.
That's how you do an outro, bro. That's how you do it, bro. You show love. We show love to the space, to the boxing space. We show love to the fighters who sacrifice for us to have something to talk about and something to watch. They put their lives on the line. And you know what I'm saying? For sure. Why not celebrate the best platform in the business? Ray, I don't know how you're gonna follow that up, but go ahead, man. I don't know how you're gonna follow up, but give it your best, man.
Listen, when you get campaigns like that, and you got the mayor that has the key to every channel on YouTube coming up here and speaking his mind and celebrating us as well, salute to everybody that came on the panel, man. For real, BBO, Fight Sports Talk, Blaze Pound for Pound, Coach Eddie. We had BBO Thomas Hill, the mayor. We had ETB. Shout out
ETB. We got Fight Sports Talk, who's up and coming. Shout out to Fight Sports Talk from New Zealand, for sure.
Shout out to y'all, man, for real. I mean, we even had other members of different channels up here. Loving the show, always supporting, coming in every day. The lovely Rachel Denaire and her husband, Anonito, supporting the channel. Much respect to you guys. Absolutely. This is a journey, Clay. This is something we started November 2023. We went through a whole year. We listen, we thought about it. We had some questions. I remember you was like, yo, is this for me? Like, yo, you didn't know what direction to go. You laid down the foundation. I was breaking the rules a little bit. You know I was, right? Because I'm like, yo, Clay, I just can't break these habits, bro, right? You know what I mean? This is who I am. But I kind of came to the understanding of where you wanted to go with this. And the journey is real, man. So when we get compliments like that, you know what I mean? Even here from Boxer, who comes up here and says it, he calls me on the phone and says it sometimes. He'll be like, yo, man, y'all killing it. I love it, man. It builds a lot of positive energy where we like, yo, that's what's up. So I just want to say thanks to all y'all, including Inevitable D Block. You know what I mean? Like, yo, so many. Clay, we can go down the list, man.
And one day we gotta have a panel with a lot of people. Shout out to my brother Blue Blood Sports TV.
Blue Blood, yes.
It's a huge role in where I'm at right now, where I see myself, where I see just things moving. Shout out to Mill City, man. Y'all don't know the Mill City big supporter calls me up out the blue and just celebrates the direction his channel's going in, and supporters that don't necessarily come up on the panels all the time but still hold a lot of weight in the space. Always shout out to Mill City. Shout out to Well Connected Dub C, you know what I'm saying, who's always encouraging and pushing us forward and saying, man, keep doing what y'all doing, man. This is what it's all about. Shout out to the people who showed up on these panels every day. You know what I mean? Every time we pull up, the Coach Eddies, the ETVs, the Mazuma TVs, you know what I'm saying, who support us in the background, people don't know about. Shout out, of course, to Thomas Hill. Shout out to the consistent people, the echoes of the world who validated us, the Bruce Gas Boxings, who elevate us and keep us out there and let us know that we're doing something that's worthwhile to get up for in the mornings. On here for 4.5 to 5 hours, losing ourselves talking about the sport that we love, man. Shout out to Fly Frequency, who always who's been there, you know what I mean, my Aki, you know what I'm saying, who, you know what I mean, who actually gave, you know what I'm saying, they gave me my shahada, you know what I'm saying, brought me into my my spiritual life, you know what I'm saying, it's helped me out so much. And anybody else who I just am not saying, who I'm messing up and not saying. Sometimes they say don't say nothing at all so you don't risk not saying somebody. But look, you know who you are. It's always appreciated. It's always love. Shout out to all the people who put the color in the chat, the Warrior Threes, you know what I'm saying, the Robert Chandlers, the Libra always shows love. Mr. Big Plate Bray always there. Eastside Easy. I mean, I can go. I promise you I can go like that. I can make it a big deal, man. But at the end of the day, we recognize it, and because of y'all drive us to stay up here and do what we do, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And much respect to everybody, man. And if y'all got a channel, man, when y'all come up, with all due respect, throw it in the chat because we respect you all. You know what I mean? Doc Box, Ryan Frazier, Edwin, you know what I mean? Round One Sports Talk.
Shout out to Round One, yeah, man.
You know what I mean? All you guys, we respect you all. Please do your thing, man, because Drew Titan. You know what I mean?
The support from Drew Titan. Coach Malachi supports, bro. From
Coach Malachi.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, bro, it goes, man. We
yeah.
By ourselves on this journey, bro. A lot of support.
Yes,
and a lot
yes,
of
sir. And we love y'all. We love y'all and appreciate y'all, man. That's from the heart. Me and Clay talk about it, man, for real.
No doubt.
Put it out there. Thank you.
Salute, Ray. Salute, Ray. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody in the building. I think we good at this point. You know how we carry it.
We out.
Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it can't.